In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. We open today's trading window on a highly volatile note for global commerce. Following a massive single-day 7% surge in Brent crude, which is currently hovering just under the $80 psychological ceiling, this global energy shock comes as the domestic market continues to absorb yesterday's spectacular performance on the Nigerian exchange, where the all-share index spiked over 2%, minting 3.4 trillion naira in fresh shareholder value. Meanwhile, the foreign exchange window exhibits unprecedented convergence, with the parallel market premium shrinking to under 20 naira as external reserves comfortably clear the $51 billion mark. On this morning's executive brief, we'll break down exactly how these macroeconomic shifts are trickling down to food commodity baselines across Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu, and what it means for your investment portfolios today. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to the numbers. The business day starts right now. Starting with the Nigerian equity market, where the Nigerian exchange closed significantly higher yesterday, being Wednesday, July the 8th, driven by a strong performance in overweights like Airtel Africa and sustained buying interest across key banking and industrial equities. All-share index ASI closed at 242,459.98 basis points, gaining 5,376.7 points. That's a significant positive 2.27% from its previous close. Market capitalization rose by 3.45 trillion naira closing at 155.59 trillion naira. The market breadth was positive, with 36 gainers outperforming 24 decliners, while 86 stocks closed unchanged. A total of 518.38 million shares changed hands, valued at 22.71 billion naira across 48,422 deals. Lasaco led by volume, getting around 56.60 million shares, while Arade dominated the trade value. And quickly, here are the top 5 gainers for yesterday. Starting with Airtel Africa, which yesterday closed in the bullish rim of a 10% positive adjustment to close at 5,801 naira 40 kobo. Transfer Express yesterday closed in the positive of 2 naira 97 kobo, making a 10% bullish adjustment. Fidelity Bank in the positive closed at 19 naira 85 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.97%. Townsware yesterday closed at 3 naira, making a bullish adjustment of 9.89%. Zikis yesterday closed equally bullish as he made a positive adjustment of 9.69 adjustment to close the trading book at 29 naira 20 kobo. And quickly moving on to take a look at the laggards. Yes, the top 5 losers for yesterday, where H. McCall yesterday, started the, blow the whistle for the losing pack, closing 3 naira 53 kobo in a bearish adjustment of 9.95%. And then we're seeing Transcorps yesterday closing at 40 naira 5 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 5.65%. CWG yesterday closed bearish as it made a negative adjustment of 5.24% to close at 19 naira. VFD Group yesterday closed in the bearish rim of 5.19% to close the trading book at 10 naira 5 kobo. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. We expect a slight mistrading section today, characterized by pockets of profit taking as short-term traders look to lock in gains from yesterday's 2.27 index surge. However, the overall market sentiment remains structurally bullish. Tier 1 and Tier 2 banking stocks like Access Corp and Fidelity continue to attract active accumulation as the banking sector recapitalization deadline approaches. If large cap companies like Airtel Africa, Dangote Cement hold their price position early this section, the index is likely to maintain a net positive close by the ring of the closing bell. And quickly moving on to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira recorded a mixed performance across the official and parallel foreign exchange markets yesterday, being Wednesday, the July 8th, with the parallel market spread continue to contract due to heavy buffer improvement. At the official window, the naira closed lower at 1,379 naira against the dollar, representing a modest depreciation of 0.58%. That's about 8 naira from today's close of 1,371 naira against the US dollar. And then quickly moving on to the street market or the black market, yes, what we officially call the parallel market. Conversely, the naira edged up by 1 naira 50 kobo to close at 1,398 naira 50 kobo. Compared to the 1,400 naira against the US dollar recorded in the previous section. The gap between the official and parallel rates remained tightly compressed at just 19 naira 50 kobo, a structural alignment that points to reduced arbitrage, that's round tripping, opportunities. External buffers maintain their steady rise, ticking up to $51.580 billion US dollars of July 6, providing the Central Bank of Nigeria with robust firepower to defend the currency. And quickly, moving on to give you our market outlook for today. Yes, when it has to do with the forex, we expect relative stability and range-bound trading for the naira across both windows during today's session. The pressure on the local currency remains heavily mitigated by the continuous acceleration of the foreign reserves, which are safely hovering above the $51.5 billion US dollar mark. Why the standard commercial demand for invisible trades, that's travel, school fees, might trigger minor intraday volatility in the official window. The CBN's strong liquidity position is expected to keep any severe depreciation in check. The prime market rate will likely continue to consolidate around the 1,395 to 1,400 naira boundary today. And quickly taking a look at the energy market. Yeah, speaking to Brent crude. Yes, yesterday's performance, where Brent crude prices experienced an aggressive rally yesterday, completely reversing recent stabilization trend following a major re-escalation of geopolitical hostilities in the Middle East. Brent crude futures settled sharply at $79.50 per barrel, jumped by $5.34 per barrel, marking a massive positive 7.20% surge in single-day trading section. The intraday volatility traveled between a session low of $75.47 and a peak high of $80.59 before settling just below the $80 psychological ceiling. Quickly, the primary drivers for the market yesterday, one is that prices erupted after U.S. President Donald Trump declared the regional ceasefire with Iran over, following a new wave of U.S. military strikes targeting Iranian positions. Geopolitical risk premium spiked further when the U.S. revoked a crude export waiver and warned of potential future actions against major infrastructure like the Kag Island export terminal. And quickly, moving on to give you our market outlook for today as it has to do with the Brent. We are saying that we're expecting oil prices to maintain a strong upward bias, elevated volatility during today's session, with Brent crude futures already trading around $78.80 to $79.20 per barrel in early morning hours trading today. The collapse of the interim peace agreement has fundamentally altered short-term fundamentals. Ship owners and commodity traders are aggressively, baking risk premium back into their models over fears of direct disruptions to the Strait of Hormuz, which handles a significant portion of global supplies. Unless a diplomatic de-escalation materializes, any further military action or retaliatory moves in the region today will likely push Brent past the $80 mark, with eyes on a near-term resistance target of a $2.50. And quickly moving on to the Nigerian commodity markets, where we'll take a look at the performance. Trading across Nigerian open market yesterday, being Wednesday, reflected persistent seasonal pressures as the agricultural lean season, that's pre-harvest period, drives up the cost of local grains, while high intracity transportation logistics continue to fragment pricing across regions. While Lagos and Abuja grapple with structural urban demand premiums, Enugu benefits from its closer proximity to north-central supply links and local farming clusters. And quickly, we'll take a look at the price range of commodities around the staple food markets, around Ogbete main market in Enugu and Wuse market in Abuja and Mile 12 in Lagos. Starting with local rice, 50 kg bag of local rice sold in Enugu as yesterday between 54,000 and 62,000 naira. In Abuja, they paid between 65,000 to 76,000 naira, and Lagos paid 58 to 72,000 naira. And moving on to white beans, white or brown beans, they paid buckets of it, speaking to retail price in Enugu, sold for between 3,800 naira to 4,500 naira. In Abuja, it sold for between 5,200 naira and 6,500 naira. And in Lagos, it went for between 4,500 naira to 5,800 naira. And then the paint bucket of white gari that we all know, in Enugu, sold for between 1,800 naira to 2,200 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 2,500 naira to 3,200 naira. Whereas in Lagos, it sold for between 2,000 to 2,800 naira. And moving on to take a look at tomatoes, the big basket of it, or the crate, in Enugu went for between 95,000 to 115,000 naira, whereas in Abuja it sold for between 100,000 to 130,000 naira. In Lagos, it went for between 110,000 to 150,000 naira yesterday. And looking at onions, 100 kg bag of onion in Enugu sold for between 60,000 and 70,000 naira. Abuja paid between 68,000 naira to 78,000 naira. In Lagos, it went for between 65,000 to 80,000 naira. And quickly, here are the key market dynamics and regional observations. Starting with the perishable shock. High freight costs continue to hit long hill village logistics from the north. Lagos Mile 12 bore the highest burden for tomatoes and fresh pepper yesterday, with vendors passing on high transport overheads directly to consumers. And then we'll take a look at the cassava buva. Garri and yam prices remained relatively lower in Enugu than in other two cities due to active localized harvesting and robust processing clusters within Enugu State and neighboring Benue and Ebonyi State boundaries. And then we'll take a look at grain deficit. Beans and maize prices are holding near historic highs nationally, largely because current market inventories rely heavily on stored reserves rather than fresh harvest. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. Expect sticky elevated pricing to persist in today's morning trading sections, with very little room for downward corrections. Perishables like tomatoes and bell peppers might experience light afternoon price softening at Mile 12 and Wuse in Abuja if fresh supply trucks arrive early from northern corridors to boost immediate market volumes. However, until the early wet season harvest fully materialize between late August and September, baseline costs for tubers and grains will remain firmly skewed to the upside. And quickly moving across to the international market, where global equity markets experienced extreme whiplash yesterday, when it being Wednesday, July the 8th, 2026, as a sudden breakdown of the US-Iran ceasefire sent energy prices soaring, stoking global inflation and interest rate anxieties. However, a sharp bifurcation emerged as semiconductor and mega-cap AI stocks acted as a crucial market buffer. Now, moving on to take a look at USA Wall Street. A highly volatile session saw US indices finish sharply divided. Cyclical and interest rate sensitive stocks took a beating after hawkish Federal Reserve minutes hinted at potential rate hikes later this year to counter rising geopolitical inflation. The Jones Industrial Average dropped 576.76 points, that's a negative 1.11%, to close at 52,348.39, dragged down by industrial, financial, and home builders. S&P 500 shed 0.30% to finish at 7,482.71, fighting back from a deeper 1.1% intraday slump. Nasdaq Composite bucked the broader market decline, ticking up a 0.20% to 20,132.40, heavily supported by a defensive rally in tech heavyweights like Nvidia, which gained a 3.6%, and Broadcom. And quickly moving on to Europe. European pauses lead to a one-week low as the continent felt the immediate heat of the regional Middle East escalation. High fuel costs hammered transport and airline stocks. Lufthansa tumbled over 5.4%, though energy stocks cushioned the broader indices. German DAX fell by 0.88% in Frankfurt, and in France, CAC 40 dropped by 0.87% in Paris. And United Kingdom, FTSE 100 UK declined 0.64% in London. Spain's IBEX was the region's worst performer, plunging 2.3% following escalating trade tension with Washington. And quickly moving on to Asia. Yes, and we are giving you the information as a trading, this morning being Thursday, July the 9th. In contrast to yesterday's Western sell-offs, Asian markets rebounded strongly during this morning section. A massive relief rally in chip makers gave the region a structural lift, overriding localized inflation fears triggered by Brent crude briefly cresting above $80 per barrel. Japan Nikkei 225 surged a positive 2.3%, snapping a painful 3-day losing streak. South Korea, Kospi, jumped an impressive positive 3.8%, heavily driven by tech giants Samsung, which made a positive 3.6%, and SK Hynix, making a positive 7.5%. And looking at China and region, the broader MSI Asia Pacific Index gained 0.8%, while mainland Chinese indices posted modest steady gains as rumors circulated that Beijing might ease restrictions on top-tier AI chip acquisitions. And quickly moving on to give you our market outlook for today. Expect cautious range-bound consolidation across Western markets today, while the spectacular tech-led rebound in Asia and a 0.9% rise in European stocks futures indicate a stabilizing opening sentiment. Any further headline risk of military updates out of the Persian Gulf will keep investors on edge and cap major upsides. Now quickly, here is our market advice for the Nigerian investors. Based on yesterday's market movement and the sudden global surge in oil prices, here is your quick, actionable plan for today. On stocks, expect some temporary price dropping, that's profit taking, in the morning after yesterday's massive 2.27 market jump. Don't panic buy or sell early. Focus on tier 1 banks and stable consumer goods. They remain structurally strong and are safer places to park money right now. And then quickly taking a look at Naira and cash, we are urging that the official and black market exchange rates are incredibly close right now, under a 20 Naira gap. This means holding fiscal dollars just to gamble on currency drops is losing its edge. Keep your cash working in short-term interest-yielding assets instead. And then the oil catalyst. With Brent crude jumping past $79 due to Middle East tension, local oil and gas stocks like Arade, Seplant, and Total are highly favored today. If you already hold energy equities, ride the wave. If you don't, look for entries on minor dips. The bottom line is, the market is bullish but volatile today. The market is bullish but volatile today. So lock in some profit if you are trading short-term, but keep your long-term money in top-tier banking and energy stocks. Quickly, this is a quick reminder before you trade. Why we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. And these are your wraps on the market segment. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, Where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, good morning, my beautiful people of Aneke Sports. How are you guys doing? You know, it's a wonderful Thursday morning right here in Aneke TV studios, and of course, it's another beautiful segment of Aneke Sports. You know how we do it here, where we bring you all the updates concerning sports and how it has been happening, especially in the world of World Cup. You know, this is the period where we are still in the round of 16, talking about the people that are through to the quarterfinals. Of course, the quarterfinal will be starting today by 9 p.m. We'll have the game between France versus Morocco. It's a highly anticipated match. We are expecting a lot of activities and also other matches that are coming up, you know, later in the weekend between Argentina, Switzerland, the likes of England versus Belgium, and the rest of them. I remain your humble host worldwide. Hope you guys had a wonderful night rest, and we are here once again to talk about sports, and not only football. Of course, I'm going to start this morning with table tennis. We are not just going to be doing football alone today. We are going to talk about tennis, we are going to talk about boxing. But first of all, let's move into the world of tennis, where we have the Wimbledon's women's singles. Of course, it's still on. The Wimbledon Slam is still on, where we're having Kruf. Of course, we talked about these ladies yesterday. Coco Kruf. We are having Coco Kruf versus Carolina Muchova. This is for the semi-finals. And of course, we have Marta Kostyuk versus Linda Moskova. This is how it is in the Wimbledon's women's semi-final. Of course, these matches are coming up, or these tennis matches are coming up later today. And of course, in the men's semi-finals, we have also Jannik Sinner versus Novak Djokovic. And also we have Otto Ferry versus Alexander Zverev. You know, I told you guys about Djokovic yesterday. This guy is like the Messi of long tennis. You know, he is doing so great. He's doing massively in the world of tennis, and he is one of the names you are going to see, you are likely going to see in the final, because for this men's final that is talking about Novak Djokovic and Jannik Sinner, I can tell you that Sinner also is also someone that we are going to look out for. We are expecting, you know, Sinner to give Djokovic a run for the money, because it's not just a match that you're going to sideline one person because of the likes of Djokovic. We know what he can do. And of course, Alexander Zverev is also going to face Otto Ferry in the other round of the semi-finals. I'm telling you that I'm predicting that Djokovic versus Zverev is what we are going to see, or what we are likely going to see in the final. Of course, I'm not the almighty, but I just give you sport predictions. Sometimes, you know, these are names that we are familiar with, and these are names, you know, that have been doing so well in this round of the Wimbledon's men's singles. They have gone so far, not just in the Wimbledon. We have the Australian Open, we have the Roland Garros, and we have the US Open. These names have been doing so well, especially the man they call Novak Djokovic. He has been there. He has started this tournament and is still in the tournament. We are going to see the likes of him coming through. And don't forget the women, like I've said, Coco Kruf versus Carolina Muchova. Then Marta Kostyuk versus Linda Moskova are the names you are going to see in the semi-finals. Don't forget to go out there and watch this match. Then, of course, moving forward, we have other fights that are coming up where we talk about football. Let's move into football straight, and, you know, we give you the updates concerning transfer. We have Karim Adeyemi, who is moving to Barcelona. It's not a done deal yet, but of course it's coming up. Karim Adeyemi, we know the guy from Borussia Dortmund. This is an attacking player who, you know, runs almost from one end to the other without getting tired. Adeyemi is somebody that you can rely on when you are looking for goals. Karim Adeyemi will give you the goals that you are looking for, and of course we are having him going to Barcelona. It's not a done deal, like I said. It's just a rumor that he said he wants. Of course his contract is expiring by 2027. He will become a free agent, but of course Barcelona are looking for the signature for Karim Adeyemi, and we might get to see him, move to Barcelona this coming season if all goes well. That is not the only name we have on the transfer season or the transfer rumors that we are having. We are having the likes of Chouanemi, of course. Manchester United, we are going for Chouanemi, and I don't know if the deal has broken down, but from what we are having, the rumors that I have right now is that he has signed, or he will be signing, a 5-year contract with Real Madrid. He's yet to sign. Don't forget, don't say I said he has signed. He's yet to sign. So in the coming days, probably before this weekend, this week runs out, we might see Chouanemi signing for Real Madrid. Of course, he's a Real Madrid player, but he was rumored to be going to Manchester United. But now, as we are seeing it, is seeming that Mourinho has said he wants him to stay, him and Valverde. Of course, last season they fell out towards the tail end of the season where they got into a fight, a serious fight. It was a serious fight that ended up, one of them in the hospital, talking about the captain, Fede Valverde, who, lost some memory then, but of course he has recovered. Of course, he featured in the World Cup for Uruguay. So many of us thought that this fight maybe will bring some departure, maybe at least one of them going, and we are always saying that it was going to be Chouanemi because of course Valverde is the captain for Real Madrid. So Chouanemi is staying. That's what we are seeing this one, that he's staying, and he might be signing a 5-year contract, extending his run to 2031. Mourinho has said he needs Valverde and he might not let him go. Then talking about somebody again that is moving, that is talking about the man, of course, Bruno Guimaraes. Arsenal have placed a first initial bid of 55 million euros, but it was immediately rejected by Newcastle. So they came back again, placed a second bid of 60 million euros. I can tell you that this was also rejected. I wonder why Arsenal are bidding around that range. If someone like Elliot Anderson could move to Manchester City to a fee of about 80 million, if we are seeing Tonali sign for Tottenham for about close to 100 million euros, why will Guimaraes be costing you 65? Is not, I don't think that is a fair price for Bruno Guimaraes. We saw his assist when Brazil was still in the World Cup. Of course, they fell out of the World Cup against the Norwegian side, but he provided some assists. He was very crucial in that World Cup. And coming to rate or to price Bruno Guimaraes at 65 million euros, I can tell you, for me, that is not an asking price. So if you want to be talking about Bruno Guimaraes, you should be talking about 80 million euros above, because that's what Newcastle are saying. Newcastle are requesting for at least 80 million euros to let the man go. So if you are ready, then of course Newcastle is ready. Another person also that is also moving side, we have the man Frank Garcia, the Real Madrid defender, is about to move to Real Betis. It's still a rumor. Don't say it's not a done deal yet. It's still a rumor, but we are seeing Frank Garcia being rumored to going to Real Betis to start another journey. Of course, Real Madrid are always wise, always put that selling clause. They said they are going to get 50% if eventually Real Betis gets to sell him. So they are going to have to give Real Madrid 50% of the sale. So for now, it's moving to Real Betis for about 4 million euros. But if in the future Real Betis gets to sell him, any amount they are going to sell him, they are going to give Madrid 50% of that sales. And of course, we still have, like I said, these are rumors. These are not confirmed yet. The man that we are talking about, the former Manchester United player, who moved to Marseille, he's being rumored to be wanted by Fenerbahce. I don't know if this deal is going to come true. We heard the other time that he was being rumored to wanting to come back to England. So we are talking about England teams that are going out for him, that are showing interest. But now we are seeing Fenerbahce. What am I talking about? Of course, I'm talking about Mason Greenwood. Is being rumored to be going to Fenerbahce. But like I said, these are all rumors that we are getting to see from one space or the other. But we have not seen a done deal. When it's a done deal, I'm going to come out here and tell you that this is a done deal. But right now, it's still a rumor. Mason Greenwood is, being rumored to, wanting to go to Fenerbahce from Olympique Marseille. So we are going to see how that plays out. Then, of course, the one that came out yesterday, which is a done deal. Now this one is a done deal. Is talking about Andre Santos. That is the man from Chelsea, the central midfielder. You know, he has signed, or he will be signing for Manchester United today. He has already agreed personal terms. Club-to-club agreement has been made, and the deal is being worth about 50 million euros. He's going to be signing for Manchester United today. He of course has passed his medical, so I will say this is a done deal. He's a Manchester United player, so of course we might be seeing Andre Santos this season in Manchester United. Then of course I will take a short break. When I come back, I still have other rumors and updates for you. Let's just take a short break and we'll be back. I'll give you all the rumors, all the updates, and all the transfers that I'll still have before I go into the world of World Cup proper. Let's have a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. You know, I was talking about Andre Santos before we went on the short break, and I told you it's almost a done deal. In fact, it's a deal. In the next 24 hours, we'll be seeing the Brazilian midfielder in Manchester United, and as I said, it's a fee for 50 million euros, you know, with a 10% set on. You know, the contract is going to last till June 2031. Andre Santos will become, in fact, officially a Manchester United today. A Manchester United player by the end of today, so we are going to be seeing, you know, Manchester United had to let Casemiro go, one Brazilian, and he's been almost replaced with another Brazilian. This is a younger Brazilian who is just within his early 20s, so we are going to be seeing Andre Santos in Manchester United. All right, before I continue on all the updates, I want to welcome Mr. Goodhope, the sport oracle himself. Mr. Goodhope, how are you doing? You know, you are looking so, you know, Thursday morning kind of vibe, ready to go. How is it going? How was your night?
Thank God for the day. Yeah, we have started. Good morning.
Of course.
How are you doing now?
Thank God, you know, the weather is looking so cozy.
Manchester United fans don't like that guy.
Well, right now we're
because he came from Chelsea. So
we have no option than to like him. We just have to like him.
People feel he came from a team where he was not performing, but they forget that he won't play with Caicedo. He won't start if Caicedo starts. So it's just football, and he had to find a regular time, even though he's just 22 years old. And seeing the fees, and also Manchester United fans are expecting big names. They're expecting Tchouaméni. Tchouaméni has already renewed his contract in 2031, and you are having Sandro Tonali going to Tottenham. You're also having the other Matheus Fernandes going to, you know, Tottenham too. So you have the big wigs going to Tottenham, and now you are having Santos coming to Manchester United. So Manchester United don't even know his profile. And guess what? There's no player in the world that does not have a profile. Of course. And when you check his profile, he's the right man for the midfield, even though he's not the right man for the defensive midfield. But he's the right man for the midfield. So I feel he's an addition. If you add Kobe, Mino, you add Bruno Fernandes.
Of course, Ugarte is injured, so
Ugarte
Bruno
is
Fernandes and Meno that we have right now.
You can't put Ugarte there.
No,
you can only have to get more 2 or 3 midfielders so that you can complete the cycle. And you know that a lot of competitions are going to play, and we need Europe-proven players.
Yeah.
This guy came he has played in Chelsea, then he went on a loan, and he had to come back as a loan at Strasbourg, and he had to come back to Chelsea. Then he's now coming from Chelsea to Manchester United. I hope this is not the Garnacho they want to pay us back.
You know, we have done, in fact, Manchester United
right now, Garnacho,
have done so much deal with Chelsea.
Yes, because from the very first time we started with Mata.
And we did Mata, Matic. We have exchanged hands.
Then we did Matic. We have been signing from Chelsea, and Chelsea has not really been signing from Manchester United. So, but we are kind of good with these guys. So, but the last deal was not successful.
Yeah. In fact, the two of them, Messi Mount coming to Manchester and
Messi Mount
going to Chelsea. I don't think anyone.
Messi Mount so far has not been bad. I'm telling you.
But he has not been.
It's just injury. Injury has dealt with him. But we have Garnacho, who is playing for Chelsea currently, and it has been said that he is not part of Xabi Alonso.
No, he came out, he said this because there's no need of you letting someone just have hope. You know, all those keeping somebody on the bench and he's not doing anything. The money they spent on him is quite much, so he has to perform. If he's not performing, he should go. So I like the way Xabi Alonso came out in all truthfulness and said, you are not part of the squad. Start looking for a club to go to. Just this is not the time they are going to pamper you and tell you that you might play or you might not play. Look at what's his name, Marcus Rashford. Now Carrick has said he can be integrated back to the team. Now this one, he knows that he can play for Manchester United. Unlike Garnacho, I just love what Xabi Alonso is doing. Pack your bag and be going. Go and look for another team. If you are going to stay here, even you might not even be on the bench, so you might not even see your name on the bench for Chelsea. When you talk about in KCT, when they say this one might get injured or this one might get, you are not even seeing your name. So just pack your bag and be going. So for me, it's a good thing that when the coach let players know. Garnacho had a lot of playing time last season, and what did he deliver? How many goal aggregates can you say that Garnacho has? Was he up to 10? For an attacking player that gets a lot of, it's not that you are not getting the minutes to play. If you talk about Santos now, I can count how many matches Santos played, so we might probably say he did not have that playing time, but Garnacho had a lot of playing time. He played a lot and he did not deliver. In Manchester United, he was not delivering. He was sold to Chelsea, he did not still deliver. Where do you want to go to? So I believe this is the time for him to change league. For me, what I'm advising Garnacho right now is just change league, leave the Premier League. Go to maybe Italian league. Go to somewhere like AC Milan. Go to Napoli. You will flourish. Funny enough, if Garnacho.
Wait, which AC Milan?
Ruben Amorim is AC Milan.
Ruben Amorim that sold him. You should go to his team.
He will flourish. Funny enough,
the
sport is different.
Ruben Amorim sold him.
He sold him because this is the Premier League. You might not be able to function here, but when you come to the Serie A, the intensity is not much like that of the Premier League. It's a different ball game, and you might see. We have seen people, for example, Højlund was in Manchester United. He was a great guy, but he did not shine in Manchester. Look at him now in Napoli.
In fact, I would tell him to go to French league.
Go to somewhere else where that it's not every time you think you want to play. When he was still in Manchester, he was saying he wants to stay in the Premier League. Meanwhile, you had Napoli coming for you, then you did not go. Even Bayern Munich even wanted to get
Imagine
him.
That boy was in Bayern Munich.
His career will have just been, even though you not play anything, imagine how many trophies you will have added to your name right now. But you decided to say, okay, you want to play in the Premier League, you just wanted to play. You want to prove to Manchester United that you are good. Now they have given you the opportunity to prove to the Manchester United, what have you proven? So for me, go to Serie A or go to French League or Bundesliga. I don't know. I'm not sure anybody's not. Bayern Munich cannot come for you anymore at this time. Or if you are lucky, you get La Liga. Maybe someone like Rebetis might come. For me, he has wasted that opportunity that he had. Now, I think the price tag has even dropped. He's not even worth what he was bought from Manchester United. Anyway, let's move on. We still have on the transfers and rumors. We have Giovanni Quenda that has been announced as a new signing by Chelsea, and he said, "I'm excited to work with my teammates and the manager Xabi Alonso. I'm very hardworking young person, and I like to help my team." Quenda is going to be a Chelsea player from next season. We have talked about Mason Greenwood, who is currently being rumored. Mason Greenwood deal is not a done deal. He's being rumored to, wanting to go to Fenerbahce. Yeah. So this is for a fee of over 40 million plus add on everything will get to 50 million euros. The last time we were talking, we saw that the English Premier, we talked about him coming back to the Premier League. I was thinking when the rumors came out that he was going to get one or two clubs from either, Arsenal, we were talking about him, Tottenham. But now, it's no more in the news or even in the rumor that these clubs are coming for him anymore. Now, it's now Fenerbahce that is coming for this great guy. I really wanted Mason Greenwood back to the, Premier League, but as God will have it, it's now talking about Fenerbahce. So I really wish him well if this is going to be a done deal. But of course, there's still time, there's still space for other clubs to come for him. It's just Fenerbahce that are bidding for him right now. Now, of course, we still have on the transfer windows and rumors where we have George Jesus, that's the coach that, coach Cristiano Ronaldo.
Coach.
Yeah,
now
Arna's former
the Portuguese coach.
Yeah, he's coming back to Portugal. The Portugal head coach has decided to, part way with the club.
The Portuguese head coach, he really did them. He really did them something. Because every time you are fielding Cristiano Ronaldo, I know you're a Ronaldo fan, but you know that this guy cannot make the runs. This guy cannot even have a good one-on-one. It was only one time that he shot, talking about his game versus Spain, that he had to, shoot, and Unai Simon had to pull it away. You know that this guy is, you would have been bringing him or add him to your coaching crew, but you were bringing him in.
Cristiano Ronaldo does not want to be among the coaching crew.
Okay,
he wants to play football.
But you were bringing him in like looking at his age. This is a World Cup that is young for young people. There's nobody that is that old that is in the front, that is someone's top 9. How do you want to win it? Even Messi is not top 9. Messi is a right
almost. In fact, at 39, he still plays almost everywhere, because that game against Egypt, Messi was both at the defense. You see him at the defense. That man is still full of energy. I can tell you, Messi is not even playing like 39. He's still playing like, you would think he's still in his 20s. To be running up, he's still playing 90 minutes. Funny enough, but I can tell you that Messi covers more distance than Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of when he's playing football. You will see Messi in the front. When Egypt are trying to get a counter, you still see him behind. Then he will still be driving. Messi does not even stay in his own position. He will drive around. He's still more energetic. Even when when I saw Luka Modric playing, they are still almost in the same age bracket. But Ronaldo has to rest. He has I can tell you that the man is getting.
He's tired. Someone that they bring in extra time or almost at 90, almost at 90 minutes, let's say 80 minutes, or even, no, not even 70.
If you bring Ronaldo into the match 80 minutes, I tell you he will not play. He might probably not play.
And then he sit down now.
He will not play
because see the thing is that if it's not working, it's not working.
Yeah.
If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And at the end of the day, you still face certain issues. You still have certain fights to fight. If Messi is a big contributor to his team, I hope you know that if you remove Messi from Argentine team, that they will still not play well.
Yeah.
But if you remove Ronaldo from their team, they will play well. But if you remove Messi, they will not play well. Because there's the Messi, that's the truth. Even though the argument of the GOAT, who is the biggest, to me, the GOAT is not a big deal. It's just who is more in their, now they are about to round up their match, their games. Who is to play the best football? Messi is 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. He will be 43 in the next World Cup. You see, he will be 42 in the next World Cup.
He's probably not even going to play the next World Cup.
He may not even play the next World Cup. You see what's going on. So it's going to be a lot of, moving back and forth. And I'm sure by 43, he will not even want to play the next World Cup, because he will understand that his team needs to rest. And that's the thing we're talking about. If you have played and it's your time. When football started, it was older people that were playing football.
Yeah.
Someone will be 43 and they will still be balling. Many people till today are wishing that J.D. Okocha did not retire.
They still wanted to see him now.
Many people are wishing J.D. Okocha did not retire. Many people are wishing Kanwan for them did not retire. Many people are just wishing all those older guys that did not retire. But when you look at their age, they tell you the truth. I can't continue playing football at this age. I cannot continue. I have seen this, I have seen that, I've seen life too. So I cannot continue playing football at this age. It's affecting me. And if I continue, I may not even live to see the fruit of my labor. You see, so I have to stop. And of course, J.J. Okocha stopped so young.
He was still very young, yeah.
Very young when he stopped. But right now, will tell you that stopping has paid him off. You see, the other day he was given an award for 1998 World Cup, where he had to dribble. He dribbled the goalkeeper. He dribbled the goalkeeper, dribbled everyone. That was the Superman of the Match award was given to him, and it was a very wonderful time. It was a very wonderful thing from him. And I must tell you that this period is something you have to, look into the books. See that this guy cannot play. He cannot play that long time. He cannot really play, and he would want to play, but he cannot play. So let's get someone else.
Thank God he has come out to say he's going to retire from country's football. So we will not have that much of a debate. If Judge Jesus now will not be pressured, because normally if you come in to Portugal as a coach, if Ronaldo is still there, if he tell you still want to play at 42, you'll be pressured to put him there, because this is a man that changed football. Portugal was like they were without major trophy when it comes to trophy. They were doing major trophies in Portugal prior to when Ronaldo came in, and he came in and he gave them 3. So you will still want to give him that respect by still fielding him. But at the end of the day, the man has retired. He has retired, a great person, a great personality, Cristiano Ronaldo. So Judge Jesus now has the younger squad to deal with, and of course we'll see what's going to happen. They're still talking about the transfers. We are still talking about transfers here. Juventus had a direct contact with Dibu Martinez, that is the Argentina keeper, of course, Aston Villa's goalkeeper, and he's still the favorite goalkeeper that they are looking for. Juventus have not filled in that goalkeeper space. I can tell you, since this man, the great Buffon, left that club, he has not, Juventus have not seen that, person that will replace him. And of course, they are going for this great keeper, Dibu Martinez, who, of course, is in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. They are going to face Switzerland, talking about tomorrow, and we are going to see what's going to happen in that day. Then, of course, we are still in the transfer. We are talking about Daichi Kamada, that's of Crystal Palace, who plays for Japan also. He has signed a new deal at Crystal Palace, and it's all done. I'll see it in the next 24 hours. We are going to see the deal run through 2027. Of course, this is just a 1-year contract. It's just for one season. We are going to still see Kamada playing for his favorite club. He's still playing for Crystal Palace. He's not going anywhere. Then, of course, the young man from Ghana, for the first time we are seeing that someone from Ghana is moving to Sevilla. This direct. He's not moving from one club. He's moving directly from Ghana to Senegal and to Sevilla. And who are we talking about? Emmanuel Abrokwa. He becomes the first player from Ghana to join Sevilla directly from the country. He's not coming from any club side. He's just coming from the Ghana country himself. He played for, I think he played for this current World Cup, or he was on the bench. No. He was not fielded at all.
No, he played for a team in Ghana.
Then he's moving directly to Sevilla.
To Sevilla, and he's an interesting time for such transfer to happen.
Yeah,
even though the fee so far has not been disclosed.
No, it has not been disclosed, but it's already a done deal.
It's already a done deal, and I see him playing well in Sevilla, but we're going to watch him. He's part of the people I want to watch in the coming season. Apart from Johanna of Brighton, our Johanna that went from,
right here in Kano.
Right here, that went from Kano to Brighton. Then you are having this guy, Emmanuel Abrokwa, again, moving the same way. So I really see that African talents are having their pace.
Just imagine that we were in the World Cup. A lot will, this is
just the disadvantage of not going to World Cup. The price tag of the players in the World Cup now. Let's say players who are in the semi-final, like Michael Olise, cannot be sold for 250 million euros again.
Look at Real Madrid are already coming with 220, and I believe it will be rejected.
Michael Olise will either be sold for 500 million euros, and then Harry Kane is the father.
In fact, nobody is going to go and price Harry Kane.
You can't even price Harry Kane.
There are some players you should not even bother going for right now, because the price you will hear is just for you to just, don't worry, just leave it. So, for these are the disadvantage we see. We didn't go to the World Cup. Imagine feeding those young guys that we have in our squad, those young games that have not been exposed, to European football. This would have been a beautiful opportunity. Look at the Moroccan team. Almost all their stars now are getting, contracts. Saibari now has gone to Bayern Munich. This was just because he featured in the World Cup and he has 3 goals, and he's moving to Bayern Munich next season. Of course, he will not be in the game against France today because of injury, but of course he has been signed to Bayern Munich.
Is it today or tomorrow?
It's today by 9.
Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
And France versus Morocco. We are still going to get there. So imagine, I'm still, when I look at these things, how many Nigerian players now are we hearing in the transfer, window?
That's the problem.
It's just,
if not, I think this World Cup would have exposed
a lot.
Wilfred Ndidi.
A lot. Ndidi might probably be coming to Manchester United.
Manchester United, because Manchester United has not filled or put themselves together since Casemiro is leaving.
Yeah.
They have not done anything there. And it would have been a better opportunity, even though the other day I saw a video of Iyalo. Iyalo was talking to some players who are going for a trial in Europe. So he was telling them that he had played in Europe just, for more than 10 years, but he was not able to make the kind of money he made in China in 3 years. That means the money he made in China in 3 years covered the money he has made in Europe for 10 years.
Yeah.
That's to tell you, this one is not just about...
At least he has played. He has played football.
And
he just went to China.
The other day I was watching a highlight, trying to see how Manchester United has been over time. I saw Iyalo. Like in 2020, Iyalo scored.
He played for Manchester United.
He played for Manchester United, and he scored many beautiful goals. Now that's to tell you that this guy was exposed. He was actually exposed. If you're going down the lane to, talk about those who has played for teams like Manchester United, Iyalo, you must call him. In Manchester United is going to honor Africans who has played for them. You will see even Eric Bailey. I've not even heard of Bailey lately.
Bailey, since he left Manchester United,
yeah,
whether he has been. Whether it's out of football, I don't know, because you don't get to see where he's playing for. You don't know anything about Bailey, and this was somebody that we thought he was going to be someone like Ferdinand or Vidic, because that's the way he plays his own defense. He's very aggressive in defense, and because of injury anyway, because sometimes when Bailey tackles you, he ends up being the one that is going to get the injury. The opponent might just feel the pain for a little while, but he himself comes out almost at all the time that I've seen him make an aggressive tackle. He almost comes out towards. So at the end of the day, injury became a problem for him, and he had to be sold. But I can tell you for a fact that I have not seen Eric Bailey for a while. I don't know how his career is going. So, but of course, talking about the transfer, and the last person we have right now on the transfer, that in fact this is just a done deal this morning. It's Morten Hugman to Atletico Madrid. This is from Sporting CP, and he's been signed by Atletico Madrid for a fee of 40 million and fee plus add-on. The Danish midfielder will be joining Atletico Madrid till June 2031. This is for a 5-year contract. How do you see this man, Hugman, going to Atletico Madrid? He played for Sporting CP before he's moving to Atletico Madrid.
He's moving to Atletico Madrid, where he will play a better football.
Yeah.
Sporting CP is is actually a team that knows how to play, and you've seen that they have quality players. So moving to Atletico Madrid would really be a problem.
Atletico Madrid are making so much. They are making so much sign in this period.
Atletico Madrid has that Arsenal vibes. They are the Arsenal of Spain, because, of course, they had to build themselves this time to further whatever they have, but I'm telling you that they cannot do it unless they understand what is wrong. Now, seeing that Diego Simeone, their coach, is going to be there extra year, and he's going to take extra time, and also there's contract renewal, all those things.
Simeone has talked about retirement before.
Yes, but right now, Atletico Madrid, I will tell you, may need better hands, may need hands that can play them, hands that can just switch them around, hands that can, I'm talking about in the coaching crew, because they've had Diego Simeone for a while. So, remember I told you something, that it's all about mentality. If a coach has a winning mentality, it will go down to the players. He will sign players that has the
another thing is that Atletico Madrid does not sign too much when you say those kind of expensive players. Simeone wants to sign. Last season, he tried his best. He was so close in winning the trophy. Even the Champions League, he came close. What's it called, Europa League. He came so close in winning, but at the end of the day, he wants to sign player. But the constraint is the club, not him himself in particular, because sometimes the finance is not there. You cannot, in Atletico Madrid, now you want to go for a player, and you're talking about 100 million. Who is going to release that kind of money to you? So He's trying to
So
work
let them
with
not,
what he has.
okay, let them sell Julian Alvarez. Let them sell Julian Alvarez.
That's why they are putting that price tag that if you must get him, it's
500 million.
They are looking for money. They need money to finance whatever they are going to do, the players they are going to sign. I know Simeone wants to sign players. This man has been in La Liga and he has not touched that trophy for more than 1 decade now. He has been there, coming at here. He's always coming to the Champions League, but when you talk about winning the La Liga, he's not winning. So he needs to sign players. He's not just we are not talking about just getting those average players and you want to win the league over the likes of Real Madrid. Look at their signings over the likes of Barcelona. How is it going to be possible? So that's one thing that Atletico Madrid are not that financially buoyant to compete with the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona in terms of signing players. So he has to do with what he has. Let's say if it's the 50 million euros that are going to release to him to sign players, he has to get who he can afford under that price tag. So for me, Simeone, we saw him when he was watching the match, Argentina versus Egypt. He was there. I saw him in the stands. He was watching with his family, and he was a happy man. I think if anybody is going to retire, maybe Scaloni is going to retire from Argentina, head coach. Probably, I think he's sitting to Diego Simeone. So we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will talk about the France versus Morocco match that is coming up later today by 9 p.m. We are going to give you the analysis, the possible lineup and the build-up to this match. Of course, is for the quarterfinals and what is going to happen around it. Just hold on, stay with us. Let's take a short break. I will be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still your favorite program, Aneke Sports, where we give you all the updates, all the analysis, talking about transfers, talking about what do you have in the world of sport. We drop it as it is happening. We have given you all the updates, day-to-day updates as it has been happening. In the world of football, we've talked about tennis, on what is going to happen. We've talked about the Wimbledon, both the male and the female, and of course the boxing matches. We've told you how it's going to happen. Now we want to move into the World Cup proper, where we are having a match between France versus Morocco. It's like we talk about this match like it's an all-African match because we get to see a lot of African players in the squad of France, but this time around they are playing from the French side, and I can tell you that this is going to be a great match today. We have seen that the referee, the officials of this match are all from Argentina. I don't know why that occurrence is happening, but this is almost for the first time that we are having a match being officiated by one side of the country that's talking about Argentina officiating this match. Mr. Godo, what first of all, your thoughts about this officiating before we talk about the match, the whole statistic, the whole lineup, the build-up. But I want to talk about, let me have your, intel on the officiating of this match. How come all the referee, talking about the center referee, the linesman, the fourth official, all from Argentina? Is this like an agenda or what?
Because it's an agenda. Because it's Argentina, so it's an agenda.
It's looking like an agenda.
An agenda.
But I don't want to term it.
Well, I won't say it's an agenda. We are living in a world where such a thing can happen, where selections of match officials can happen by either toes or toll.
Okay.
Can take place in either poll or the way FIFA has already outlined that it has to be taken. But I will tell you that there's a problem when you see it from this angle, that France is going to face Morocco, seeing that at the end of the day it could be France-Argentina or it could be Morocco-Argentina. Now, I'm not saying there are Messi fans there or there are no Messi fans there or the officials are not Messi fans. I'm just saying that having these people all from the same country facing France or Morocco, it may just be another haste that will be pulled again. Okay. It may be another haste that will be pulled again because people will play their game people will score their game. But we could see what happened. We could see either France or Morocco wins. We could see Morocco or France winning. So anyone we see, we will now know we'll have to take it in. But the only thing I'm saying is that Argentina having the officials in this game is not a problem for me until we see the match. And then we know. Because right now, yesterday, just like France appealed to FIFA to overturn Michael Olise's yellow card, because Michael Olise has already had 5 yellow cards. And that will make him, if he has an extra yellow card in this game, he will miss the semi-final if they eventually win Morocco. So France has already applied, let Michael Olise let the yellow card mean something be overturned, something like that, but FIFA rejected it.
I thought, when we are talking about it, it's already coming out now that people are not appealing. Yeah,
FIFA rejected it because they were like, why will you apply for a yellow card if the young man does something that even demands a red card or deserves a red card? He will show a red card.
So FIFA now is talking about why, but they have forgotten that just days ago they overturned the red card that was, in fact, I can tell that if you are going to brandish another red card for that challenge, you can just give Balogun 2 red cards, but it was overturned. We talked about that, and I told you that it's going to start happening now. France has come out to appeal for it. It's a yellow card tackle, but now they're telling you, because in case this one is just in case. They know it's a yellow card tackle, but they're telling you in case if he gets another yellow card today, he will miss the semi-final. So they don't even want that. So now they are appealing. Now football has now come to the stage that if you get a card now, we'll go and appeal so that you will not miss the next. So it's now becoming a laughable matter that you guys get to overturn a red card that was worthy. When I keep hammering on that fact that it was worthy, because I had to go back again, watch this challenge if maybe it was not worthy of the red card, and I saw it clear and blank that this guy matched the ankle of the opponent with his third, and you cannot say that's not a red card. Why are you overturning it? Because you just want the player to feature in the match, and the president has scored. You just want to favor this. It does not make sense when you make a decision. The ref has taken his decision in the pitch, and you are coming outside to tell us that you want to overturn. Now France is going to appeal. We saw England the other day trying to appeal for the red card. So people are now going to start appealing. Now we are going to be doing football and court.
But looking at that England team, English team, who do you think would replace the guy who has red card now?
No, they have England has a lot. In fact,
will you play Kobe Menu there?
Why can't you play Kobe Menu? Kobe Menu has not featured funny enough in this World Cup, but does not mean he cannot be played. So
that's number 2.
They should play. Kobe Menu can serve anywhere. He has done it in Manchester United. He has served an attacker. He has played midfield. He has played defense. So, if possible, the next place he's going to play is maybe Pickford gets injury or Henderson gets injury.
Start keeping.
He will start keeping. So, he's a utility player. He can play anywhere. So, the fact remains that FIFA has made a great mistake that they will now have to. I don't know how they are going to make amends, if they are going to possibly make amends, but we are going to keep seeing this thing. And don't forget that Egyptian coach, yes, in fact, Egyptian Federation they have gone to file a case against that referee. They say that man should not be allowed to officiate any other match, not just the World Cup, but any other match. He should not be done. I don't know if they are going to grant that kind of appeal that he should not officiate, but it was painful as it's for them. They have gone ahead to make their case. Now the case, we are going to see what is going to happen. But still talking about this France versus Morocco match, of course, the possible lineup for France, we still have the great man there, the Mike Magnan is going to still. We are still going to see the likes of Hernandez, both Hernandez, Ibrahim Konaté. We are still going to see these guys. Jules Koundé is still going to play, and Saliba is still going to be there. In the midfield, we are still going to have possibly. I'm talking about possible lineup. It's not a verified lineup, but possibly we are still going to see Michael Olise, then possibly Rabiot, and then Chouameni, of course, who has just renewed this contract. Then I don't know. We have not seen N'Golo Kante in this competition. I don't know if this is going to be. We have also not
seen Kolo Muani.
Kolo Muani also, we have not seen him. And, this, imagine
there's
French
still,
squad.
Yes, there's still Bakola.
Bakola, no. Well,
Bakola, we have seen Bakola.
We have seen Bakola.
He has assisted. We have also not seen. We've also not seen.
There are many guys we have not seen before.
Zaire.
Zaire Emery, we have not seen.
Yeah, we have not seen.
Marcus Thuram, we have not seen. He's still in this competition.
Yes, he's still in that competition.
We have not seen Jean-Philippe Mateta.
Yes, Jean-Philippe Claude Mateta of Crystal Palace. Of Newcastle now.
No, Crystal Palace.
Oh, yeah, Crystal Palace, because there was this rumor that he's going to Newcastle. Yeah. So in my mind, I just remember that they were the ones who won the, Europa League just last season, so I had to see it how it will be. But I'm telling you right now that it's a wonderful time. It is a wonderful time to be in the world of football and in the world of sports, seeing that France team, they are getting ready to put themselves together. They're just getting ready to put themselves together. And there are many players we've not seen. Imagine bringing N'Golo Kante to play in this round of 16. Now, you're still not talking about Moroccan team. They have their own beast who they would unleash. And even while we're still looking at the likes of the Manchester United player, and we're seeing the likes of Ibrahim Diaz of Real Madrid, we're still going to see names that we have not seen, and Hakimi and the rest of them who are going to play. And I was telling people that this Moroccan team are the elite side of Africa, but it is looking like they are not the elite side because of the Senegal saga. And I told them that if another AFCON is played somewhere, these guys would still win the AFCON.
No, for now, the Moroccan team, for the World Cup, they have shown class. They have shown that they are the best in Africa.
If the AFCON was played outside Morocco, like South Africa, they will win it. It's just that because it was at home, they were trying to struggle. They're trying to just pull off those stunts to distract the game. But for me, I'm telling you right now that if that AFCON was played somewhere else, they would have just taken the trophy.
So far in this World Cup, they have been the one of the best teams, not just in Africa. And their sports minister came out yesterday to be saying, some people just want to make unnecessary comments that will attract hate to you. How can you come outside and say Morocco is in the World Cup to represent Morocco, not Africa? Are you just trying to look for people that will, comment negatively or start hating on Morocco? This is a country that you can't take Morocco out of Africa. They are African. So if you want to take the country away from Africa and put it somewhere in Europe or Asia, we'll know, yes, this is not more an African country. So as long as it's within Africa, we are going to be representing Africa. And you're just coming out to say Morocco is there to represent Morocco, not Africa. I wonder what kind of sporting director you are, but that is not a good comment. We are here supporting Morocco all day, all night. And of course, today we are...
win. England will qualify.
Belgium, Norway.
Yeah, Belgium will qualify. Then you also have Argentina qualifying. So there's no Argentina will not qualify against Switzerland. France will win. France will qualify. Argentina will qualify. England will qualify. And you will have the last team, that's Belgium. These four will face each other and play. And before you know it, this World Cup is already set for a sail. And we're going to see what happens just by next weekend. We'll see.
Well, just like Mr. Goodolf have said, he has given you his own predictions, and I hope you drop your own prediction on the comment section of all our platform, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, and of course on Twitter. Anywhere you can drop those comments, we are going to check out the scoreline predictions. And if you are getting it correct, if we get to see a name, don't forget, drop the comments with the the scoreline, and also attach to it the names possible likely goal scorer, because if we have more than 2 or 3 people getting the correct score right, we'll have to check other statistics to get a winner. And of course, we'll have a gift for you. Just drop your scoreline, then attach the names of people that are going to score. If you are saying, for instance, France is going to win 2-1, and you say Mbappe Olise is going to score for France, and also then Hakimi is going to score for Morocco, then if eventually the match but does not get those names, you see that the selection will be easy, so that we will not have much people having to select from so many people that are getting the correct score, but just to have a means to differentiate who is going to come out the winner. And of course, for me, just like I've said, I'm predicting 2-1 in favor of France. This is all we have for you on this segment of Aneke Sports. Don't forget to join us same time, same station tomorrow. We'll be here, to give you how it went, for the match that is coming up. Don't forget, it's later tonight by 9 p.m. We are going to see that first quarter-final clash between France and Morocco. I remain your humble host worldwide, saying have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
And I'm Goodhope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, House of Representatives set up panel over delay in constituency project funding. Lagos Assembly advances bill to prohibit street begging. On the foreign scene, U.S. President authorizes Ukraine to produce Patriot missile interceptors. On business, transmission line collapse disrupts power supply in parts of Lagos and Osun states. Now the news in details. The federal government has described drug use and illicit trafficking as major threats to Nigeria's national security, public health and economic development. Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, stated this at the National Drug Use Summit in Abuja. He said proceeds from the illicit drug trade are increasingly being used to finance terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other forms of organized crime across the country. Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, ndlea, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, said the agency arrested nearly 30,000 suspected drug offenders and seized more than 5 million kilograms of illicit drugs worth about 1.5 trillion naira within the last 18 months. The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime called for a coordinated national response, urging families, schools, faith-based organizations and communities to prioritize drug prevention, rehabilitation and treatment. The Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, has directed troops engaged in counter-insurgency and anti-banditry operations to deal decisively with criminal elements threatening national security. Speaking during the inauguration of security assets provided by the Sokoto State government, General Musa warned that personnel who fail to confront terrorists and bandits when necessary would be held accountable for negligence in the discharge of their duties. The minister also cautioned troops against the misuse of military equipment or engaging in acts culpable of undermining public confidence, including harassment or extortion of law-abiding citizens. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has deployed 1,300 personnel to provide security during Saturday's local government election in Edo State. State Commandant Akintayo Ayinla said the deployment covers the 3 senatorial districts, with officers assigned to polling units, collation centers, and other critical infrastructure before, during, and after the election. He explained that the Corps would work in collaboration with other security agencies to maintain law and order, safeguard electoral materials, and ensure the safety of voters and election officials. The NSCDC urged political parties, candidates, and their supporters to conduct themselves peacefully and comply with the Electoral Act, assuring residents of adequate security throughout the exercise. The Lagos State House of Assembly has renewed its call for the establishment of state police while advancing a bill seeking to prohibit street begging and related activities across the state. The Speaker, Mudashiru Obasa, said the creation of state police would strengthen internal security, provided such a system operates independently and within clearly defined constitutional safeguards to prevent abuse. Lawmakers also passed the bill on street begging for second reading, expressing concerns that some criminal elements disguise themselves as beggars to perpetrate robbery, particularly in traffic and other public places. The Assembly directed its Committee on Youth and Social Development to engage relevant stakeholders and submit its report within 2 weeks, with provisions expected to include rehabilitation measures for vulnerable persons affected by the legislation. The federal government has commenced the rollout of integrated rehabilitation services at primary health care centers as part of efforts to expand access to specialized health care across the country. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, announced the initiative in Bauchi State, saying services such as physiotherapy, speech therapy, and audiology would gradually become available at the community level under the Universal Health Coverage Program. He said the government was also working to include rehabilitation services and assistive devices under the National Health Insurance Authority to reduce the financial burden on patients requiring long-term care. Professor Pate, however, identified inadequate manpower as a major challenge, noting that Nigeria has only about 5,000 licensed physiotherapists for more than 34,000 primary health care centers, and called for increased training and investment to support nationwide implementation. Proceedings in the House of Representatives were briefly disrupted yesterday as lawmakers engaged in heated debate over the suspension of funding for constituency intervention projects. The lawmakers expressed concern that delays in the release of funds were affecting the implementation of projects captured in the 2026 Appropriation Act. They also questioned report that the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation had introduced additional verification procedures before disbursements. During the debate, a motion seeking to invite President Bola Tinubu and members of his economic management team to explain the delay was ruled out of order by the Speaker, Mr. Tajuddin Abbas, who described the proposal as inconsistent with parliamentary proceedings. The House subsequently constituted a 12-member ad hoc committee to engage relevant government agencies, investigate the funding delays, and recommend measures to facilitate the timely execution of constituency projects. The Department of State Services, DSS, has confirmed the detention of journalist Zainab Sodiq, saying she is being investigated for allegedly operating an unmanned aerial vehicle without the required authorization. In a statement, the service said Sodiq was intercepted on July 6th at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, by officials of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Aviation Security, and DSS operatives while traveling to Abuja with a drone. According to the DSS, the journalist could not produce a required end-user certificate prescribed under regulations issued by the Office of the National Security Advisor, governing the acquisition and operation of drones. It added that she was later allowed to continue her journey and instructed to report to the agency's headquarters for further investigation. However, African Action Congress presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore rejected the explanation, insisting the drone belonged to him and alleging that the investigation was intended to frustrate his legal processes rather than enforce aviation regulations. The Ondo State Police Command says 2 suspected kidnappers have been killed during a gun battle with security operatives along the Akure-Owo highway. Police said the suspects were among 7 armed men who allegedly attempted to abduct the owner of Olaiya Block Industry in Akure North local government area, before officers attached to the Federal Highway Patrol responded to a distress call. The command said the suspects opened fire on the responding officers, leading to an exchange of gunfire in which 2 of the attackers were neutralized, while 5 others escaped into the nearby forest with gunshot wounds. Items recovered from the scene include a locally fabricated pistol, ammunition, face mask, and several ATM cards. Police have launched a manhunt for the fleeing suspect and appealed to members of the public to report anyone seeking treatment for gunshot injuries. Troops of Operation Hadinke have recorded fresh operational successes in the northeast, with 6 suspected ISWAP members surrendering alongside their families in Borno State. Acting Military Information Officer, Headquarters Joint Task Force Northeast, Captain Mohammed Goni, said the suspects surrendered to troops of 192 Battalion, Sector 1, with cash exceeding 1.5 million naira, 2 mobile phones, and other items recovered. He said that troops of 115 Task Force Battalion also rescued 2 abducted persons during a search and rescue operation in Asikira Uba local government area, recovering suspected proceeds of criminal activities, food supplies, and logistics believed to have supported terrorist operations. Captain Goni said the rescued victims are receiving medical care and psychosocial support, while troops also repelled a terrorist attack, although 1 soldier lost his life. In a separate operation, troops arrested a suspected criminal in Gombe local government area of Adamawa State. An Akwa Ibom State High Court sitting in Uyo has sentenced the commercial motorcyclist Michael Effiong Japheth to life imprisonment for the rape of a nursing mother. Delivering judgment, Justice Achibong found the defendant guilty after the prosecution proved that he robbed and sexually assaulted the victim at knife point after diverting her to a secluded area under the false claim that his motorcycle had developed a fault. The court held that the victim later identified the convict the following day, leading to his arrest with the assistance of her husband and the recovery of her stolen mobile phone. In addition to the life sentence for rape, the court sentenced Japheth to 3 years imprisonment for robbery, bringing to a close an 11-year legal process. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. House of Representatives constitutes panel over constituency project funding delay. Lagos Assembly advances bill to ban street begging, renews push for state police. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, U.S. authorizes Ukraine to manufacture Patriot missile interceptors. On business, transmission line collapse disrupts electricity supply in parts of Lagos and Osun State. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have intensified surveillance following the spread of the country's latest Ebola outbreak to a new province, raising concerns over wider community transmission. Officials confirmed 2 suspected cases in Kisangani, the capital of Otshobo province, with at least one patient having no known epidemiological link to the original outbreak area, prompting investigations into possible undetected transmission. The outbreak has claimed about 600 lives and infected more than 1,700 people since mid-May, making it one of the country's most significant public health emergencies in recent years. The World Health Organization says emergency teams are strengthening surveillance, contact tracing, and community engagement to contain the outbreak amid concerns that population movement could accelerate the spread of the virus. Tensions remain high across the Middle East following fresh exchanges between Iran and the United States, raising fears of a broader regional conflict. Iran launched retaliatory strikes targeting facilities in Kuwait and Bahrain, hours after the United States carried out another round of military strikes on Iranian targets. Reports indicate that explosions and plumes of smoke were observed near Kuhestek, close to the strategically important Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's busiest oil shipping routes. United States President Donald Trump has announced plans to grant Ukraine a license to manufacture Patriot interceptors, marking a significant development in defense cooperation between the two countries. President Trump made the announcement during a meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines of the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey, describing the Patriot system as a defensive capability. The move comes as Ukraine continues to seek stronger air defense capabilities to counter sustained Russian missile attacks, although the U.S. president acknowledged that production arrangements would require further engagement with American defense manufacturers. And to business news. Parts of Lagos and Osun states remain without electricity following the collapse of the Osogbo-Ikeja and Benin-Egbin 330 kilowatt transmission lines, resulting in a significant reduction in power supply. The Eco Electricity Distribution Company said the transmission line failure reduced electricity allocation from the national grid, leading to widespread load shedding across several communities. The disruption comes as parts of Lagos continue to recover from recent flooding, while severe weather also affected electricity infrastructure in Osun State, including facilities served by the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company. Power sector officials say engineers are working to restore supply, adding that full restoration will depend on the successful repair of the affected transmission infrastructure and the stabilization of the national grid. Nigeria and Ghana have signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at strengthening maritime security, promoting safer navigation, and expanding economic cooperation within the Gulf of Guinea. The agreement was signed in Lagos by the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency and the Ghana Maritime Authority, providing a framework for closer collaboration on maritime safety and regulation. Director General of the agency, Dr. Dayo Moberiola, said the partnership will focus on intelligence sharing, joint capacity building, mutual recognition of maritime certificates, and coordinated efforts against piracy, armed robbery at sea, and other maritime crimes. Both countries also agreed to establish a joint consultative team that will meet twice annually to review progress and strengthen regional cooperation aimed at unlocking the economic potential of West Africa's maritime sector. And to sports. French club AS Monaco has indicated that midfielder Paul Pogba could leave the club during the current transfer window following an underwhelming campaign. Chief Executive Officer of AS Monaco, Thiago Scuro, acknowledged Pogba's professionalism and influence within the squad, but admitted that the sporting objectives of the partnership had not been achieved. Scuro said the club would continue to assess its options ahead of the new season, without confirming whether the former France international will remain at a steady Louis II. The development has intensified speculation over Pogba's future at Monaco, as Monaco prepares for the upcoming Ligue 1 campaign. On entertainment news, the Nigerian Official Selection Committee has called on Nollywood filmmakers to prioritize the production of globally competitive films capable of earning sustained international recognition. Speaking at an industry forum in Lagos, committee chairperson and veteran actress Stephanie Linus urged filmmakers to focus on improving technical quality, storytelling, and overall production standards. Participants at the forum identified weaknesses in script development, post-production, sound design, and international marketing as major factors limiting Nigerian success at global film awards. The committee said it would strengthen collaboration across the industry through knowledge-sharing initiatives designed to improve production quality and enhance Nollywood's global competitiveness. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The House of Representatives has constituted a 12-member ad hoc committee to investigate delays in the release of funds for constituency intervention projects after a heated debate over a Treasury directive affecting project implementation. The Lagos State House of Assembly has advanced a bill seeking to prohibit street begging and related activities across the state, while renewing its call for the establishment of state police. And on the foreign scene, President of the United States, Donald Trump, has authorized Ukraine to manufacture Patriot missile interceptors under a proposed defense partnership announced during the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. The initiative is expected to strengthen Ukraine's long-term air defense capability as it continues to confront Russian missile attacks. And on the business scene, electricity supply has been disrupted in parts of Lagos and Osun states following the collapse of the Osogbo-Ikeja and Benin-Egbin 330 kilovolt transmission lines. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Leadership, in its deepest sense, is not the occupation of authority, but the assumption of moral weight. It is the invisible burden of choice, the negotiation between power and conscience, between what is possible and what is right. In every society, but especially in Nigeria's complex and evolving democracy, leadership becomes the mirror which a people either recognize their dignity or lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, but recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not simply become inefficient, it becomes fragmented. Trust, once fractured, does not merely disappear, it recedes into cynicism. Citizens begin to expect failure as normality, and governance becomes a theater where hope is repeatedly rehearsed but rarely fulfilled. Yet, integrity in its truest philosophical sense is not merely the absence of corruption, it is the presence of coherence. It is the alignment of inner conviction with outer action. A leader of integrity does not simply avoid wrongdoing, they embody consistency in a world that constantly rewards compromise. In such coherence lies the foundation of equity, for inequality is not sustained only by economic imbalance, but by moral inconsistency, where rules apply differently depending on proximity to power. An egalitarian society demands more than equal laws. It demands equal moral application of those laws. This is only possible where integrity governs leadership. To build a society, institutions must outlive individuals, and principles must outweigh personalities. Yet, even institutions are also as strong as the moral will that animates them. Integrity, therefore, is not an abstract ideal suspended above realities. It is the force that determines whether systems remain hollow structures or become living instruments of justice. There is also a deeper philosophical truth. Societies do not collapse suddenly. They erode gradually through repeated exceptions to integrity. Each compromised decision becomes a precedent. Each silence in the face of wrongdoing becomes permission. Over time, what was once deviation becomes culture. And yet, integrity is never beyond recovery. It is continuously available as choice. It is the possibility of return. In leadership, it is the decision to be accountable even when no one is watching, to prioritize the public good even when private gain is easier, and to recognize that power is not ownership but stewardship. An egalitarian society, then, is not a distinction but a moral discipline. It is sustained not by slogans of unity, but by the daily ethical labor of those who govern and those who are governed. It requires a shared consciousness that justice is not automatic, it is maintained. In the end, integrity is the quiet architecture of trust, and trust is the foundation upon which societies either stand or collapse. Nigeria's future, and that of any nation, will not be determined solely by the abundance of its resources, but by the depth of its moral seriousness. For leadership stripped to its essence, is not the exercise of power over others, but the faithful responsibility of power for others. And in that responsibility lies the possibility of a society where equity is not merely proclaimed, but lived silently, consistently, and justly.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV. It's a beautiful, beautiful Thursday morning here in Enugu State. It's rainy, it's windy, it's chilly, and of course, it's warm and it's bright. Welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning. And to you, our global audience, thank you for letting us into your beautiful space this morning. Ochoma, how are you?
Yes, I mean, this
you
is.
Look so,
I
look
feel
so good.
I feel different.
You feel
yes, this is
looking beautiful. Aneke looks good on you.
This is beyond branding.
Aneke looks good on you.
Thank you.
Both in wearing, in performance, and then in being. That's wonderful.
Well, that's what we are. I mean, this is what we do. This is the business.
Yes.
This is the life.
Yes.
This is. I mean, what? Sometimes I wonder what I would do if I wasn't in this space.
Anyway, I don't think there's any better place to be when it comes to the media in Nigeria at this moment.
True.
Let's talk about Southeast. Aneke is here to take over.
Yes.
Let's not just brag about it. People are wondering what is here about this Aneke. But one thing they can know for now is that Aneke is indigenous.
True.
And being indigenous is here to stay.
True,
Yes.
true. And also this morning we have a couple of stories on, on the newspapers, but one story that has become widespread, has become, a very, interesting story is the recent fake agency scandal. It has become one that is.
In fact, anywhere you go to, that's the conversation.
That's the conversation.
I did say yesterday, we can't wish it away.
True.
And we can't PR away out of that issue. We need to dissect it. There has to be a conversation. There has to be a proper, dissection of the problem, in surgery until you get to the very, cancerous cells, until you get to the very cells that are causing the issue and exercise them, then you may not begin to have a semblance of peace, and then the doctors may not really actually be able to say that, okay, look at the factors that make this cell, either not grow or become cancerous. So in this situation, we need to really dig deep and understand how come this is happening. And then, today we are talking about just one. There could be several others. True. And that's why there has to be a conversation around it. And if I were Mr. President, just like yesterday, I would have called in an independent forensic auditors to come in, look into these issues, and then bring it to limelight.
As much as the ICPC is investigating, we also need people to check out the numbers, check out all these factors, audit these figures,
Ochoma, that's the issue there.
Put everybody on the table.
You see, that's the issue there. Yes, SPC has been mandated by Mr. President to investigate. Kudos.
Yes.
Calling it EFCC, wonderful. But the truth is that there is there's a erosion of institutional trust in Nigeria.
Yes.
Do Nigerian people really trust that these agencies will be unbiased in dealing with implicated government official? Remember that we are in a nation at the moment where we have strong individuals, weakened institution, and this begins to ride around trust issues. The public, do they have actual trust in these agencies to do the right thing? And then in this instance, it's not just about doing the right thing. I think that what Mr. President should be about is that, like Caesar's wife, they need to be seen to be above board, not with any iota of blemishes. So in this instance, it's not about just the optics, it's about people believing that the right thing has been done. You may see the ICPC, the EFCC giving clean bill of health to certain individuals. But beyond that, what you need with the presidency is that the public believes that the presidency is untainted. That's the bottom line.
Truly, and we also have the recurring or the ongoing issue on the bill for state police. So far, this one also.
A lot of conversation.
There's a lot.
One thing I've come to admire in our president and in this administration, and historians, those of us who are very much keen in history, one thing I know that we will document about this administration is the boldness to take on reforms.
Yes.
And there's reforms everywhere. You're talking about state police now. You understand? We are looking, when we look at education, there is a board reform coming. When we go into the 53-year-old national scheme, the National Youth Service Corps, there is a, a reform there too. So all facets of our national life is undergoing board reform. Starting from day one, Mr. President did promise to hit the ground running. And he did. He hit the ground running. Subsidy gone. And we're still in the conversation. So one thing I know that historians will not shy away from doing when they write about this administration is that it is an administration with the boldness to bring about reforms.
In whatever capacity it comes.
Almost in all facets of our life. I am waiting for religious reform bill.
Honestly.
Yes.
Honestly. All right, these and more will be our conversations this morning. But first we'll look at our quote for the day. Our quote from the day is from Barack Obama. And he says, the ballot is stronger than the bullet. Okay, sorry, this is from Abraham Lincoln. Pardon me. The ballot is stronger than the bullet. The ballot is, this is quite controversial, because most persons believe it's the bullet. Whoever has the gun has much power, or whoever wields the weapon wields much power. But for Abraham Lincoln to tell us this morning that he who has the ballot, he who controls the ballot, that's us, the electorate, people who vote, people who come out to exercise their political rights, they are the ones with the stronger power in society. I don't know how I feel, but truly.
This is quite powerful, and especially coming from the great Abraham Lincoln himself, a great political philosopher, leader of thought, in this regard, coming to tell you that the ballot is stronger than the bullet. I quite agree with him in total. It depends on perspective, and when you dissect it critically, you will see that Abraham Lincoln is not far from the truth. Yes, speaking to the office of the citizen, which is the highest office in the land, when you talk about the power of the ballot being stronger than the bullet, yes, whoever controls the leadership, the authority controls the gun. And in a society, a sane society, you can't wield the gun if you're not satisfied. If you don't drive your authority from the authority of the CNC, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, on whose pleasure the Armed Forces serves. You understand? That's where the bullet lies. And there is this comparison between the pen and the sword. Which one is mightier? You understand? And over time, you've come to realize that the pen is mightier than the sword. And when you look at the power of the ballot, you control it all. It is the ballot that controls even the military, that wins the gun. And it is the ballot. Elect a wrong individual, you will see the world thrown in turmoil, in chaos. You understand? So the power of the ballot controls visibly anything on earth. But the point remains, do we realize the power we hold? Yes, that's the conversation. Do we realize that power? That with that very card in our hands, we can determine the trajectory of future generation yet unborn. That's the power we have. The power to tell President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it's time for you to go back to Budillion in Lagos. The same power that the citizens with there to tell a sitting president then to go back to Otueke. If the masses of Nigeria had that capacity and that power, and they know it, then those at the helm of affairs will sit up and do the right thing. But things continue the way it is because the populace, the citizens, don't know that they have a power that is so potent, so powerful than the bullet. And until you realize that, you will know that the voter is king, and the citizen who occupies the highest office in the land should be respected, worshipped, adored, and then you do everything to serve their interests. So I align wholeheartedly with Abraham Lincoln in this quote. But the point remains that, when you have a gun in your hand and you don't know what it is meant for, you understand, when at the slightest shout of hooah, you run away. But if you understand the power of the trigger, when you hear shout, you echo louder and you start gallant, because at the pull of a trigger, you can take and make, give life in that instance. So for Abraham Lincoln to come here telling us this is a man himself who, got to the highest, the apex of leadership of the most revered country in the world, right? So from experience, he is telling you, yes, that this is where the power lies.
And Lincoln is someone who his works, even after his life has come and gone, someone who still lives on.
We'll talk about men who has left legacies that continue to define democracy, legacies that nation, the greatest nation on earth as of today, has built a solid foundation on.
True.
So these are nations that we need to emulate. These are individuals, people who, were not thinking of self, but thought about society. These are people who are, who should emulate. And remember what Chinua Achebe said the other day, that until we have leaders who will do away with their selfish interests and care more for the people, then we are doomed. And in the trouble with Nigeria, he went further to say that the problem with Nigeria is clearly a problem of leadership. So it tells you that the people we elect matters. Those who elect to be at the helm of affairs matters a lot. It will determine if you and I would continue to speak freely or not to be free after speaking. It will determine if water will flow from the tap at home. It will determine if you have 24/7 electricity. It will be determined if you continue to buy, a bag of rice for 200,000 naira. So it matters who you elect. And when we elect the wrong people, sorry for us.
All right, that's our quote for the morning from Abraham Lincoln. The ballot is stronger than the bullet. We'll take a short break and then we'll get back, read out our weather updates for the morning. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and slightly cloudy, with morning temperatures between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, the weather may turn hot and humid, reaching 31 and 32 degrees Celsius. Expect thunderstorms and steady rain from late afternoon into the evening. The night will be cooler after the rain.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the cool city. The day in Enugu starts calm, cool, and refreshing, with morning temperatures of 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures may likely rise to about 29 to 30 degrees Celsius. But increasing clouds will bring showers and thunderstorms later in the day. The evening will likely be cool and pleasant.
All right, the day in Ebonyi begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures are likely to climb to 32 and 33, making it the hottest part of the southeast today. We are to expect heavy clouds, gusty winds, and thunderstorms before nightfall.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to the driving city of Owerri. The day in Imo State begins mild and cloudy, with temperatures around 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. The afternoon may likely feel warm and sticky, peaking at 30 to 31 degrees Celsius before rain and thunderstorms develop towards evening.
And in the city of Abia, Umuahia, the day starts warm with cloudy skies as morning temperatures stay between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon highs of 30 to 31 are expected, followed by moderate rainfall and thunderstorms later in the day. Evening temperatures will likely settle around 23 to 24 degrees.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, Stay safe, stay cool, dress light, do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your other report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. Now we'll be getting straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the morning. Now we're starting from the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian newspaper reads, legal distractions, intimidation, in quote, weakening opposition's 2027 contest. Intimidation, weakening opposition 2027 contest. Now, Obi alleges intimidation, fears for safety, ADC leadership crisis, SDP tussle add to opposition's legal troubles. Lawyers divided over court powers to revisit judgment. Experts warn disputes may derail opposition poll plans. With barely 6 months to the election, mounting court battles and lingering leadership crises across opposition parties have heightened fears that the All Progressives Congress could face a fractured and weakened challenge at the polls. And this is something that we've already, this paper this morning is just reaffirming something that we've often, highlighted here in the studios, where we've questioned the weight of the opposition parties or of the side opposition towards the coming elections. We've had litigations, we've had, deregistration threats, as we know it. We've seen parties having leadership tussles, not being recognized by government, not being recognized by law, in high courts coming. We've seen a whole lot. So this morning is just reaffirming, or maybe, now most recently, I think it was yesterday on the news, where there was a podcast, 2 days podcast, peterobi was on, and he mentioned how he's received threats, how he's fearing. I think the papers have already stated it. He has alleged intimidation and fears for safety. Now, these are just ploys to get the opposition to cower in fear or to reduce the weight. I wouldn't say it's a direct, a politically motivated, ploy to weaken the opposition from the ruling party. But then again, this further strengthens their claim to retaining major positions, to come back a second tenure. But I hope that with this, it's not uncommon in an election to have opposition parties come out to say, oh, we are being threatened, or the system does not support our existence. It is not unheard of. But we've seen in the trajectory of the 2027 lead-ups that there is a whole lot more that is playing out when it concerns the opposition party. And I just hope that with all of this, they are able to reconcile. Right? They're able to reconcile their differences, we still have the uploads that is scheduled to close up next week. So we still hope that, I think it's this Friday, tomorrow, or Saturday, I think it's Saturday. So we hope that they are able to reconcile their differences and create, at the part where they are, we still have Showere's case still pending. So I just hope they're able to reconcile their differences and set up this formidable force, so it doesn't look like we don't have an option or a solid, viable option as an opposition when it comes to the elections next year.
Yes, before I delve into this very conversation, as it has to do with the political parties and legal distraction towards the 2027 election, one thing is quite peculiar with the build-up to 2023 election, and it's quite saddening that we're beginning to, revert to the deteriorated sort of politics that we played in 2009, thereabouts, where there were heavy intimidation, there were evictions, and then you saw political motivated killings in Nigeria. But beyond the 2009 and moving forward, we were thinking that we've passed, no, that's a 2000, the return to democracy in 1999, 2003, you know, moving forward to, was before the build-up to 2027 election, you know, our polity was characterized by political intimidation, politically motivated killings, you know, here and there. There were heavy division along different lines. But moving forward, beyond the election that brought in President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua and the rest of them going forward, we assume that we've covered mileages where there were less intimidation, there were less politically motivated murder, and we're thinking that our politics is becoming a little bit mature from what it used to be. But somehow, you know, in the build up to 2023 election, we did, you know, things got bad, and then we started, you know, reverting to the old fault lines. For the first time in 2023 election, you know, religion became a big issue. Tribe became bigger on the conversation, away from what we thought we've, you know, moved away from, that we've gotten to a point where we will be able to look at and elect leaders that are not, you know, in tune or along those primordial sentiments, and that even moving forward, that people will be elected based on credibility, on their antecedents. But far from that, and that's part of the issues that has now continued to, you know, pour over into the build-up to 2027 election. And as a result of that, we've gotten to a politics where people want to, you know, be in office at all costs. You know, when people look at what has happened in the UK, where the Prime Minister, you know, has, you know, already resigned, and then is helping to, you know, bring the next administration into being before going home, I tell people that away from that, in our climate, that doesn't happen. We still have that sit-tight syndrome in us, where, you know, the winner takes it all syndrome and mentality. Nobody wants to go home. People want to perpetuate themselves in office and remain in office. And this now continue to bring in schemes of different sorts, you know, for people to want to retain power. And those who find themselves, you know, not favored or not being appointed or being near corridors of power are scheming through various diverse means to see that they get into power, such hitting the polity. And now coming to the issue, it now begins to bring about the situation where you see that for the first time in our political history, we've not had this sort of litigation, you know, distracting political parties. You've seen serious contention leading to a situation where we are hoping on the courts, you know, on the judiciary to give direction to a lot of things. If one, you know, tracks back a bit, you will see, let's start with the Labour Party. Since after the 2023 election, they've been made in controversies. And when you track to PDP and across other political lines, there's always been one conversation that these are intentionally motivated, you know, legal tussles. When you see that there are no clear interpretation to issues, politicians are now upturning what, you know, the party constitution states as to the modalities of either transition in this or that, but everybody wants to go to court. And you saw that the Labour Party is no longer the party it used to be, you know, before, after the election, because they were made in crisis. And beyond that, you go to the PDP, there's one litigation or the other, you know, and today we do not, and nobody can speak categorically if the PDP can be on the ballot, and if they are to be on the ballot, you don't even know the faction of PDP that will be on the ballot. And perhaps if a faction of the PDP is on the ballot, and somehow, and we know it's not likely for the PDP as of today to be able to bring about a president, you know, to bring about a president for Nigeria like it had several years, but it doesn't have the capacity as at this moment, and I can boldly speak to that. So, should they go ahead and for peradventure Nigerians, you know, favors them, and then a political leader emerges from there to be a Nigerian president, that too will be made in litigation, because there's already landmines. Away from the PDP, then we have seen the current situation where there are litigations of, you know, the registration of political parties, where there are registration beyond the ADC. We are seeing the situation now with the NDC. So that in itself doesn't even allow political parties to settle down and map out road plans, towards the 2027 election. And this is just to mention but a few. Beyond that, there are a whole lot of issues when you look at our legal system and our constitution and electoral acts, as it has to do with INEC and the relationship with political parties. We've seen that, yes, where there are many political parties across line, which is not bad, but we've come to have a lot of special purpose vehicles being utilized by politicians at will to cause some of these, what I describe as chaos, that would deter us from transiting to a proper democracy in terms of having a proper election that one will say to be free, fair, and credible. And look at the political parties. Though at the end of the day, I still not, carry the blame outside these political parties. Somehow, I put the blame some sort of at the doorstep of the opposition political parties themselves. Because for me, the way I understand politics to be and the sort of opposition alliances and political parties that I've studied through history is such that you should be prepared to outmaneuver your opponents irrespective of what is thrown at you. But this time around, it seems that we'll have an opposition that is not willing, to go the length or the mile. People are very much bent on self-preservation. We do not have political opposition at this time who are willing and ready to pay the ultimate price for them to realize an ambition or the goal of their political party or transition Nigeria from the ideal, to the real. So everyone is, yes, we want to make a statement, we want to contest for election, but there's nobody who is willing, to stand bold and challenge the status quo without fear of either what will come out of it. You did cite peterobi in this regard, who is now beginning to talk about intimidation. What would one expect in a climate like ours? That yes, intimidation has been a very rare political tool over the past. Is it in order? No. Is it right? No. But it's been there. So whoever must come to knock on the door of leadership should be ready and be prepared, because those will come. And we did see the mayhem that characterized the 2023 election, and I would be surprised if people are thinking that moving to the next election that we will have situations in that magnitude or nature that would spearhead lead into the 2027 election itself. So when we raise this alarm and all that, yes, they are real and they are quite related to our situation. But beyond that, one should expect a robust opposition that is so meticulous in its planning to outwit its opponent. And in most cases, you see that when we point fingers to the ruling political party, but who are the individuals that are being used? They are still members of these various political party. But away from that, a lot is rested on our judiciary to set the right precedent. And that is why I am gladdened more often when I see the judiciary throw away some of these politically motivated cases out, for lack of jurisdiction, that there are political internal issues of political parties and should be settled, on political front, and rather than resort to the judiciary. And we saw the last one where they had to award costs, even find the lawyers to one of the litigants in that very issue. And this is the way to go, to set a clear example and roadmap so that we can have a polity that is so sane, clean, and then have a clear roadmap to where we are going in this very regard. And beyond this, when you look at the shenanigans that brought about the electoral reform, you see that all these landmines are so heavily planted that we can't shy away from it. And I will not forgive the opposition for not living up to their bidding, especially when it mattered most at the period where we are dealing with the Electoral Act. They were not so detailed to see beyond the issue of not just transmission in real time, but other landmines that are inbuilt in that electoral reform, leading to where we are at present, that there are a whole lot of litigations in court, both against the INEC and amongst the political parties.
Okay, that's this is quite a lot, but we'll have more conversations to look at this morning. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu anyị chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're welcome back. Now we are currently joined by our analyst that will help us look into the conversations for the morning.
Yes, Mr. Emeka Odom, a communication development expert, joining us to analyze with deeper insights on these news issues. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. You're welcome. Now, we're getting back into the stories. We're looking next at the Punch headline. The headline reads, 2027 elections, 6 legal hurdles before INEC. 6 legal hurdles before INEC. Now, barely 6 months after the Independent National Electoral Commission unveiled its revised timetable and schedule of activities, this electoral body has become embroiled in a wave of litigation that could reshape the country's electoral cycle. We have the NDC regulation, we have the youth party challenging the INEC's timetable, we have the SDP contesting nomination deadlines, we have the appeal court to settle INEC timetable dispute, we have suits seeking the registration of 5 political parties, we have registration of NDC being questioned, and of course ADC accord orders battled the registration at appeal court. So these are the 6 legal disruptions that INEC is currently facing before these elections.
Yes, with very due respect to all the other all the other organizations and entities that have 1 or 2 issues to settle with INEC, with due respect to them, because they have the right to do so. Our laws are very clear. When you feel difference on any policy, decision, or program of government, you have the right to approach, a constitutionally constituted, court of competent jurisdiction. So that's what these organizations have done. But the particular reference here, to the suit. Challenging, I think at the appeal court, challenging the electoral timetable by INEC, and I think that is very, very instructive. You see, it's good that these issues are being tested in court. The only regret we have here is that, if you look at the time frame before elections, even though somebody may tell you that, look, when else again is better, because it's almost 6 months or even more than 6 months before election, so a lot can still be done. Issues can still be trashed. Yes, but the most important thing here is that these organizations, for me, I feel that holding government accountable. I mean, when we talk about government now, government and their various institutions, no one individual is called government anyway. No single institution is called government. Government is a conglomerate of various agencies that have come together, that the executive also have put together to carry out government activities. So the essence of holding them accountable, or rather the true meaning of holding government accountable, is sometimes to question some of these decisions that government agencies come up with. Now, INEC has a constitutional responsibility to organize elections in Nigeria in a manner that is free, fair, credible, and unbiased. So in doing so, they also have a constitutional mandate, to come up with program of action. The constitution has also, even though we have a constitution, we have an electoral act, all of these 2 bodies, all of this body of laws, have also given them the leverage to put together a regulation, where it does not because the Constitution itself and the Electoral Act definitely cannot spell out everything item by item. So there's a considerable leverage that's granted to INEC by this body of laws to make what is called regulations on how to conduct the election. For instance, in 2023 general elections, when INEC came up to say, look, when elections are conducted in the polling booth and the results sorted out, counted, and entered into Form EC8A. Now, that Form EC8A, that is the primary result sheet at the polling center. Now, that should be uploaded into the INEC IREV through the beavers, right? Now, that was a regulation. It's not in the. It wasn't in the Constitution. It wasn't in the Electoral Act. So that was a regulation by INEC, which the law allows. And as long as INEC has made such laws, so long as that it doesn't impede, or stand on the way of either the Electoral Act or the Constitution, it's acceptable. So, in this instance now, in its quest to conduct the 2027 general elections, INEC has come up with a timetable which falls under the regulations. And some parties have taken task INEC to say, look, some of these regulations you're giving is contrary to the provision of the Electoral Act. You can't give us such abridged deadlines. You can't shorten where the law has completely and totally, specified. So that is the essence of the conflict. And so, for me, I believe that is a good step in the right direction. It allows the parties, and that is even for individuals too. Even for individuals, we must, I have not imagined that in civilized democracies, in civilized, very well developed, we are all civilized anyway, so let me not, assume anybody not to be civilized. But in more advanced democracies, you don't just take people for granted. You don't make laws because you find yourself, on a particular seat behind a big table in a big office where you are asked to, undertake some assignments. And whatever you say there, you expect that people must accept it hook, line, and sinker. No! You must do things that are in line with the laws, with the extant rules. So, for me, I applauded the youth party or so, who went to court in the absence of, or in the silence of even the bigger parties. They went to court. And that also takes me, citizens must learn to hold government accountable. And holding government accountable includes querying decisions. And how do you query decisions? Go to court. Let them come and explain. They are not always right. And of course, we had the judgment of the High Court, the Court of First Instance on this matter, before INEC decided to go to appeal. Now, I don't even know why INEC should go to appeal, but they have the right to do so because in their own judgment, they feel that, look, what we have done is right, and we need to do this in order to get the elections. So let them go and explain to the courts. The court will look at it. And even if at the Court of Appeal, whichever way the judgment goes, if the other party feels different, they can also approach the Supreme Court. And this thing should be expedited so that we have a good enough time to conduct the elections. And this should be encouraged because I am speaking about this because we shouldn't see it as dragging back the wheel of progress. No, that's not what it means. If for anything, each time a piece of rule, legislation, whatever thing it is, policy of government is challenged in court, it is purely a sign of progress, and it makes our democracy and public governance stronger. Because if that matter goes to court and comes back, there's more confidence. It's part of development.
Sorry, Mr. Meka, let me come in a bit. INEC has gone ahead to challenge that position of the lower court in that regard, and arguing that the court now limits its constitutional and statutory powers to regulate election by not allowing it to be able to set time frames and timetables for election?
INEC will, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. If the court thinks that INEC has acted ultra-vires is a legal language, you know, that used to describe when an individual or an agency of government or any institution or any organization has acted above its powers or beyond its powers. It's declared ultra-vires. And when you act within your powers, it is called intra-vires. So it's the judicial language. So if the court feels INEC has acted ultra-vires, so be it. INEC is a creation of the law, and whatever thing they are doing, no matter how good intention, no matter how nice, no matter the level of their ingenuity, they must act within what the law has permitted them. If the law says that, look, give parties 3 months to complete ABC assignment, you can't abridge it. You must act within that time frame. So, and the INEC cannot interpret law more than a court of competent jurisdiction. So the whole idea that courts is tying their hands or preventing them, that for me, that argument is parboiled. You know, it's not done. Act within what the law. You are a creation of the law. Act within what the law has said. You should do. So if the law says that you should give parties 3 weeks or 3 months or 1 day to prepare, you can't cut it short. If there are other challenges you have, if other arms of government or from other quarters you have been dragged back, the parties cannot bear the brunt. You go back to those agencies that if for instance fund was not released to you, I'm just giving an example, fund was not released to you at the appropriate time to enable you, take actions in ABC, and eventually when the fund was released, you find out that you are now choked up with time. The parties can and the candidates cannot be they can't be the ones to pay the price. So you go back to where the fund ought to come from. Cry out loud and say, look, you are making our job difficult by not releasing this fund. That is that's the meaning of being independent.
All right, Mr. Baker, just for the sake of clarity, one, looking at this issue of ambiguities, in our constitution or the Electoral Act that has created this crisis. For example, you just cited one where INEC, allowed for the from EC8A to be, uploaded through beavers and all that, and later the court went ahead to proclaim that a regulation of INEC, outside the Electoral Act. The question now remains, how do we begin to reconcile the fact that the Electoral Act gives INEC the power to make regulations, and automatically such regulations, driving its power from the Electoral Act and the Constitution that, instituted INEC, now those regulations should be seen to be the position of law as well.
Yeah, in this particular instance, yes, what you said is correct. Like I said before, that look, because the law has given INEC a good leverage. You have the Constitution, you have the Electoral Act. They've given, because they cannot, because these are limited documents. They can't just specify everything and itemize everything. In total. So they have given the institution that has the responsibility to carry out these functions the leverage, to be able to make rules and regulations. And so when they make such rules and regulations, it becomes law. That is correct. And I don't think that nothing has been taken away from that. Using the particular case scenario, you cited, which I referred to earlier on, the issue of uploading of result sheets EC8A from the polling unit. You see, what happened is this: INEC made that regulation, right? And so when INEC was not able to keep that regulation that they self-made. So you need to understand the sequence. When INEC failed to keep to that law that they made, now people wanted to hold them, pin them down on it, to say, look, the parties now and the various interest groups say, look, you made this law, you made this regulation by yourself, so why didn't you keep to it? And now, maybe because of, we do not know, because we are yet to find out. Maybe because of other reasons, it could be nocturnal reasons, right? It could be intentional deceit. I don't know, because up to now, we are yet to know. So, INEC went to court. When the matter came up in court, in order for INEC to escape that, that legal net, they came up with the argument that, yes, we promised this, but this is what the Electoral Act has said. So the Electoral Act did not make it compulsory. So even if we fail to keep that, it is only a moral issue and not a legal issue. So you can't pin us down to it. I don't know if you understand the argument. It's just like when I come here now to say, look, for instance, if the law says that, look, if anybody that's sitting on this seat, right, must tell everybody good morning 3 times when you wake up in the morning. You must shake hands with everybody 3 times before you leave the room. And of course, the person sitting down on this seat can also make additional promises. Now, in order to follow that last, proviso, that he can make additional promises, and I make additional promise to say, not only that I will say good morning to everybody 3 times, I will shake hands with everybody 3 times that the laws have said, I will also smile at everybody 3 times before I leave. Now, if I wake up in the morning for whatever reasons,
you don't feel like,
either because you people have annoyed me, or for whatever reasons, or I don't feel like any longer, I don't have the mood again, or I'm prevented, whatever may be the reason, and I fail to smile. Now you take me to court to say, look, you told us that you are going to smile 3 times before you leave, but you left here without smiling. Therefore, you have contravened the law. Now, in order for me to escape, and I come to you and say, well, yes, I may have said so, but I only fulfilled what the law said I should do. There's no law that says anywhere that says that I should smile at 2 people. It was only a regulation I made. It's not written down in the law. I shouldn't be pinned down to it. And the court looked at it and said, yes, we have looked at the law, because the laws are going to look at, the court are going to look at the matter based on, the court will look at the matter and say, well, the issue of the smile was a promise I just made, and it's possible it was based on some certain conditions. And that was what happened.
Sorry to digress. Is this how politicians escape the promises they make? And
a certain politician in this country came out in a public place to say that a promise is like a wind; it changes direction. This was what he said.
But shouldn't a man be held by what he said?
Of course. See, in this country, we are very religious people. We are very religious people. And one of the religious books says that a man is ensnared by the words of his mouth. And he says, let your yea be your yea, and let your nay be your nay. So that is why today, the truth of the matter is that politicians have very, very minimal credibility in terms of public trust.
No, but there's no way we can hold them accountable. There's no contract beyond the social contract of promises and keeping.
No, you see, the truth is that, and that's what we talk about, we can still hold them accountable, because if a man has disappointed you today, he has disappointed you once, disappointed you twice. Let's use the commonest example. If you have a woman, if you're a young man, you have a woman you probably want to spend the rest of your life with. And you come to her to make all kinds of promises, and you say, I will do this, I will do that, and all the things you promised, you didn't keep. At the preliminary level, you didn't keep. You come back again, she gives you another chance, you fail her. She comes back the 3rd time. You come back the 3rd time, she still decides to, believe in you, and you fail her. If the man comes the 4th time, if you are a senior brother to that young lady, what will you advise the young lady?
Is your head penning you?
So beyond,
and that is what the Nigerian people are not doing.
Beyond using our votes to hold them to account, either reward them for service well done or remove them, you can't take a politician to court for not keeping the promises he made.
To a certain degree, you can still. You see, the thing is that even if the promises he made on the soapbox, that issue has come up several times to say, look, promises that were made on the soapbox, on campaign ground, are they justiciable? This issue, I know that this matter has come up several times in public domains, are they justiciable? And at the end of the day, I do not think at the temple of justice that these matters probably will fly, right? But that's not even the issue now, because the ample opportunity we have, and is a potent one, is that even if we can't hold them accountable at the temple of justice, what about at the court of public opinion and morality? You find out even the people themselves have not even done what they should do. But why do we still vote them into power? Even when they have failed us, we still continue to vote them into power. Not to talk of we don't need to take them to court. If a politician makes you a promise and he doesn't fulfill his promise, you don't need to take them to court, because even some of the things that the constitution has even asked them to do, many of them are not doing it. You see, because when the constitution says that the welfare and security of the citizens shall be the primary function of government. I mean, it's there in the constitution. How many people have taken them to court on the issue of welfare and security? And the question to ask is even the issue of welfare, the way it is coined in the constitution, is it justiciable? So let's even leave the issue of dragging them at the legal courts. What about issues of morality? Ordinarily, when a politician has failed you, the next thing is that you vote the politician out. But we don't do that. We still fall cheaply each time. Each time the young man comes to the lady to make empty promises, somehow the lady falls again, and it's been happening over and over and over again. So sometimes you continue to worry. Who even has the problem here? Is it the young man or the lady? And that is why some people are. That is why a political philosopher, I think he's Thomas Hobbes, that says, "Look, a people get the kind of government that they rightly deserve."
The story of Nigeria.
Okay, now to the next story. You earlier mentioned fundings. This is our next story. This is from the Daily Sun. Commotion in House of Reps over motion to summon Tinubu. Lawmakers kick against plan to suspend constituency project. Commotion enveloped the House of Representatives plenary yesterday as lawmakers clashed over a motion seeking to summon President Bola Tinubu to explain delays in the implementation of the 2025 Appropriation Act. This motion was predicated upon the inability of the executive to fund the 2024, 2025, and 2026 budgets, despite the appropriation and approvals from the National Assembly, and hence requested or raised a motion that the president be invited to explain. Thereby, the Speaker Abbas turned it down, saying it is not parliamentary approved to invite the president for such question.
You see, what we were taught all over the world, what we were taught at the elementary level of even government is that the three arms of government hold each other accountable, and by checking each other, acting as checks and balances to each other. And how does the executive, how does the legislature, hold the executive accountable and act as a checks and balance? One of the ways that we know is from time to time, the legislature can invite the executive to come and explain, some of its actions, programs, and policies. This is what we have known before now. But surprisingly, in the last administration, our own National Assembly came up with a theory that the legislature does not have the power to summon Mr. President. That became, and you see, this is what we talk about, that leaders take actions or make pronouncements without understanding the consequences, or rather without thinking very deep about the consequences. Elsewhere all over the world, legislatures invite the president. I know very clearly, if you look at a place like America, it has happened several. It might not even talk about Britain, because you could say, okay, each time the prime minister is in the house, after all, that is his natural domain. He in the first and foremost, is an elected legislature. So going to the parliament once in a while shouldn't mean anything. But what about in an executive, in a presidential system? We have seen several times, you see the American president being summoned by the Senate to come and explain one or two things. Is one of the ways through which the executive and the legislature maintain interaction, checks each other, and smoothens the will of government business. Because when the president goes there to explain, the legislators understand better. There's an interaction. But here, they told us last year, and that was the precedent that was set. And I can tell you that it's very possible that even if the House had gone ahead to approve that motion, probably nothing would have happened. Is that it probably will not be respected because there's already a precedent where the House has, and you now saw the speaker making reference to that the House does not have the. You see, these are the issues. But beyond all that, maybe yes, maybe there's an element of support in me for the legislature, but I struggle to situate it within the confines of this present 10th assembly. Why? Because these were people that came up and even composed a song for us. On your mandate, we shall stand. So what has happened to whatever is happening in this administration is part of the mandate, and so they should stand very firmly on it. I saw on a Blikweche, vibrating in the house. I saw him on television vibrating in the house. I'm talking about. So where are they when they were singing and making a commitment that on your mandate we shall stand? It's part of the mandate. So let them stand very firmly on it.
Mr. President, is another issue of a constitutional constituency project in this regard.
That's what I'm saying now. Mr. President has not. He has.
Well, my question is: should we continue to uphold this constituency project or jettition it?
No, you see, it's neither here nor there. It is neither here nor there, and I will tell you. I had the privilege of serving as National Assembly correspondent. When I was one of the national dailies in Abuja, I was very briefly. I was a National Assembly correspondent, and that afforded me the opportunity to interact with a lot of legislators. I mean, a lot of legislators, and even their legislative assistants, and aides, and it gave me a further insight into the legislature, the workings of the legislature, and their business. And let me tell you, one of the most criticized, and I stand to say this anywhere, one of the most criticized, misunderstood, and wrongly perceived arm of government in this our democracy has been the legislature. And if you will allow me time, I will explain to you. Number one, a lot of people don't know that the symbol of democracy is the legislature.
Okay.
Out of the three arms of government, that is the singular symbol of democracy. Not even Mr. President, not even the executive. Yes, he may be elected. Now, if you look at it, let me begin with this. In the entire gamut of the judiciary, which is another arm of government. I don't want to call it the third arm because between the executive, legislature, and I don't want to say this one is the first, this one is so. They are all arms of government. But if you look at the judiciary today, not even one person there was elected by the people. Is that right or wrong?
Sure.
Good. Now, when you come to the executive, if you look at the entire gamut of executives, including the civil service, because the civil service is the arm of the executive, only one man, even if you take the civil service away and leave only the presidency and all the paraphernalia, including the ministers, the DGs that were appointed, all the political appointees, only one man was elected. Only one man. Therefore, no person dare oppose the president, because you are whatever post you are occupying there, you are occupying there at his mercy, right?
Yes.
So, where does the democracy lie there? Beyond the fact that he was elected. That is why there can never be a diverse opinion in the executive. Then you come to the legislature. When you come to the legislature, there are 109 senators and about 260 something, is it 64 or so? House of Representatives. Now, if you put their number together, that is the total number of opinions that exist in that place. not minding the fact once in a while, you know, they could harmonize. That is the reason why democracy dwells there. Now, the constituency you talk about, today, many people talk about this. Almost everybody knows the salary of the National Assembly member, but nobody knows the salary of the senators. I mean, the salary of the executive members, the ministers.
Oh yeah.
You know how many aides that the senator or a house of reps should have? You don't know the one that a minister has. You only know the convoy of a senator. Do you know the number of vehicles in the convoy of a minister? Nobody knows. The allowances, nobody knows. Only the one of senators that we know, because that's the one that is in the public domain. So when you now look at all of these things together, you now come to the issue of the constituency projects. These constituency projects you talk about, yes, once in a while there may be tendency of an abuse. We don't take that away, given the Nigerian context. But the truth is that there are many communities today. Many communities in Nigeria today. I'm a journalist and I've traveled. The only element of development you will see there is probably a street light that was installed by either the honorable covering that constituency or a borehole. Now, yes, if you investigate well, it could just be a small piece of cake of the bigger cake that the honorable has collected. He may have collected the bigger cake, even bigger than this table, and cut out a little piece that's smaller than this mobile phone to the community. But the community is happy because that is the only element that they can see. And that is why when the governor when the honorable member or the senator goes there, you see women who line up in the streets, clapping under the sun and under the rain to welcome him. But in the absence of that, what have they gotten? When the local humanitarian system is not functioning well, when probably the state has not, because of the enormous responsibilities in the hands of the governor, he has not been able to, probably have time for such communities. So for me, there's nothing wrong in the constituency project. The only thing is that if there's any means through which it can be the implementation and the oversight can be enhanced, it is welcomed. It is welcomed. But I can tell you that at the end of the day, it is geared to, if the constituency projects are well implemented, it is all to the benefit of people at the grassroots. It helps to bring development further down to people at the grassroots if it is well implemented. So for me, you don't throw away the baby and the bad water.
You don't throw away the baby and the bad water.
Yes, what the government should do is to find ways to do what to further strengthen the process of implementation and to make sure that, look, these constituency projects, when it is given, I had the privilege, let me quickly tell you, I had the privilege of being on the train with my former organization, when we were undertaking advocacy visits. Part of our advocacy at that point in time, it was a dangerous one, is to go to communities. When we followed some of these politicians at the soapbox when they were making promises during campaign. When they will say, I will do this, we go to their constituency, we'll go to the nooks and crannies of their constituency in search of votes. I will do this, I will do that. So we collect this and we collect them. Now, when they enter into office, when the electorate enter into office, we start tracking them, start following them. We say, sometimes we write a letter, say, on our own, we visit the community.
To check
6 months after, 1 year after, 2 years after, depending on what you promised. We visit the community to see whether you have done what you have done. If you discover you have not done, we write a letter to you, say, distinguished senator, we record that during the campaign period, you promised this community that you are going to give them borehole or give them build a hospital or attract this or attract that, within 6 months. This is 1 year and 6 months. You have not done anything. So what is happening? Any hope for it? So many of them didn't find our job very comfortable, right? And of course, many of us ran away from that job because we still have very young families that we want to be there for them. So, but we also saw many other communities that will go to that place and the communities are full of praises for their representative, either senator or honorable member in the State House of Assembly. who will tell you that, look, this borehole that is feeding the entire community and everybody is coming to draw water from was brought by so and so person. Go to Kogi State and see what Senator Natasha is doing to her people. So I don't think that, all we need to do is to strengthen, where we perceive some discrepancies and dishonesty, or let's strengthen it, but not to say the constituency project is in other clients. They are there. They are there. We took a look at 1, 2, 3 countries. We discovered that even the legislature, these things it didn't start from here.
All right. A lot of promises are made during those periods. I will water you, I will fire you, a lot of them and all that. But be as it may, we will expand the conversation around this issue, because you know that there are very deep interest, especially as it has to do with Nigerian people when it comes to constituency projects.
I agree with you. I agree with you because I agree with you, because there are also some other stories where, like you said, a whole lot of interest, and sometimes people have tendency to believe that it has become a pipe.
A big conduit pipe. That.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be going right into a sports analysis and a review for this morning. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose house is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
We're joined by sports oracle himself to give us updates from the World Cup and other sports. Good Hope Chupuma. The sports oracle.
I mean, they're trying to rave it up. Well, there's nothing so much happening than the World Cup quarterfinal that is going to take place this evening. Talking about France facing Morocco, and from the stats, it has been over and over again where both of them have met, and even France have not been able to win a lot of Morocco. But then we're going to see what happens tonight. While we're also talking about the officiating, that you have the men who are going to officiate, and I'm talking about the referees this evening are going to be from Argentina. So are we saying that we're going to have yesterday I was asking this question. Argentine referees are going to, officiate the game, and seeing that it's going to be final, that we are looking up to having France versus Argentina just in the final. That's what I'm seeing, and that's what I think may play out. But also talking about Africa, talking about Morocco going there to represent us at this stage tells you that Morocco is the best in Africa. And I would tell you that even if Senegal would still hold out that trophy, it is proven that Morocco is the best. Now, Morocco is one of the elite teams you will ever see playing at the world stage. Of course, Senegal really did their best. They had everything, and they have everything. Talking about the likes of Saïd, Melissa, Mane, having the likes of Kone and the rest of them. They have great players who has played and who has really touched that World Cup stage. But right now, we're talking about Morocco, and their coach has come out to say they are going to just representing Morocco, not Africa. That statement has shifted. It has raised a lot of concern. If we're still talking about that issue that happened at the AFCON, or we're still talking about what is going on, talking about what's going to happen tonight, Mr. Sodom.
You see, let me begin from the last submission. And I think that this is part of the challenge that Africa has had over time. And unfortunately, they are not able to overcome it. And that also takes me down to, even though you didn't make reference to it, the match between Egypt and Argentina.
Okay.
Now, I don't see the reason why Morocco should say that they're going to. Yes, of course, they're wearing the colors of Morocco. They came in there as Morocco because countries came individually. But as it is, I think that the advantage they have now is that being the only African country standing, they should be appealing for African support, because whether you like it or not, support has a role to play in football. You may say it's minimal, but support has a role to play in football, because in that stadium there are going to be, human beings, fans all over who are there. And I can also tell you that a lot of Africans are going to be there, whether they are Africans whether they are African Europeans and African Americans, whoever they are going to be in that pitch. And even in France itself, France is a country that a lot of black Africans are there, and so one would have expected Morocco to cash in on that appeal to say, look, the Africa must be hard, Africa must go far, Africa must stand a place, and things like that. And that is where you see the power of the fans, the power of the spectators. But unfortunately, instead of draw from that, they are already creating an alienation by saying that, look, they are going there from Morocco and things like that. But that is on one side. Talking about the artistry itself, France is one of the favorites in this competition. There's no doubt about that. If you recall, the first time we talked about this, at the time they were still in the group stages, I said I tipped 4 countries to see them in the finals. France is one of them, Brazil one of them, Spain one of them, and Argentina. Unfortunately, Brazil has gone home. 3 of the countries are still there. And I still stand by, what I said, that one of those countries is definitely going to lift this World Cup. I said that from what I've seen them play. Now, the pattern of Morocco and the French football, there's really not much difference, because North Africans they find a home in France. Talking about mainly Algeria, Morocco, they find a Tunisia, they find a place in France. So some other people have even said that, look, the French team is an extension of an African team and things like that. But the truth is that it's going to be a very tough match. Yeah. Morocco is a very good team in Africa. Remember at the last World Cup, they almost got to the semi-finals. At the last Nations Cup, they played in the finals, and of course we saw all that happen. And this time around, they are where they are. And so it's going to be an evening of good football, and I look forward to having a good football. But let me speak very briefly on the French and the Argentina and the Egyptian game, because you made a reference to officiating. Look, I don't know why we keep, this is an African thing. Yes, FIFA itself has told you that these referees are human beings. They are not computers, and that is why they are trying to invent a computer system as a support, and that's why they say the video assistant referee, right? To offer support. Let's bring a non-human now to offer support to the referees themselves. Now, I've heard all kinds of, in the social media, people have talked about the Egyptian and Argentina match, and I looked at that game, And I hope they don't come to say the same thing. I don't know who's going to win tonight's game, but whichever way it goes, I hope they don't come to say the same thing. Because if you look at football, African problem has mainly remained the same.
You'll be winning.
You'll be winning. See, football is not done. The game is not done until the referee gives you the final whistle. You don't lose hope. You're playing a team like an Argentina.
Relaxing.
Look, if you can be a moment of relaxation
at all,
and then you have the god of soccer in the football pitch with you. You keep.
Messi is a player that can spring surprises until the very last minute. You know, if you recall, in 1994 World Cup in the same USA, Nigeria was at the verge of playing in the quarterfinals. We were in the round of 16. I think it was it Baggio or Franco Baresi who Nigeria was doing well. That was a golden team of Nigeria. Yeah. Just less than 5 minutes to the end of the game, because Nigeria lost concentration, Iguavo came and gave that hard tackle to, was it Franco Baresi or Baggio, and that was the penalty that resulted in our exit. So African countries must learn to hold on. You're playing it, whether you like it or not. Argentina is
a form.
No matter how we want to, air our views on this very issue, we can't continue to, harp on referee errors all the time. And I ask, the goals that Argentines score, were they not clean goals enough? You shouldn't have allowed that go in. And you have a player like Messi, and one thing is that we don't study even our opponents. You say that Messi, people would argue that he throws the field. I say, go and study Messi. He doesn't play. Usually doesn't play across 15 minutes to 20 minutes of every match. He takes his time observing or studying or studying the loop post, knowing the opponent. Then the next minute, he's praising two surprises.
Exactly. When you think he has already become useless in the
pitch. And people will be saying, well, Messi is not in this game, Messi is not playing anything. Look, and then he's praised that just a touch, and he gives you either a pass that will lead to a goal, or he's placed the post.
His biggest threat is assist. Yes, he scored his goals, but there's
only another correction here. Okay. You were citing about the controversy between Senegal and Morocco, who is the best team. Let me tell you, in this moment, Senegal is no longer in the tournament. So automatically, Morocco becomes a better team. Because they are not the best. Now, when Nigeria and Senegal, which one is the best? Nigeria did not go to World Cup. Senegal was in the World Cup. So you can't compare. The fundamentals may be different. That Nigeria is a strong, better footballing nation, but this is World Cup finals, and the best of the nations are there. You're not there. So Morocco is there right now.
Let's go down to the scores this evening. Who are you expecting to scale through? I mean, it's already an expectation.
For France and Morocco, honestly, the fact that Morocco is the last standing
of Africa.
But I am compelled to give a little bit of my support. But now that they've come out to say that they are not playing for Africa,
they're playing for Morocco.
My worry with tonight's game, it's not that Morocco won't play well. Morocco will play well. They have demonstrated to us in this competition that they can hold their own. But my worry is holding on to the discipline to the last whistle. That's why
the African syndrome.
You don't lose. You see, because the French team is they are very coherent.
And it's an African team.
They play physical football. They play physical football.
They play mental.
Yes. So holding on to having that mentality, that mindset that look, we need to drive this to the end. It's not when things are going for you. If a French team, this is a World Cup. French is a World Cup winner. I mean, France is a World Cup winner, and any country that has won a World Cup
has that mentality of
that is the spirit is there. So I wish them well.
They have to go for 90 minutes. Unfortunately, I wouldn't want France to advance because I have my own a team. I want to see Messi lift this very tournament. I want to see Argentina win this very tournament.
Everybody's about to have a favorite.
Beyond that, I just believe and hope that Morocco will have the capacity, the tenacity to see this match through. But in all, you wouldn't expect France to come into this match.
You wouldn't
wanting to give up for.
You wouldn't expect France to come into this match.
It would be a huge win for them if Morocco qualifies.
It will be a miracle.
It will be a miracle. They might not end up winning the World Cup. Yes,
France actually has a better team.
But then France is.
You see, the truth is that this 2026 World Cup has thrown up a lot of surprises. Of course, football is like what they will tell you. World Cup is like what they will tell you. the boys will always have their say, and the generals will have their way. Yes, we have come to that point where I don't want to use the word smaller team, but if you look at the World Cup history, you can't help but say smaller teams will come to make their mark and make their impressions. But eventually, the big boys of the World Cup will always, and it's only once in a while that one big boy is added to the group. Once after much trials, one big boy is added. So that's how Spain came in 2010, and that was how France also came in this. So, but eventually, in this game we are seeing now, quite frankly, I don't see a new entrant playing in the finals.
Like I rightfully said, I was hoping and waiting for a Messi World Cup again, but my fear is that there is a Viking, there's a Viking that is knocking at the door as well.
And there's also Swiss. There's also England.
You should also remember,
England is still.
You should also remember that there's a business aspect of the football.
Yes.
You see, I remember very well in 1985. Let me tell you, 1985, when Nigeria won the maiden edition of the Kodak Under-17 World Cup, right? Now, 2 years later, when Nigeria came up to the competition again, and FIFA at that point in time confessed that, look, the sponsors, Kodak at that time, you know the Kodak film, they were very honest to say, look, we didn't make much sales. We didn't make as much as we expected to make, because we were not expecting that a country like Nigeria would win the World Cup, the Junior World Cup, the Under-17 World Cup. So sometimes when you also the monies that FIFA share as appearance fees, these monies are gotten from marketing rights, and so FIFA also want
make money.
So sometimes let's also be very understanding. I'm not saying that the matches should be a sell away. No, that's bad. But let's also know that
there's a business side.
Everybody has a preference.
Everybody has to get something. All right, that's a wrap here on the morning show. Thank you for sitting with us up to this moment. Till we come your way again, same time tomorrow. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And to the sports oracle, Mr. Goodhope, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mekodom, it's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, I am Uche Osai, saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong, transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Many thanks for joining us, and this is The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today we'll take a special interest on state police, a safer Nigeria or risky experiment. Today, we confront one of the most urgent and sensitive questions in our national security conversation: state police, a safer Nigeria or a risky experiment. Across the country, the demand for stronger security has grown louder. With it, the call for state police. Supporters say it could bring policing closer to the people, improve response time, and help communities that have long felt abandoned by the current centralized system. But critics warn that without strict controls, the same arrangement meant to protect citizens could be abused by those in power. That is why today's conversation matters. State police is a necessary reform, but without strong guardrails, it could cure one security problem and create another. The real issue is not just whether Nigeria needs state police, but whether Nigeria is prepared to sign it in a way that strengthens security without weakening democracy, accountability, or public trust. To help us unpack this critical debate, we are joined by Dr. Emeka Igwesi, Deputy Commandant General and National Coordinating Commandant, Nigerian Legion Corps of Commissioners, and former Enugu State Chairman, Nigerian Legion. With deep experience and valuable insight into realities of our security architecture, he will be taking us into a deep dive to unravel the issue around state police. Stay with us as we examine whether state police is the answer to Nigeria's security or a dangerous step into uncertain territory. Dr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
All right. Before we get into this conversation proper, I would want to ask a yes or no question, though very tricky. You know, when it comes to state police, I do not know of any Nigerian who is sitting on the fence. So I'm asking, are you in for state police or not? Yes or no?
To answer your question directly, I will say yes. If I should go ahead and expatiate.
All right, so you will have time to expatiate. I just wanted to know the divide where you are.
It's okay.
All right.
I'm at home with that.
Okay, so to start our conversation proper, you know, from your years in service, what is the strongest argument for state police in Nigeria today?
Yes, the clamor and the concern for state police became a serious issue due to the developments we have had in this later life of our nation. The issue of insecurity necessitated to a serious call for establishment of state police in the country. Before now, there was never an issue. Nobody talks about state policing. It was our federal police system, and we were comfortable with that until this serious issue of insecurity cropped up. So state police is exactly what we need now. There are countries of the world that practice that. And looking at the Nigerian situation, we have to practice it also, and thank God so far the extent we have gone with respect to institutionalizing that concept, that idea. Yes, state police helps a lot because the federal police system that we have at the level of the national cannot effectively address the issue of insecurity in particular and crime in general. First is that security is a very enormous issue. Decentralizing it to the level of the state will help so much in curbing these issues of banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, courtesan, armed robbery, and other crimes because this. And bringing the police to that level and giving them some powers with respect to operations and also administrations to a very large extent will help so much. States will be able to now say, these are our peculiar challenges, this is where we have the greater challenge, and so on. State can deploy without taking permissions here and there, without looking at whether there will be some approvals or otherwise. So looking at the extent of insecurity we have in this country, state police is very, very ideal, and I'm happy the level we are on now. Even it is going to help so much the Nigerian police force itself, because at the federal level, there are enormous responsibilities. And if we have the federal police and then the state police, obviously some internal and micro matters, aside the issues of banditry, insurgency, and so on, will also be tackled headlong. And the states will help so much in making sure that results are achieved. Then at the federal level, the federal police will be able to address some other specialized cases and macro issues, just like interstate issues, Interpol issues, trafficking, human trafficking, and so on. So a lot of responsibilities. So these responsibilities are now shared. Then the state police will now take up some of the responsibilities. So it is going to lessen liability on the part of the Nigerian federal police. Even issue of funding it. There were statistics in the past that it takes about 29 trillion or so cumulatively in running some operations of the police, ranging from armaments, even their liquid issues of course, and so on. So by so doing, when state police is decentralized at the level of the state, obviously the state in its own capacity is going to help. The state's functions independently with respect to that, and at the same time the issue of IGR will help. A lot of structures, effective and adequate structures will be put in place, and states will be more concerned to see that there is result being achieved, because it is a thing concerning them. Every state government, every state authority and local authority wants to succeed. So having gotten this allowance now, they are going to make sure it is well institutionalized, results achieved. For instance, very recently, Enugu commissioned the Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation. If you look at it, it was before the actual approval of state police, but it was a landmark development. And now that we eventually will have our state police, such things like that, even the areas of operations and like the provision of drones, provision of, let's say, physical CCTV cameras, very high-tech ones, and so on, states will now be able to authoritatively and happily invest in all those things that will strengthen these issues. So a lot of gains, yes, are involved.
Doc,
yes.
I am excited the way
you may not give me opportunity to come back to that. Do you know that issue of employment, social issues will also be addressed, because a lot of employments are going to come in now. Obviously, a lot of persons will be recruited, including my own constituency.
We'll roughly get to that. You understand? But I'm so happy the way you've just brought it so down, and everyone can follow. However, before we begin to look at the opportunities state police will create, and then talking about states' involvement as well, the question I'm itching to ask you, drawing from your experience, and I'm asking what are the security gaps the current federal policing structure, has failed to address, that is leading us to think and believe that state police would come to the rescue?
There are many. First, this issue of insecurity. We all see what happened in our own country. Kidnappings, everyday incidents of kidnappings. And we all see what victims pass through. Nobody prays for that. In fact, a lot of persons don't ply the road again. They fly, whether you have economic capacity or not. Then issue of areas of ineffectiveness of the police, corruption also, and the fact that a lot of things that ought to be done in some ways are not done. So a lot of issues led to the call for insecurity, for state police, particularly insecurity.
Particularly insecurity.
Insecurity, that's uppermost.
When you're talking, you raise another critical issue, which is that of corruption. And we are talking about state police is not in isolation of the very environment. And of course, I understand that the current setup, speaking to the federal police, will have to be the trainers as well, or involved in some sort of training. So do we have any safeguard that even the current, if we eventually have state police, that those threats may not, filter into the new state setup?
To an extent, I still agree. This is Nigeria, and we have Nigerians, and it remains Nigerian institution. Issue of corruption has been there, but the extent of checkmating it has not been adequate. By giving the state government powers, if I may throw an analogy with our own state, when the policing system is brought closer to the people and closer to government and some other let me say bodies that the government will still create to make sure that the system is not abused, definitely the state policing will be more checkmate than that of the federal. So there must be things put in place, arrangements in place to make sure that the system is not corrupt. And there will be a pure eye, a kind of looking at the personnels, the levels of authorities, even at the level of the local government, because when we talk of state police, eventually it must still decentralize to local government, even to community level. It is part of community policing. So there will be enough authorities, agents, and strategies put in place to make sure that corruption remains at its barest level, if not completely curbed. So obviously you cannot compare a situation whereby you have the ability to supervise your own thing than when it is left in a macro level that sometimes it becomes almost no man's business. So issue of corruption will be less, definitely will be less in an event of a serious state managing its own state police. Yes.
All right. As you and I speak, we know that almost all the political hurdles are being crossed as at the moment, because the bill is now sitting at the state legislatures where we're waiting for the votes to come in, for then we'll move on to the president's assent and then it becomes a law. However, the question is this. There are a whole lot of people who sit at the other side, different from where you and I are sitting now, looking at the prospect of state police. Some argue that there are challenges, and one of such prominent issues that is being raised is that of abuse by the state governors in this very regard. Do you buy into that line of argument that it could be abused?
If you look at it, it is not far from the truth. There are some states you can record something like that. But look at it again. When we had looking at our federal police system, Nigerian police force as it exists today, has the president been abusing the Nigerian police force, abusing the extent, to the extent that we can say it's intolerable? It's the same thing. In as much as we had the federal police, our Nigerian police force as it stands today, and ours in the police, but rather issues of insecurity and other issues, The same thing happens at the level of the state. Granted, there could be some states that we may want to abuse it, but if you look at it, that abuse cannot be a reason, enough reason. In fact, it cannot be equated or justified with insecurity. And I assure you that there are some states, and without being too personal, including my own state, that will practice what is right, that will not or may not abuse the state police system. Rather, it will help to strengthen the system so that the system will achieve results and it will be part of the legacy of that government.
All right. Granted, you know, when we make this argument, and a lot of people who raise up this concern, you know, draw from the possibility of who hires, that the governors at the subnational could begin to hire their cronies, the thugs, you know, that they control in their state, and then begin to give them uniform and turn them into state police. It becomes another political arm of the state government.
Yes, obviously there must be law, a written law. There must be regulations, there must be rules. It is not a case of, in fact, let me say, state police is very formal. If you look at issues of other security outfits that existed in the past, let's say the Amotekun, which was state government effort, when you look at some other area, some other security outfits, do I say security outfits, just like, let me say the Eastern Network, ESN and so on that exist, trying to fight one cause or the other. So what I'm trying to say is that state police is a formal body, a formal organization. It is not something that can be handled anyhow without the system knowing, without the people knowing, without being challenged. So I'm not seeing it as a case of the government recruiting its cronies, issues of favoritism, nepotism, all coming in, and then, no, I'm not seeing it from that perspective. There must be qualifications. There must be qualifications into getting there. And if you are not qualified, you won't even get there. So if, for instance, governments start pouring persons out there who are not qualified into it, it will show. The whole aim will be defeated because that government will be seen as not having done anything. So I believe any reasonable, prudent government will always want this creature to succeed.
All right.
Yes.
Granted. Let's look at the issue of funding. There are a lot of states in Nigeria that are insolvent at the moment. Many of them can't even pay their civil service. Many are not up to date when it comes to salaries. And now we are creating additional burden for the states. So in this regard, do you believe it's not all states that may be able to handle issues around state police?
Yes, you are right. You are right in the sense that it does not now touch on the need, the necessity for state police. It is now issue of capacity. There are some states that are not equal to others. Some states have more capacities. Some states will even make their own so lucrative, you know, that other states will even jealous it. So while some states may, at the end of the day, not be able to carry the system along very well, even establishment of state police at the level of the state, it is not an easy thing. It is not, because structures must be put in place. A lot of things must be put in place. The personnel will be paid. So administration itself is not easy, not only establishing it. And so many states will find it difficult establishing a standard, acceptable policy system at the level of the state, whereas some states will freely, happily do that. But any state that is serious, whether you have the economic capacity or not, you will be able to do that. You mustn't start in such a very enormous macro level like some. For instance, you look at Port Harcourt, you look at Lagos State, FCT, and so on. Obviously, they have capacities. Enugu, we have made Enugu viable that we have capacity too. So we will be able to put in place a good structure and run the administration. So any state that we say they cannot do it, eventually I don't think that state is serious, because security is uppermost. You can sacrifice some other things, you don't sacrifice security. The lives of people, property, very, very important. In fact, it is the number one thing that should be secured before every other person, every other thing follows. Because as a human being, you are not living, what else are you doing? So we have to protect the people first, security first, then we can now go to issues of welfare. Yes.
The issues of welfare, which is another very, very important,
very important thing. Because even the Constitution clearly stipulated that that is just the whole duty of government, security and welfare. Chapter 2 of the Constitution, security and welfare.
And that's another bigger concern that people are raising concerning the issue around state police, that when you arm people and then you're unable to take care of their welfare, that you've created another possibility of insecurity in the state in this regard. However, drawing from your professional experience, now that we agree that there are dangers, clear dangers, if not properly handled or established by the states in this regard, speaking to abuse, speaking to being underfunded, there are dangers that are inherent. So, but from your professional opinion, what do you think that we need to put in place to see that when it comes about, that it won't be abused? For example, the National Assembly had gone ahead to create this proviso that allows the state governors to hire who will be the commissioner of the police at the state level, but cannot, outrightly fire such an individual as part of ways to check abuse. So I'm asking, from where you sit, your opinion on how we could check and be sure that it's not abused when established.
Yes, even the issue of state police and the powers being decentralized, there are some extent of powers that are not decentralized though. Even the federal police and the National Assembly still have some powers when it gets to the extreme and so on. And even commissioners that will be appointed by the state. Yes, we follow the orders, directives and instructions of the chief executive of the state, the governors, who are also the chief security officers. But there are still some orders that could be, that may be questionable in some cases. The law, to the extent I have seen, still give commissioners powers to say, okay, let me come, make reference to above. So the powers is not so total that some clear manifested orders that are not in tandem with realities, that the commissioner cannot hold on and make reference to the national level. It is there. It is there. So they contemplated all those things there. So these are the measures in place. But I will repeat, I will emphasize and re-emphasize, any good government at the level of the state will do everything to do what is right, to make sure the state policing system succeeds. The people are out there. Yes, there is no other checkmating authority or any other authority that will balance and control what the government does than the people. Also, you will hear hues and cries. People have that right. So some of these measures are in place. And, as events unfold themselves, obviously you will still see ways in which some of these things are addressed and things put better in shape. Yes.
On that note, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to look into these issues.
Yes,
Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
it will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, where we are taking a look at state police, a safer Nigeria or risky experiment. And helping us to dive and dissect this issue is Dr. Emeka Igwesi, who is the Deputy Commandant General and the National Coordinating Commandant, Nigeria Legion Corps of Commissioners, and former Enugu State Chairman, Nigeria Legion. Doc, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you.
All right. Doc, bringing about this conversation has been a lot of the Nigerian problem. Best described insecurity, is one of the key factors that makes us, look into this direction. But I'm asking, beyond these Nigerian problems, don't you think that the bigger problem here is the structure of policing that we have, or the weakness of governance and accountability in our system that has made it impossible for the police that we have today to function effectively, and that may equally impact the state police and finally when we have it?
Yes, Nigerian problem is cumulative.
It's cumulative?
Cumulative, yes. Looking at it from the perspective of Nigerian police force, the Nigerian system itself is a problem. The government has its own chunk of the challenge, of the blame, because there have been some hues and cries in the past with respect to leadership, successions, so many other issues in which fingers are being pointed on the parts of the government of the day. So I said it is cumulative. It is not peculiar to Nigerian police force, even in other areas. So it is a clear problem. We know it exists. Within the police force itself, just like we know, go out there. I drove along the road. I passed some checkpoints. I even saw something that is dramatic, even while coming. And these things are notorious. We all know them, and they are not supposed to be. So even within the police, the system is not healthy. So when we look at all those things, we will see that there is need to continue to invent some meaningful things, take some meaningful efforts, not shy away from doing some things, or using some other considerations, or quarter shouting no, no, no for one selfish reason or the other, and not do the right thing. So obviously the system has problems, but gradually we will address those problems and things will still be okay. I'm optimistic.
You're optimistic that things will be okay?
Yes.
But let's speak to the political will here. And that may be another factor, when it comes to security in Nigeria. A number of times, and sometimes I did listen to the United States congressmen talk about the Nigerian security situation, to have been prolonged and continue to, prevail due to lack of political will. And when we bring it to narrow it down to issue around policing, we've talked about, you and I have covered the issue around welfare, and then narrowing it down to state police. Don't you think that that may equally be a challenge, that political will to, either mobilize the police in the right direction or empower police without interference?
Well, this also borders on the issue of abuse. Yes, it also borders on the issues of abuse. And to the extent we have talked about abuse. Obviously, it is a factor. It's one of the problems. One of the those who are antagonistic to state police will always raise that there will be political interferences. The state governments will want to use that platform to oppress their opponents, the opposition, to clamp the opposition, and so on. But just like the reference I said earlier, at the level of Nigerian police, at the federal level, such thing may have happened, but to what extent, how weighty was it to now throw away issues of, bringing in measures and formulas to make things work in the country. So it is still part of the problem. It's not impossible that out of the 36 states of the Federation and FCT, that a state government during elections in desperation to win may not want to do such a thing, but it is not as easy as that. But I re-emphasize it. The essence of state police is more than all those challenges, because those challenges, to an extent, I would say they are to an extent theoretical or more of principles than those substantive issues, those issues that touches on lives of the people, where so many citizens will be so powerless.
Right, Doc.
Yes.
Doc, let me ask you pointedly, do you honestly believe that state police would be a solution to the insecurity that we are facing as a people?
I honestly believe that it can be a solution.
It can be a solution?
It can be, yes. And it is peculiar to states.
It's peculiar to states?
Yes. There are some states that may end up not achieving the best results, particularly in the north. But when you come to our own side of the divide, our states, in the south particularly, even in so many states of the north, because so many states of the north are not comfortable with what is happening. You will see that there will be extra measures. Let's use Enugu in particular. When the governor is given power to take charge of the affairs of the policing in the state, obviously all his efforts he has been making is going to gear and multiply them. Personnel will be recruited. Experts, like the retired military men we have in the Nigerian Legion, so many of them are still young and ready to serve. Like their corps of commissioners, they're trained, well trained, both the military joined with the ex-servicemen, trained them. They are there, many of them. They want to work, they want to be employed. Obviously, the state will now have that latitude to easily and happily bring them in. Constitutionally, nobody challenges them. And in that case, a lot of things will now be put in place in all our hinterlands, in the local governments, in the villages, in the forests, notwithstanding the existence of the forest guard. The presence of these people will be felt. Serious operational arrangements will be put in place. Even policy things will come out the more. Like issues of so many persons driving, what do you call it? Keke, no, not keke, Okada, in our hinterlands and so on. So many of them are not from Enugu State. Some are northerners, some are outside the country. Some are from neighboring states also. And some of them, when you see them driving Okada or keke in the town, in an open place, you see them well dressed, relating happily, buying things. How you even suspect them is that when you look at them, you will see big vehicle, you see Okada, but you see their dressing, you see how they spend money, buy expensive things in the market. Most often, I have seen that. In fact, the latest I saw was in Abuja there, at UTC market. I saw some group of persons that look as if they came from outside the country.
the more Fulanis looking. I saw how they were buying things, buying expensive clothes and so on. I was somewhere there to buy it. I told myself, and even the person standing with me, a friend, that these are people in the forest, that these are bandits. Buying expensive things, expensive, even the boots, there is a boot they bought there, very expensive. So, looking at them, looking at their physical outlook, you know, they don't have that. They must be getting serious money, unaccountable money from elsewhere. So, in our villages here, around our local governments and so on, you see them, most of them come from the forest. And sometimes they even do what may look like shifts. Some of them, they are knowledgeable. Some of them are knowledgeable. Some persons will be in the bush working. Thereafter, the other persons will go back. The other persons will come out and refresh themselves, refresh their life, and then still go back. So the ABC of what I'm saying is that when it now comes to that level of the state government having such powers, those things will not exist like that. It may not even exist again, because there will be a strong policy to make sure that whoever is seen in some place, that person must explain why the person is there, the person's location, the person's home, the person's means of livelihood, and so on. So many of them will run. And a lot of things that cannot be said here will be happening, and all will help towards restoring peace at the level of the states. So state policing is the best thing that can happen. Granted, we had some other security outfits, you know, existing, but they were not doing things authoritatively. Some of them are not even armed. Some of them were armed with local guns. Some of them were armed with guns that are not automatic rifles, and so on. Why? Because the state government had no such powers. They get all their powers from other, but now they have power. They can equip the state police with any kind of automatic weapon, even beyond personal weapons, even armored personnel carrier. And I know our Enugu state will do that. Even armored personnel carrier can be gotten by state. That place that the fire is hit is very serious. Armored personnel carrier will drive in. It's not out of place for a state to have armored personnel carrier. It's not out of place for a state to have, beyond drones, helicopters, fighting jets, you know, and then recruits, get in some experts, courageous experts, who will effectively man those things.
All right, we're almost running out of time, but I have three quick successive questions to ask. But first, you know, given everything you've said, are you not worried that we may be, you know, over-militarized when we have state police, and a lot of equipment would have to come in terms of ammunition?
I'm not worried about that.
You're not?
Such thing will not happen. It is not a case of Boko Haram. When during political exigencies of some politicians, that was during the days of Goodluck Jonathan, wanting to remove Goodluck Jonathan, went and recruited people outside the country, busy giving their arm without any proper procedure put in place towards retrieving the arm again. They may not even know the identities of those persons. Camped them, because they don't know the ground, they don't know the terrain. Camped them, feeding them, funding them, and everything. At a stage, they got what they want, they didn't fund them again. They didn't even address their feeding again. These people left their confinements, their barracks, and now went elsewhere looking for a way of survival. At a stage, the thing now got into them that this is now my property, let me use it at wish. So state police cannot be like that. It cannot be. It is a command and control thing. It's not different from Nigerian police. So it's not different from military outlook, because there must be commanders. Everything is fully documented. It is purely a civil service job. Purely a civil service job.
All right.
Yes.
Doc, we're almost out of time, but before I let you go, how would the Nigerian Legion be able to assist or contribute to better security across subnationals, especially given the advent of state police?
Yes, thank you very much coming to that question. You know, Nigerian Legion is a body of retired military men, including their corps of commissioners. Within the Legion, there are older persons, there are younger persons, even far younger than I am, who served the military, the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and they retired meritoriously. Now, a good number of them are still young out there, doing one thing or the other, getting involved in one business or the other to survive and to survive their family. They are still ready to work. So now that we have state police, I think it will be easier and the door will be more open, because definitely the state government is going to look for competent persons. So they will come in. They will help in making sure that the system works. There will be discipline. There will be command, there will be control.
Is there any conversation in that regard as to how the Legion will be able to assist? Have you opened conversation?
Yes, we are on it at the national level, and on the state level, we are on it also. We are putting one or two together to make sure that it captures the government attention, and I know that the government should be thinking about it also. Okay. So obviously, not just the Army, the military, the Navy or Air Force, even some other security agencies, they are retirees who are still strong and young. Remember, the whole essence of state policing to curb these present challenges, these serious challenges, these peculiar challenges we have never had before, the way we are having it now. So I believe with state police, a lot of progress will be made.
A lot of progress will be made. All right, Doc, if you have the ear of the government, both at the national and the state level, what will you be advising them on issue around state police, on implementation?
Yes. We have reached this stage that it is no longer a debate. This debate of state policing, whether to be or not to be, has commenced very long a time, and it had serious opposition. And presently, it is now becoming a reality. So I advise every state government to see it beyond any political consideration. They should see it from the perspective that this is the most important thing any government will do for its people. They should take it serious, bring in enough attention, enough support, logistics, investing in things that will help to strengthen the body, and then not look down on welfare. Not look down on welfare, because what encourages motivations of personnel is welfare. When they are not taken care of, there is no adequate preparation for their welfare. They may not have that capacity to talk, to challenge also, but obviously it is going to affect productivity. It is going to affect their morale, their contribution, and generally effective security system. So state police is an ample opportunity we all yearn for, and we have gotten it. Let state government work it very well, exceedingly well, so that the result will be there. Issue of insecurity will disappear. I'm very, very optimistic in some states, particularly in Enugu states, particularly in southeastern states, particularly in southern states, and some other northern states that are suffering, that are not at home with all those obscure philosophies and ideologies. Yes.
All right. Just finally, just simple one. What are the things you would want to see when we finally have state police? Just one thing you would want to see, drawing from your experience so far. What is that one thing that you would want to see with the state police?
Abuse.
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 On that note,
at the end of the day, let it be seen that that objective, that thing that necessitated to the clamor of state police is realized. Let there be security. Yes.
All right. On that note, we will be drawing the curtain. And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've listened and you've heard. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight all on our social handles at Aneke TV. And being with us so far, talking on this issue, is Dr. Emeka Igwesi, Deputy Commandant General and National Coordinating Commandant, Nigerian Legion Corps of Commissioners, and former Enugu State Chairman, Nigerian Legion. Doc, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions.
Suicide bomber! Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Suicide bomber! Don't go anywhere, gentlemen!
In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. The World Food Programme warns northern Nigeria faces its worst hunger crisis in a decade. The United States has placed 124 Nigerians on its deportation list over criminal convictions. Lagos State says its tax harmonization policy has significantly reduced multiple taxation. Details of the news. The United Nations World Food Programme has warned that escalating insecurity and severe humanitarian funding shortfall are driving northern Nigeria into its worst food crisis in nearly a decade. The agency says more than 17 million people across 9 conflict-affected states are experiencing crisis or emergency levels of food insecurity. The body identifies Borno State as part of epicenter of the crisis, with more than 3 million people facing acute hunger. It says persistent terrorist attacks, banditry and illegal roadblocks have disrupted farming activities and severely restricted humanitarian access to vulnerable communities. The agency says funding constraints have forced it to scale back food assistance, leaving only about 740,000 of the 6.2 million food insecure people in the Northeast currently receiving support. It warns that the suspension of assistance in some displacement camps is increasing the risk of malnutrition, gender-based violence, and exploitation. The body is appealing for an immediate $89 million to sustain emergency food and logistics operation over the next 6 months, warning that without urgent international support, the humanitarian situation could deteriorate further. Governor Lex Oti of Abia State has approved the site for the construction of a general hospital in Atam Abam Arochukwu government area as part of efforts to expand access to quality healthcare in underserved communities. The approval followed technical and environmental assessments by the Abia State Ministry of Health, which confirmed the suitability of the proposed location. The project is expected to provide comprehensive secondary healthcare services to residents of Atan, Abam, and neighboring communities. Commissioner for Health, Professor Enoch Obonnaya said architectural designs for the hospital have been completed and procurement processes are underway ahead of the commencement of construction. He commended the host community for voluntarily providing additional land to facilitate the project. Community leaders have welcomed the development, expressing confidence that the hospital will improve healthcare delivery, reduce maternal and child mortality, create employment opportunities, and stimulate socio-economic development in the area. Troops of Operation Heading K have repelled a coordinated attack by ISWAP terrorists at Logomani in Borno State, inflicting heavy casualties on the insurgents during a fierce gun battle. Military authorities say the terrorists briefly breached the defensive position before troops launched successful counter-offensive that forced the attackers to retreat. One soldier was, however, killed during the encounter. The military also confirmed that the 6 suspected ISWAP members and their families surrendered to troops, handing over more than 1.5 million naira and communication equipment. The development is attributed to sustained military operations across the northeast. In separate operations in Borno and Adamawa State, troops rescued 2 kidnapped victims, arrested suspected terrorist registered suppliers, and recovered illicit drugs and other items. The military has warned that individuals providing support or supplies to terrorist groups will face prosecution. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wike Shaibu, has appealed to leaders, parents, and traditional rulers in the southeast to encourage young people to enlist in the Nigerian Army, citing the region's poor utilization of its recruitment quota. Lieutenant General Shaibu made the appeal during the personal parade of 2,089 soldiers of regular recruit intake 90 at the Nigerian Army Recruits Training Depot, Amasiri Eda in Afibo and Eda local government areas of Ebonyi State. He described military service as a patriotic and honorable profession, urging communities in the southeast to take advantage of the training depot established in the region. He also reminded the newly graduated soldiers that Nigeria's evolving security challenges require discipline, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to national service. The Army Chief further warned personnel against violating the Nigerian Army social media policy, stressing that unauthorized disclosure of operational information could attract severe disciplinary sanctions. Governor Francis Winfrey of Ebonyi State reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting military operations and strengthening collaboration with the Nigerian Army. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, has called for the responsible deployment of technology and policing, stressing that innovation must always be guided by public trust, accountability, and respect for human rights. Represented at the 5th United Nations Chiefs of Police Summit in New York, the Inspector General said criminal networks are increasingly exploiting artificial intelligence, cybercrime tools, and encrypted communication platforms to operate across national borders. He noted that emerging technologies such as digital forensic and geospatial intelligence provide law enforcement agencies with valuable tools to combat organized crime, provided they are applied within the framework of the law. Mr. Disu also urged greater international cooperation in policing, calling on member states to support capacity building initiatives that will enable developing countries to strengthen their technological capabilities in tackling transnational crime. The Imo State Police Command has arrested 2 suspected kidnap kingpins and rescued 3 kidnapped victims during coordinated operations targeting criminal hideouts in different parts of the state. Commissioner of Police Mr. Garuba Boso said the suspects were apprehended during raids conducted in the Egbema Riverine area and were not local government area. They identified the suspects as confidence vitalis of Ohaji Egbema local government area Imo State and Ishiaya Rejoice from Imoha local government area of River State. Mr. Boso disclosed that the command arrested 184 suspects over the past 2 months for offenses including kidnapping, terrorism, armed robbery, cultism, murder, rape, defilement, and vehicle theft. He added that 3 kidnapped victims were rescued unharmed. The police also recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, magazines, locally fabricated firearms, ammunition, vehicles, motorcycles, cult items, a human skull, and other exhibits. The Commissioner reaffirmed the command's commitment to sustaining intelligence-led operations aimed at tackling violent crime across the state. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. The World Food Programme warns that northern Nigeria faces its worst hunger crisis in nearly a decade. Coming up shortly, the United States places 124 Nigerians on its deportation list as part of an immigration enforcement crackdown. Lagos State says its tax harmonization policy has significantly reduced multiple taxation. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The United States government has placed 124 Nigerians on its deportation list as part of an intensified immigration enforcement campaign targeting undocumented migrants convicted of serious criminal offenses. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security in a statement said the affected Nigerians were among those identified under its worst of the worst category and had been arrested by the U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement for deportation under the administration's Immigration Enforcement Program. The department said the operation is in line with President Donald Trump's directive to strengthen border security and remove non-citizens considered threats to public safety and national security. It, however, did not disclose the specific offenses committed by the affected Nigerians or indicate when the deportation process would commence. The latest development follows broader immigration measures introduced after President Trump returned to office in January 2025. Nigeria was also among countries affected by the partial U.S. visa restrictions announced in June over concerns relating to identity management, information sharing, visa overstay rates, and security screening. The Lagos State government says ongoing reforms have significantly reduced the incidence of multiple taxation, describing the harmonization of tax administration as a major relief for businesses operating in the state. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mrs. Bobo Oyekan Ismailia, said made the disclosure during the inauguration of the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators Secretariat in Lagos. She said the harmonization initiative aligns federal and state tax systems to eliminate duplicate levies on legitimate businesses. Mrs. Oyekon Ismailia noted that although isolated complaints may still arise, many are linked to attempts by some operators to evade statutory obligations. She maintained that businesses with valid official receipts are protected under the current framework. The Permanent Secretary urged business owners experiencing multiple tax demands to report such cases to the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture for prompt investigation and appropriate action. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening micro, small and medium enterprises, describing them as the foundation of sustainable economic growth and job creation. Represented by the Commissioner for Industry and SMEs at a business summit in Aba, Governor Oti said the state government is implementing policies to improve access to finance, encourage digital innovation, and create a more enabling environment for business development. He said the government is compiling a comprehensive database of businesses across the state to address existing information gaps and improve policy planning,
The administration is also prioritizing infrastructure development and public-private partnerships to support enterprise growth, particularly among youth and women. The Nigerian naira traded within a relatively stable range against the United States dollar at the official foreign exchange market. Figures from the Nigerian foreign exchange market showed the local currency exchange at about 1,373 naira to the dollar as market participants continue to monitor liquidity and demand. At the parallel market, the dollar traded at approximately 1,410 naira, although rates varied across locations and dealers. The difference between the official and parallel market rates remained about around 66 naira to the dollar, reflecting sustained demand for foreign exchange outside official channels. Now in sports, remarks by Morocco's Minister of Sports, Mohamed Saad Berada, ahead of the country's FIFA World Cup quarterfinal against France have generated widespread reactions across Africa. The minister reportedly stated that Morocco's national team, the Atlas Lions, is participating in the tournament primarily to represent Morocco's national interest rather than the African continent. The comments have sparked debate on social media, with many football supporters expressing disappointment, while others argued that every national team has the right to prioritize its own identity and national aspirations. The development comes as Morocco prepares for one of the biggest matches in its football history, with expectations remaining high among supporters across Africa despite the differing views generated by the minister remarks. Now in entertainment, media personality Tolulope Oniru, popularly known as Tools, has defended her recent comment advising intending couples to reconsider relationships where they lack acceptance from their partner's parents. Speaking during an interview with broadcaster Morayo Afolabi Brown to mark her 10th wedding anniversary, Tools said mutual respect between spouses and their families plays a significant role in building stable and lasting marriages. Responding to reactions on social media, she clarified that while complete agreement between couples and their in-laws may not always be possible, respect and acceptance are essential for maintaining healthy family relationships. Tools cautioned against situations where a spouse is forced to choose between their partner and their parents, arguing that such circumstances often create unnecessary emotional strain and could undermine the stability of a marriage. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. United Nations World Food Programme has warned that worsening insecurity and severe funding shortages are pushing northern Nigeria into its worst hunger crisis in nearly a decade. The agency says more than 17 million people across 9 conflict-affected states are facing acute food insecurity and has appealed for an urgent $89 million to sustain life-saving humanitarian operations over the next 6 months. The United States government has placed 124 Nigerians on its deportation list as part of an intensified immigration enforcement campaign targeting undocumented migrants convicted of criminal offenses. According to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the affected individuals were arrested by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and are being processed for removal under the administration of President Donald Trump. The Lagos state government says its tax harmonization policy has significantly reduced the burden of multiple taxation on businesses. Speaking in Lagos, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture, Mrs. Bobo Oyekon Ismaila, said the reform has streamlined tax administration and urged business owners experiencing duplicate tax demands to report such cases to the Ministry for prompt intervention. That's news across the country. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703043710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidimasa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chuguma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing, yeah, y'all be lame teams. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing, I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debate continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? I how you guys, today is a beautiful Thursday afternoon. What you do here is entertainment. We give you the best of best gist and groove live on our entertainment show, live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Ubodo, probably called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. Today, on this beautiful Thursday afternoon, I bring a lot of gist, and I'm going in, I'm not going to base now on national, but I'm going to bring you the international gist and everything excitement about it. And now let's go to the educational sector of this entertainment gist. The first one, my first gist is about a young Nigerian who has made a global impact in the world, and this young Nigeria is known as Oyedikachi Ejejurumu, who has won a golden medal at the International STEM Olympiad in Rome, emerging as the world's best mathematician in primary category. His remarkable achievement is not just a personal milestone, but a proud moment for Nigeria, proving that the country has young talent and can compete and excel on the global stage. This young man right here has, he has my lot of recognition and excitement, because when I was watching the live stream of the STEM Olympiad, I was so happy and excited that there are still young people who are enthusiastic about this education. There has just been this just that the young generation are no longer interested on reading and knowing what's going on, but this is a proof that there are still young people who are energetic about knowing more, inquisitive to learn and to know what's happening over there and above, and to gather knowledge and to impart. So it's a wide thing, and I think if it continues to grow in this space, a lot of recognition will be made in the international stage. And then moving over to my second gist, I'm bringing in fashion, and this is a fashion, telling you different tribe and their different known outfits, and which shows them embodiment of different colors and glory. Let me talk about the Calabari and this outfit they make is known as the Kurukuru bite. This Kurukuru bite is an embodiment of a fabric combining different native, is a up and down mixed. The Kuruburu bite is a blue checked outfit with a matching down part. This outfit has so many exciting, and the combination is what makes it more exciting for me. And then I'm going next to my next outfit is the Baba Riga outfit. This Baba Riga, we have seen this Hausa films that you see the Muslim men wear this white shawl, cover the face with a big bushel outfit. This Baba Riga outfit is for the Hausa, the Fulani, and the Kanuri tribes. Moving over to the next one is the TV, the Anga. This outfit is known for the TV tribe. They always, one thing, whenever I see a stripe white and black, I don't even need to think twice. It just belongs to the TV. This is just their well-recognized outfit, and it's very amazing, and it's looking all beautiful. And let's move over to the Igbo. Igbo Kwezono, the Ishago. The Ishago outfit is one which we recognize in the Igbo culture, where men embody that boldness, and it gives mature, sense of outfit. And then whenever a man appears with this Ishago, you don't even need to add it twice. You just know that he's from the Igbo tribe, Igbo culture. He represents this is that, and then with his red cap Chief Taisu Kaap. This is just a definition of Igbo. And then let's move over to the Igala culture and Igala tribe. So their outfit is, this outfit is embodiment of green, yellow, and a mixture of red bells. That's known for the Igala Achi outfit. And then the next one is the Ashoke. Ashoke is for the Yoruba, most especially the brides. The brides wear this outfit. It's a golden one, and wherever you see it, it's a rich embodiment of the Yoruba female tribe culture. And this is just for bridal looks, most especially for occasion or wambe of the Yorubas. And this outfit is looking so beautiful. And then let's talk about the Omoaro. The Omoaro is an Igbo cultural attire, most especially for the people of Ndaro, Chuku, or in Abia State. They always wear this outfit. It's an embodiment of their tribe as an Igbo, and then a part of the Igbo, which is the Abia State. Usually the Aro people wear this outfit. And then let's move over to the Adire by the Yoruba. This outfit is a matching up and down, and it's very golden, and it's looking so amazing. Let's look over to the Awacha. Most especially the people that wear this is Igbo tribe, but I see this kind of Awacha in the Igbo films. The films produced by the Igbos, especially the goddess. Yes, the goddess, the symbolical of the gods. They are transparent, they are holy, the gods. This is just them, the Awacha, the Mamiri or Ma or anybody, but this is just the Igbo attire meant for the spiritual goddess, the spiritual people who are the fortification. This is the beauty of Nigerian fashion, which begins with the fabric, bold colors, rich textures, timeless traditions. Which one are you representing? Me, I'm representing the Igbo, Enugu, Kwenu, Kwezanda, Adenugu. And then moving over to the next one, I'm talking about these comedians who have made our time watching the screen very amusing. These comedians have made impact. These are people, before skit, they became a mainstream. These are creators and laid the foundation of Nigeria online comedy scene, which are OG skit makers. For me, there are a list of them who have the likes of Emanuela and Mark Angel. I think watching Emanuela and Mark Angel right from childhood made it so splendid for me. Emanuela made live amusing as a child, but she's all grown up now, and these are people that we know. And then we have the Maraji is another skit maker, content creator, comedian. She's just outstanding for me. And then we have Crazy Clown. He's just, he's not business, family stuff. We have the Lazizi Elenu. We have Just Too Funny. We have Brother Shaggy. What up? We have Twizy, we have Woli Abba, we have Clinton Okode. These are people, these are great content creators, comedians who have stood out for me. But for me, it was Emanuela that actually, brought the idea of this content creator, skit maker into life for me. This is where I understood that this is a game. And I also have an international recognition for some a foreign student who made an impact in the global world and global stage. This is a Nigerian student, Dorcas Kanibi, who has graduated from medical school in Russia with an outstanding CGPA of 4.9 out of 5.00. This is the global. Today it's just been global recognition of these people with great talent, great effort, who has pushed through, who have made it far above, have brought in the light and telling the world that Nigerians we have many talents, and we can do. We can go far and beyond. It's just time, effort we just need. These are people that should serve as role model to the younger ones. And let's talk about things that's going on, the gossip of the entertainment industry. Right now swinging to gossip. You know, what is gossip? You know, without you, me, and you. We just tell you what is going on. And then there's this buzz has been going on, and he has just been dishing it out to his fellow artists. I'm talking about singer Brimo. He slams Burna Boy. He says, who happens to be his junior colleague, he says, you bought your Grammy award. Should I blink? That was hard. That was too hard. Brimo has just been going hard on people. And then I would still tell you what another one he said. And that one has just been boozing the internet. So if he somehow, there is a stray bullet just hit Two-Face Idibia, but let me throw the stray bullets. I just said I will inform you guys that stray bullets somehow managed to hit Two-Face. But for now, let's not leave we'll still come back to that gist. But the actor, Jim Ike, says something. He claims that nothing in the entertainment industry glorifies God. This is where demons live. No, it's not me. If you're watching me, I'm not Jim Ike that said it. But somehow, this happens to be a little bit true, because the entertainment industry is a world where you will just be shouting, wow, wow, wow. It is just wowing and wowing everybody every day. Every day. We keep being wowed. But anyway, if they're wowing you, wow them back. So let's talk about my next gist. Melanie Queen on Air says that marriage list is, she gave instance that marriage list 10 million, bride price 10,000 naira. If they get divorced, only bride price will be refunded. How does it even make sense? My dear, they don't sell you, so that bride price. The ceremony has to be the invitation of people. That's what people don't understand. There's difference between bride price that you paid, that you are taking this person in, and the money that is to be used. I think money for other ones, miscellaneous marriage list comes with the celebration, people that will be called for, because in bride price is just fully for the family, and then this one, so if they don't, if you want to collect your money back, we're gonna call all those people that joined us. If you can able to retrieve the money from them, because personally depends on the people you are inviting and your tradition. If you can actually call them and retrieve the money back, fine and good, you can collect the marriage list money. But if not, stick with your bride price money. Not me tell you say make you go marry woman they are own. You say you want to marry woman, leave them. Follow this Reverend Father, go become Reverend Father now, leave marriage now. Who send brother, yes, I'm talking to you. Who send you go there? As person no send you, no disturb me. And then let's talk about what Toke Makinwa said. He said men lie like they were stupid. Where are the women? You always know when they are always lying. No. But if you lie to me as a man, me I go lie give you back to sender. Back to sender. If you lie give me, I go lie give you. So, but let's talk about the attack by Brimo about Two-Face. He said, I slept with people's wives so much that Two-Face attacked me in 2019 for sleeping with Annie. Brimo said, and when I was popping, women loved me so much that I was just sleeping with them everyone I met. It got to a point that I even was sleeping with married women at their weddings. I even remember the moment in 2019 when two Baba looked me in the eye, square eye, and asked me if I've slept with Annie, but because I knew I was capable of doing at what he, because he knew actually what he was capable of doing at that time, but I never slept with Annie. She was just off limits. Brahma said, now you spoil you spoil your career, people's wife. You never hear. Make Edo gist you and Chike gist you, waiting they solve. We will say to you there, obviously. Peterobi just tweeted that it is over. Thank you, Jesus. It is done. Divorce done and dusted. She's trying to tell us that it's official now. She's no longer married to the film lad. The film lad, Frederick Leonard. She's no longer married. So don't address her as the wife of Frederick Leonard. But the way celebrities are divorcing their husband, we go still marry. I said, look, I ask you, we go still marry the way they are divorcing the husband up and down. May God save us. And then let's move on to the next gist. It's about female's lament as she nears 30. She said, I'm just thinking out loud. I remember when I was 22, 20, 29. Now I'm 30. And a lot of problems have overwhelmed me. One of it is marriage. Idea not be you go fix your yash, fix your body now. You think of marriage. Anyway, if you see man settle, other ones are coming out of marriage, unless you want to join them. But if you don't want to join them, manage your life the way you see it before you say they send you. And then there is a sad story that has just been trending online. It has just been trending online. And it's about the 25-year-old medical doctor serving under the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, has reportedly passed away after his request for sick leave was allegedly denied, sparking with a widespread of reaction on social media. Jesus Christ. May the young soul rest in peace. And it's a sad thing, a sad moment. I think is because so many people, I wouldn't blame the NYC, at the same time I'll blame them, because so many people use this as a flingy excuse to do whatever that pleases them. So I think they might have thought that it's just one of those excuses as usual, but they didn't know that this one. So anything you are doing, just know that your action might affect the innocent one someday, sometime. And this is the repercussion and the disgraceful thing about this. And it's so sad that the innocent 27-year-old medical doctor lost his life to this kind of thing. But anyway, the best thing is just to still bring medical reports and to be sure that actually this is done. But we saw a picture of the First Lady Tinubu harvesting vegetables from her garden at Aso Rock Villa Surface. And you people sure we're not thinking what you are thinking. It's like we're not longer going to fry akara and sell. You say we're gonna now start harvesting vegetable now veggie that's the trending things. And we'll talk about singer Nyola, who makes a public appearance after her husband's sudden passing and looking visibly slimmer. Yeah, she went slimmer, and I think a couple of weeks we saw on the internet where she sent off some message of the press woman that is ready to join her husband, her late husband, and it shows that she actually loved her husband so much that she feels that she cannot do without her husband. This is something that is remarkably distorting, and it's not good for the woman. I think health-wise is not good, but one woman. And then let's laugh about, it's something to laugh about. Let's laugh about the new outfit by Diamond Plateau in his new photos. A lot of things are very, very, very quite odd about his outfit. Someone said, swag. This is your swag. I just don't understand. Yes, me too. I don't understand the swag, but you can't just tell me who was on the mood board, But anyway, all these artists and their weird thing. But but it's good, Sha. Now let's talk about Portable, Portable or the sport. He said, when I brought Kolu from Abuja, they thought I wanted to use him for rituals, but I wanted to help him. Kolu likes women and he's older than me. Yeah, he likes women, but I don't think he has a child out of wedlock. No, I didn't say anything. I'm out. But I said something. But anyway. There's this thing that just have been trending about actress Iya Oju shares that sex has a lot to do with a woman's glow and the secret behind her youthful glow at 48. So make we dey fornicate they go. Make we just they go, they go. Because I don't understand what she said that sex has a lot to do with woman's glow. How would this woman just be telling us like that what we should just be having sex and just be going? Like what what's happening. Like, God save us from all this advice, all these celebrities. They will just lead us astray one day because, holy Jesus. Okay, let's talk about the incident that happens with this Papaya X cries out after the Mercedes-Benz emblem on her car was stolen. Lagos is a zoo. No be zoo. No be zoo. I think just an emblem and you're still shouting. The person even leave car for you. This just an emblem. You still they shout. If not me, I will still come back, come collect the car. But I'm not a thief anyway, so sorry for the loss of your emblem, but you must everything come online. Like, the celebrities warm me every day by day, like, why? Okay, but someone said, Precious Bernard said, the person won 20k airtime on a group chat, and they kept asking me for her preferred phone number for the airtime, but she kept insisting that they should send the money to her account instead of airtime. I don't like that this money, yeah. Nah, send me money, leave airtime. What I go use 20k airtime do, please? Can someone just tell me? What will I be using 20k airtime to do? Now food? Now food? I know, but let's talk about the 100 levels student who shares his surprising transformation from when he will resume school to now. I think everybody's 100 level is very tough. Like 100 level will show you shege. You will look like your 100 level. As you advance, you start, adding up, looking fresh, you're adapting to the school environment, looking like who you're supposed to look like. But at 100 level, you look like a problem because a lot of stress, a lot of emotional, bag in, bag out. Things will just be stressing you up and down. But don't worry, don't panic. What I mean, don't worry, don't panic. Everything will be all right. Say amen, because someone shout amen, 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 and amen. Just don't worry, your whole ideology of this. So let's move over to the third this thing. My last gist for today is about Katefe and BB Naija winner, Fina Unusual. So she said something. I auditioned for BBM 5 times before I got in. My time go come, she just talked about the issue behind this Katefe being given admission to Streamer University in the US. So people have just been wishing themselves. There has been a rumor spreading allegedly that even the known streamer Pella has been denied admission. So she said, this is just the thing that they will say: never give up, keep trying, keep trying. Keep trying. You don't know when it's gonna be your time. You don't know. So when you give up, it might be that right time for you to. Because I am my life is a testimony of that. Don't give up, because I had one thing that I've been pursuing for a very long time. It's a very today I am here today and I have it, and it's the time that to tell you that see that thing you are living up to, you're expecting. It's in your palm, but there is always a right time for it. So if you make mistake, and eventually it will tell on you. But anyway, that's all I have for you on today on Aneke TV Live on our entertainment show. I go by the name Gift Obodo. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for always being part of the show. You can always send in your comments to our social media platforms or live with the hashtag Aneke TV and send in your comments. And always put a call if the call is needed. But if you can't, just put in text. We'll read your message. You can pass your message. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Bye. Bye. Have a nice day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road, and 18-kilometer dual carriageway, was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers, announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance. There are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold,
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Once again, we say thank you so much for joining Security Watch on Aneke TV. This is an enlightenment program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property. It also acknowledges the effort of the government through the security agencies in the fight against insecurity in Nigeria. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. And today our focus is on the efforts of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. Thank you so much for being there. Permit me to introduce to you the guest we have on the studio for this show. We have the Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Dr. Chigezie Obasi. Doc, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, our viewers.
How are you today?
I'm fine. And you?
I am fine. All right. What's your concern about the security situation in Nigeria?
By concern, security in Nigeria today, would I say has assumed a situation where it's not a business. So you see that people have migrated from kidnapping individuals to taxing farmers, kidnapping children, and they're now kidnapping school, children. And what it simply implies is that they have been looking for how to make money, and they feel the government is the best approach, to making money. Because when you kidnap children, you put political question mark on the government. I think that is it. And I believe, again, this might be assuming some political dimensions, because it's obviously clear to us. You remember Chibok girls, it's assumed political dimensions, a lot of kidnappings, and this time around, prior to 2027, we are seeing increase at alarming rate on kidnapping of school children, which to me is both motivated by economy and politics. However, I must state clearly that the insecurity in Nigeria is worsening because of bad leadership. If you look at security from a human security point of view, you understand that the government hadn't done much, in terms of leadership, in terms of leadership to help tame the insecurity in Nigeria. I believe that when you do things that are supposed to be done within a system, insecurity will naturally go down.
Okay, thank you so much. Just thinking aloud, what could one maybe say could be the cause of insecurity in Nigeria? Could it be maybe attributed to something like the borders of the country being porous?
Though, it's a multifaceted factors that you could say leads to insecurity in Nigeria. But I must tell you that the major reason is poor, poor leadership. You could say intra-crisis and external crisis. Most of the porous borders as a result of poor leadership again within the Sahel region, and then climate change that is driving a lot of farmers down or headers down to the country. But within this system, we're having a situation where we have Nigeria over 50 or 60% of Nigerians are below 30, and majority of them are unemployed. You see graduates who somebody finishing as a graduate returns back to the fathers and mother and then keep begging to be fed. That's quite unfortunate. So we see a situation whereby the country is poor, but we are completely unproductive. We are not employing, people are not being employed. And then you have a lot of youths that can easily be utilized, or recruited into criminality. So that's why I say first is the government not doing what they should do. And then we begin to look at what happens across the border. Yes, we have porous border, but again, to check porous border, you must have a government that is functional. Situation where you have over 1,500 undocumented borders over there in the north is concerning. It's completely not acceptable. That's a failure on the government, But by and large, you can't just say this is one reason, but it's a complete decay and failure of leadership that has resulted to what we have as insecurity.
Okay, thank you so much. A complete decay on the failure of the leadership that has resulted in what we have today as insecurity. Thank you. Let us observe just a short break. Yes, we shall be right back. Our viewer, thank you so much. Please don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break. We are still on this program, Security Watch on Aneke TV. If you are joining us now, our topic for today is the effort of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. And I've been with Dr. Chikezie Obasi here. Doc, let's continue.
Thank you.
All right. Before I went on the short break, I was about asking you, for instance, this kidnapping for ransom, which is, of course, is a serious issue in Nigeria today. Are you saying that the government is not doing enough to arrest the situation?
If they are doing enough, we wouldn't have it in the first instance. That's the simple truth. Countries that are doing enough, you see those things there. Let me give you a typical example. Any country that has unemployment rate to single digits, we won't have this type of insecurity. Do you see it in China? I want to use China, as case in point, because we throw these issues back to the people. But if you take a look at countries like in Scandinavian countries, Finland, and so on, where unemployment rate is less than 3%. You don't see this type of insecurity. You don't see it. The kidnapping for ransom simply means that people are looking for money. So if you provide alternative to getting that money, which involves creating job opportunities, their living standard coming up, why would they kidnap? Do you understand what I'm talking about? When somebody kidnaps for ransom, it simply means that he's looking for money. The person that kidnapped maybe have been recruited and paid peanuts. Because I'm sure those people that do the kidnap and all those that plan, they just executed jobs and probably they are paid peanuts. So the big boys have seen willing tools they could recruit. If those willing tools have been there doing something or the other, call it a blue-collar job, in factories, and they're able to feed themselves, why would they go into such acts? That's why I say it's a complete decay, involving governance and leadership in the country that led to where we are today. And it's not really abating. That's the simple truth, because you see that politicians have mastered the craft of palliating our crisis and then painting it and giving us opportunities to come back the next 4 years to exercise whatever we call franchise. So they're not talking about governance. That's the truth. But if you have a country that is having the kind of population we have, with over 200 million persons, that country should know that becoming a serious nation is more than just a talk show. It has to be action-packed. And if you take a look at the corruption of our leaders and a punishment or reward for criminality, you can find out that one could say Nigeria is one of the most corrupt nations in the world. So it's not everything you can see government is doing. It's not really working. It's not even showing any effort. For me, there's no tangible effort, to curb insecurity. That's the simple truth.
There's no tangible effort to curb insecurity.
For people might think there's an effort, but for me, once an effort is not yielding the desired, result, I would call it an insignificantly intangible effort.
But I think our security agents are doing their best in trying to see that it is done the way it's supposed to be done.
Managing security has both sides. You have kinetic and non-kinetic approach. And when you say the security agencies are doing all they could, I believe you're talking about the kinetic approach to it. And I can tell you that kinetic approach can never, resolve the Nigerian insecurity system. It has to be the soft approach. You have to nip you have to remove the firewood that ignites that fire. And how do you extinguish it? Create good leadership, staff the criminals opportunities of recruiting people. Like I said, in virtually all these insecurity we're looking at, people that perpetuate it are ragtag individuals. These are people that are looking for daily bills. So provide the alternative, the recruitment stops. If you listen to what happened, how Boko Haram or ISWAP recruits people over there in the northeast, you will cry. Some of them are paid as low as 10,000, 15,000 per month. Most of these guys will call headers. Some of them are paid almost nothing. So how do you begin to tackle these issues? It means that government have to live up to expectations. And you live up to expectations by doing what you should do as government. So make sure that the unemployment rate is reduced drastically. Make sure that people are educated, not just ordinary education, but quality education. They understand the meaning of life. And then be responsive as the government. So you begin to curb and create hope and opportunities. You create opportunities and hope within the system, and people will begin to embrace the system. Stop living a ostentatious life. Reward criminals with the adequate punishment. Situation whereby people get a pat on the back because they embezzled money. It's worrisome. Serious nations don't do like that. So that's why I say I'm not seeing government, creating a venue for people to see that criminality or kidnapping is not an incentive.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Basi. That is a very strong submission. At this juncture, we want to welcome another strong voice who is also going to tell us, speak on his own view about this matter, insecurity in Nigeria. May we, at this point, welcome a management consultant, a former director of National Rotation Agency, Enugu State, who is also a member of the National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okolie. Doctor, welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me. Welcome, my viewers.
All right.
Welcome, my brother.
Good morning, sir.
As a matter of fact, we are looking at the effort of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, I want you to be specific and then intentional in scoring the efforts of the government so far.
Well, thank you once again for having me in your platform. It is said that security is so important that it cannot be left to government alone. They say security is everybody's business. Security is everybody's business. Therefore, government will play their own part, and the citizens will also play their part. Without going back on the principles and the reasons for having government. They say the primary purpose of government is to provide security and to provide welfare and good governance for the people. So therefore, even though you do not leave it for them alone, because they cannot succeed in the government of all tiers, the first tier, the second tier, and the third tier of government, all of them have to collaborate with citizenry. So it's a collaborative effort, whether it is kinetic or non-kinetic. You see, when you talk about the efforts of government that understands what the business of security is, government that is what the name government, because some people are not prepared to become members of government. Some people call themselves accidental public servants, because actually accidentally they found themselves in their position. They are not prepared. But if you are prepared to be in government, whether at the community level government, whether at the local government level government or governance, whether at the state level or whether at the apex, the one Yoruba call Ijọba Àpapọ̀, that's federal government.
Okay.
So whichever level of government you find yourself, you know the primary purpose of having government, the reasons why society have to have government and have to have the monopoly of violence. Any place you don't have a monopoly of violence, then insecurity have to have its way. Because there's only one person out of the entire society that's entitled, so that you have control. So you have what you call mitigation. There's no society that doesn't have crimes or insecurity, but it is a level. You can see where we found ourselves. We are number one insecure country in the world now. We are number one in poverty. So it's not even a case of creating employment. It's a case of drawing people out of poverty.
But I want you to look at it from this dimension of kidnapping for ransom, which, according to Dr. Basi here, that government is not yet doing enough to arrest this situation. What is your view?
Well, you see, kidnapping, Yoruba call it bomo. Bomo is to kidnap the kid.
Okay.
In our own places, it's not only Omo, the kids that they kidnap everybody. Now you can see the perversity of the issue. Talking about, what effort government is making. Like I was trying to build a background. Because when you come to government and know the reason, then you have to have a policy. You have to have a well-choreographed strategy to which to tackle, because you know it is there. And you also promise that when you come, you will do a different work. So when people tell you as executives that it was still there when they came, that they are not the original people. So it means that they are abdicating their responsibilities. It is begging the question, how can you come as a government and you tell us that it was there before I came? No, now, there's problem before we came, there is sin. But when you come, you make a difference. By making strategies, by your way of concepts of your policies. So, coming directly from your question, kidnapping for ransom, you see, started in the South in Nigeria. Then it was the Igbo people that they kidnap, and they pay money. Now everybody learns it, it's paying. Now they now went to schools. So school own is that even when you kidnap school children, it becomes a global issue. Then there's no other way than to discuss with them. Even when government is mounting, they don't dialogue with the kidnappers. They don't negotiate with kidnappers. They're only begging the question. Because when the school children are kidnapped, they have no much choice. You cannot say kill them so that we will not pay. You have to do something. Because you are called upon as government, whether you call kinetic or non-kinetic, you must be seen to be doing something tangible. To say, that's why people go to the street to protest, that you're not doing your work. Now, this is leakage in your primary purpose as a government.
When you say you must do something, sorry for the interruption, there's something that has been common that everybody has been doing, Doc, and that is what? To pay ransom. Yes. But there is this Amended Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act, which criminalizes the paying of ransom. And I think government use that as an effort.
Not trivializing that matter. That is an unimplementable, what's it called? Unimplementable act and then or law. Because until your own person is kidnapped, you know whether you obey the law or not. I mean, that's the simple truth. We saw a military general that died last 2 weeks in the hands of, a retired military general. And I was discussing with somebody. I said, that's a very big slight, on the military. And even the wife nearly escaped, being killed because she was shot and left to die before the military were able to pick her up. So anybody telling you that you don't pay ransom is just, trying to placate it. Because even the government on their own pay ransom. And by the way, why it is a policy of every government in the world not to pay ransom to kidnappers, it's been seen that that is not always the case. But what government try to do is, even when they pay the ransom, they try to track down the criminals. And then you find that in our own case, do they pay the ransom and track down the criminals? That's a big question. Or do they pay the ransom and these ransom are in the connivance of those in governance? We've seen a situation whereby even the last administration is being accused of paying ransoms to kidnappers and criminals. So the issue is that particular piece of law is only meant for the wardrobes. You go to police officers. Policemen have been kidnapped. I mean, the people that would rescue you have been kidnapped. And they cannot rescue anybody. So who says you won't pay ransom? They are paying ransom. It's unfortunate, but that's why I say it's a piece of law. I'm not encouraging that people should pay ransom. But wait until your own person is being kidnapped. You know whether you pay the ransom or not.
Dr. Kule, I think government does that to maybe prevent, or they see it as if you pay ransom after being kidnapped, or maybe if your family pays ransom after being kidnapped, it's a way of sponsoring and encouraging the kidnapping menace in the society.
Well, if you ask me, like you did, what government law says, do not even negotiate with kidnappers. What is like nibbling at the issue?
Simple.
The issue of insecurity is more than kidnapping. Okay? So because it's just like one part, a dimension, out of multidimensional issue. When somebody is kidnapped, you say don't negotiate, let him keep him or kill him, so that you discourage kidnapping. But in our own case, I say it is multidimensional, because some people are just even attacking military formations. Before they say soft targets. Going to school to kidnap people is called soft targets. Then they will even use IED to just bomb the place, bomb the church. That is another phase. Then this time around, that's what we call the military hard metal jackets. That's military formation. They will attack there and kill the military, kill generals, and take away their arms and ammunition, and go back. And they come in their hundreds in motorbikes. So sometimes I begin to wonder, is there no surveillance? Is there no division of what we call in the military, the recce, who will now look around the micro and the macro environment where they stay, so that before somebody comes very close to you, you're able to see the person coming. Either to get away and come back, or to be able to prepare yourself to attack them, to be able to, kind of evaluate the equipment they are coming with, whether it is small arms or the big ones that they use to shoot, helicopters and aircraft. So when you now talk about kidnapping for ransom, you are just, reducing the issue to ordinary 1/10 issues. You have those they call the bandits. It's not for kidnapping. They kill, they burn, they, displace the people. That's another form of, insecurity. There's other ones that they call terrorists. Okay? Now, that is a global, name. So that if you're a terrorist, the way to handle it is also different. Okay? The laws, that's why some people say, we are bandits, we are not terrorists. Now, the menace of even people kidnapping members of their family, fathers kidnapping their children and paying ransom and collecting them back, or murder, or one of the members of the family will fake self-kidnap. So that one is, a microcosm of the problem. So, but I want to take the stories and the issues holistically, whereby you see that we are insecure. and government do not know what to do about it, which means they're not prepared.
Okay.
And that is why some people are calling for government to resign.
Look, I think in any way, the government is making effort, and that is why we are here today. I know that government is busy tightening the cashless policy so that there won't be enough money in circulation, since these people demand a ransom in cash.
Well,
is that not a way to go?
Let me intrude now. You see, when the cashless policy was brought about, it was fought by this same government. Cashless policy makes it possible so that you can keep cash at home, so nobody will attack you. Armed robbery will go. Because when you are going to somebody's house, you know he has no money with him. That is the purpose of a cashless policy. It will also help the movement of cash in the economy. So, but you fought it, and now you want to introduce it, just like this oil subsidy, that you fought vehemently with all your blood, and now say oil subsidy is the way to go. And you see, I'm telling you that if you want to go into governance, into government of any level, you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared.
What do you mean by that? Because you've mentioned this before.
Yes, I said that if you're not prepared, for instance, you can't be telling me you're waking up from sleep when you are in the war front. We are facing a war. Nigeria is at war. So you cannot come and tell me, oh, it is the former general, the former commander-in-chief, or the former governor that has the issue with... No, you cannot tell me that, because as we are coming, just like those who are campaigning now, there's campaign now, less than 2 or 3 months now, we'll have election. You cannot come there and tell me, oh, this problem has been there. You campaign with the issues. Like, if I come there, I will stop the insecurity. I will stop it with both kinetic and non-kinetic. Non-kinetic is not ransom paying. It's not negotiation. It's to make sure those things, the precursors of poverty. Because poverty, like my brother here was saying, that people are paid nothing. But because they do not even have 1,000. So when you pay them 15,000, that cannot even buy a loaf of bread now, then you see that it is a lot of money for them. But when you cure poverty, that is a non-kinetic approach. When you remove people from poverty, when you tell people what we call values, core values of the society, that's sharing blood. Like the Muslims and the Christians are against, sharing of blood. Because some people say if you kill somebody, you get 7 veggies or whatever. So, but somebody also from there told us that this is not what we are preaching. That even killing somebody for anything is against God's injunctions. So people can come out into criminality because they can survive and thrive in the environment. So government is blamed. The people are also of blame, because the people and government need to collaborate. I said earlier that security is not a business for only government.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. Dr. Basi, I want to have your view now on this attitude of the government tightening the cashless policy. Wouldn't you give government a pass mark for that as a way of tackling the insecurity?
I'm not giving them any pass mark.
They have not even come with the policy.
I mean, it's a very... this is a joke. What does it take to draw on cashless policy? A joke, within 1 month, CBN will mop up the cash, make it easy, and reduce the cost of transaction online, and it ends. So what are we walking about it? In China, you do transaction using WeChat. Once it sees your face, you pay. So what's the big deal about it? So what am I giving them thumbs up? We are giving somebody a thumbs up for something that had not been done. I mean, these things have been implemented everywhere. We were in this country, things became a little bit difficult. During the COVID time, we saw these apps, these online financial, what's it called? Transactions. Fintechs come up. And look at one of the fintechs going to New York Stock Exchange to be for $4 billion. Within how many years of operation? I mean, they're not serious. The incentive to corruption is cash. So what they are fighting is how would they be able to get those incentives? Because if you give a contractor job, the only way a contractor can pay you is to bring the money in cash. The only way to bribe electorates is to pay cash. That is where the trouble is. It is not whether you will implement it. If you just if you tell CBN to mop up a currency, the next MPC meeting, they will tell you that transaction in Nigerian government can absorb the transaction, because the cost you bear in minting money, transporting money, securing money, you can put it and say, let's remove it, electronic transaction cost. And you see the cashless policy, everybody will embrace it overnight. When these fintechs came on board, Maybe we'll argue that mothers in the village will not take it. But I can tell you that go to anybody, including the woman now worker. They use their own, what's it called, the POS. Now everybody has embraced it. So my brother, there's nothing to tell you that it's like a drumming their, framing their ember. It's nonsense. They're not interested in moving it. That's number one. And then number two, you see, when the government says they want to tighten a whole lot of issues, when I look at countries that have done it, it becomes, I feel we are joking. Honestly speaking, we are completely joking. Like I said earlier, if you look at countries like China, India, and so many of these developing nations, this is the least thing. In fact, minting money alone, the cost of minting money alone, the cost of minting 100 naira note, 200 naira note is more than 100 naira. So why would any, some government, collecting tax, VAT is easier done with electronic transaction. So why are you encouraging that? And I can tell you that give CBN a marching order by next 1 month. You see that, in fact, you won't even see any currency again. That's simple truth. So I don't know.
Then why is the order not given?
The order is not given. I told you the only issue. The most corrupt individuals are those in government. If you go to any businessman today, there are people who want to pay more than 100,000 naira, they will tell you to transfer it. Go to Oboete, they are there. You can't bring 500,000 naira and give a businessman. For what reason? So private sectors are not accepting it. There are some places you will see we only receive bank transfers. They don't receive cash. So the private sector and individuals in Nigeria have embraced, have moved on. It is those in government. So when they tell you they're trying, they're not trying. They're just asking how do we mitigate, cross over this if we remove all the money.
Thank you so much. Dr. Conley, let me come back to you. I want you to take a close look at the security in Nigerian schools, because as we speak, a lot of schools are closed down because of insecurity. What's the effort of the government to rescue that situation?
Well, we just continue to talk about efforts of government. There is a government policy they call Safe School Environment policy. What are they doing about safe school policy? I also heard and learned that one of the schools in the north, that there is an intel about people coming to kidnap. And the school know about it. They told them, and they sent the military. But at the point of them coming, then somebody gave an order that they should withdraw the military. Up till today, as I'm talking to you, nobody has been able to tell us who gave that order. Because they came and they kidnapped the children.
Yeah.
And there are no consequences. Let me tell you, Emeka, the truth is that there are criminals everywhere. But the deterrent and the mitigation is the severity of the application of the law. We have very good laws, have very good policies, but we are not like, if I borrow from my brother here, that all the crimes are committed by members of government. There are the people who give cash because it is not traceable. It is not traceable, it is not trackable. And they say tell you laws of money laundering. They say tell you you have FIU. That is Nigerian Financial Unit. We are supposed to track large volumes of money moving. You see, when you are, our people say, whoever commits suicide does not appear during divination. No. When they want to go to divination to find out what killed the man, and he committed suicide, he will not appear. So that is what is going on in the country.
But it's
so
surprising. It's surprising to me hearing that the Safe School initiative is not workable.
Well, you can tell me when they started it and whether it is working.
No,
because more, it has even increased. The Safe School initiative is that there are some structures that are raised, the barriers within the school. Remember, part of the security is going to start with Boko Haram. And what is the meaning of Boko Haram? Boko Haram is that Western education is sane. So they get it by objective or by hook or crook. So by closing down schools, you're also, feeding into the embers of their policy that Western education school, they kill teachers, they burn schools, they kidnap children, they kill them. About 300 children are in the bush as we speak. Children, toddlers, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. So what is the policy doing? It's not a case of mounting policy. It's the implementation. application of the laws, severity of the law. I once said it when I was with the National Orientation Agency. We were talking about corruption. What is feeding into corruption? What is promoting corruption? I said, one, American people who, and the English people who now coined the word corruption, they first knew it. Those who coined bribery, they knew what it is, then they gave it a name. Now, corruption thrives in the environment where there is no application of law. That's why they say in any government, particularly in a democracy, that the rule of law is supreme. Then the law does not understand whether you are black or white. You see the symbol of justice. They close, many people do not even ask questions. That justice do not want to know whether you're a government functionary, whether you're a male or female, whether you're handsome or ugly, whether you're big or small, that the law is no respecter of person. So the lack of what we call the political will to implement the laws, that's why I say it is not the making of the laws. Some will say create new courts, some will say create the, it is not courts. They will leave other courts and begin to treat political cases. Go to the court and see, files packed, 15 years, because we continue to do elections, off-season, cycle elections. So other issues should go and take a seat. So you commit suicide. You commit social suicide. That's what I'm saying, that if you commit suicide, it will not appear when the people want to go to divine for you to explain to what killed you. For you to come and tell them, oh, it's a natural death. Oh, it is people who poisoned me. Oh, it is what I did. It will not even appear. So it is self-destruct policies. You know, it's and the case is an issue that we know. People are complaining when they were in the opposition. They now come into government and they are doing the worst. So even the other people now have become opposition. It becomes a cycle. So it is an issue of values. It is an issue of application of law. When we begin to become severe with the application of the law, most of these things will go. Okay, you now say there will be no negotiation. Then government will go to negotiate. The governor of your state the other day was telling us there's nothing he can do but to do something to get the children out of the bush. What is that?
Negotiation.
So you go and negotiate because you cannot go and say, kill the children. You will not say, I'm coming to fight you, because even if you go, they don't know who you're going to get. But they're going to get the children, they're going to get the culprits. So it is a case of the devil's alternative. Whatever you do, man must die.
But
So you do something.
Let me tell you what my problem is. I am very much interested in seeing any of these government safety measures working. Yes.
It's now going
like we have rapid response coordination network. That's part of the safety measures. Are you saying that none is working?
See, let me tell you this.
Policies. It's the application and implementation of the law.
Let me tell you this. I'm a medical doctor. And incidentally, I'm dealing with public health. There's one slogan that says prevention is better than cure. You go looking after criminals when they've, arranged. Let me tell you the implication. You know the cost of shooting one bullet. For each bullet that's expended, costs nothing less than 1,000 naira. As small as it is.
1,000.
That's at least. Let me say even from government suppliers. Let's assume in the company supply to Nigeria. For each bullet you shoot, costs nothing less than 1,000 naira. You know what that implies? You want to deter criminals. I heard when you were talking about making school environment safe. Why must you barricade the school other than children, strolling out of the school? Why must you begin to pay people to guide our children? How many schools are you going to guide? The society has to, there's what we call herd immunity. Herd immunity is such that when you are protected against a disease and multiple people are protected against a disease, the society is protected. Everyone mustn't be protected. When the society is working, the society protects itself. We all grew up in villages where when we finish our school, as early as primary school, we'll go home. Nobody actually feels, unsafe. So how many security are you going to provide? Okay, you provide security in the school, you provide at the church, you provide on the work area. I mean, how much do you have? These monies, if you go to economics, they will tell you what the alternative for gun. What would you have used that money for? For development. And you are using it to buy bullets to expand, kill your own citizens, because those criminals are Nigerians. You kill them. I mean, why don't you use that money and do something better in terms of governance and prevent them from going into the crime in the first instance? And that's why when they say we are doing everything humanly possible, it makes me laugh, because once I look at your blueprint and you are not working in tandem to making Nigerian lives better in terms of economy and educating people to have value for life, I mean, you are doing basically nothing. And these things are not rocket science. That's why it's worrying to me. They're not rocket science. The only thing that is stopping it is that these politicians are benefiting from it. We've seen now, okay, let me give you a typical example. Why should any sound human being in today's world, the Nigerian system, still support a pilgrimage and pay money to go for people to go for pilgrimage? On both sides, you know how many billions that go off? People are enriching themselves through that mechanism. And you see top politicians who would have been good at going on pilgrimage on a yearly basis. Why should you do that? You don't have, the people are not feeding, people are living below poverty line. 70% of Nigerians are above that, are not insured health-wise. And you are paying people that will go on pilgrimage. Healthy people? I mean, that's crazy. It's a policy somersault. So why don't you gather these monies and begin to think of how to develop the system? If you don't know anything to do, go to China and sit down and ask them, please give us how you developed your country. Go to India, they're making effort. Bangladesh, Brazil, these are countries that are at the same pedestal with us. Copy, take their blueprint, come back here. We have eggheads that will help you turn it around. The other day we saw former minister of, what's his name? Former minister of power in prison for, I think, 30 billion naira. Over how many years? Why should the government be allowing that, leakage in the system? And you're telling me you're making efforts? These are monies that would have been channeled into some other thing.
Dr. Basi, thank you so much. Dr. Collier, thank you so much. We want to observe just another short break. When we come back, we'll check through the drone surveillance that were provided by the federal government and about 112 emergency hotlines, whether those lines are blocked or they go through in the times of these emergencies. Thank you so much. Our viewer, another short break. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break, we are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is the effort of the government towards the security we find in Nigeria. And I've been on the program with the Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Dr. Chigeze Obasi. And then we have another management consultant, the former National Orientation Agency, Enugu State, that's former Director, National Orientation Agency, Enugu State, who is also a member of National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okolie. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Before I went on the short break, there was a time it was in the news that the government, the federal government, so to say, has provided surveillance drones to mastermind both our cities and our forests. And as well, there are about 112 emergency hotlines that are provided to schools in case anything happens. So my question is, all of these, are they not working? And why are they not working? Because these are measures of the government to put the insecurity to an end.
Well, Ameka, I want to let you also to remind you that the security issues are not discussed openly most of the time, because you don't even know those who are the perpetrators of security. While I was in Lagos, some radio jingles say that armed robber no be spirit. There are people like us, they drink and they chat. They even watch World Cup. So you don't know who is who. But government, when you talk about government that is responsible will be doing things and it will be easier to collaborate with it. They also tell you that the law enforcement agencies, like the police, I said the police is your friend. All that preachings and preachments is to get your collaboration and to get your buy-in. If police is your friend, then they will get intels easily and cheaply. Now, the government is talking about now is in the making, the legislation of state police. The state police is something that should have happened before I was born. Because if you run a federation, you go to the federating units at the states. You have some autonomy, okay? They have campus police. They have municipal police. Like you have metropolitan police. So you don't begin to make it look like it is a very big issue. For people to, policing actually is not carrying guns.
Yeah.
Police is not wielding AK assault rifles. Because that is our misconception of what policing is. Policing is intel. If you go to London as we speak now, if you go to the 9 Downing Street, now where the Prime Minister's office and residence is, you don't see anybody carrying any gun. But go there now. That is why in Nigeria, we try to mimic, we try to copy. We say we have the anti-riot squad. That is the MOPOL, mobile police. Those are the people who are supposed to be carrying guns, and you don't even need to see them until you have issues like riots, like crisis. Then you call them in. But everything has become amorphous. We don't even know the difference between police and the army. The army is all over the place, the soldiers. MOPOL is all over the place. Okay, there's a policy by this government that they will withdraw police from following people. How far have we been implemented? Did anything change? You see, the more these things are, proclamations, the worse it gets. Tell me now, they have done the policy that withdrawn police from VIPs and so on. What has happened? You can see now they kidnap traditional rulers at Oyo State, at Ondo State. If you go to Southwest, they will tell you how many of us that are in custody, and so many who have abdicated their throne and run away from their palace because they are pigs, they are chickens. So, of what purpose is that policy? It is supposed to mop up police so that they will now go to strategic positions. But where have they gone now? Where are they, the people that are withdrawn from the VIPs? See, I tell you, see, there's a story I told you about somebody who commits suicide. Suicide is killing yourself or euthanasia, enabling somebody to die. So that is what is going on. If government wake up tomorrow and put their foot down and say that this insecurity have to go, it will go. Because government ab initio is the sole authority and sole person that should have monopoly of violence. So that any other person carrying gun is a criminal. Now look at people carrying, most of the states have now done anti-grazing, anti-open grazing law. You still see, these cattle and everything walking up on the street. Am I going to do that? Is that a case of making the law? So when you quote laws that have been made or efforts, they are so-called efforts. I don't see the effort. You want to see results.
Okay, Doc, thank you so much.
If you check the statistics, you see that criminality have increased since all these policies. So they are not addressing the issues.
You rightly talked about the 417 grazing reserve project across the country, across the federal government. And you said it's not workable. Doc,
I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth. I said that the policy is mentioned, but we are not seeing results. Are you not seeing? Are you not seeing?
When we are not seeing results, is it workable?
That is workable.
When we are not seeing results, okay,
no,
Doc.
Workable is different from.
Okay, Doc. Let me put it this way.
I didn't say it's not workable.
You know, agricultural sector is where we feed from. That's the sector that feeds all of us, and food is very necessary to man. And I want to see the measure of safety in our agriculture enhancing food productivity in Nigeria.
Food safety is a very big problem, to our nation. And it's one of the cardinal things that is even fueling insecurity. We are lucky in the last few months and few years, the prices of food and foodstuff are relatively under threat because many of these grains come in, we have open border. And that simply shows you that for those who have the big eyes, we are insecure, because a secured nation should be able to at least provide food for the citizens. So food security is a very big problem, and it's currently being threatened. We still run a peasant farming mechanism, whereby people cultivate using the old traditional method, which does not yield a lot of productivity. And the remaining is open to private sector, who are taking most of the gains from the farmers. So, we are not protected food-wise. And to make matters worse, the big men that have these cattle been roaming around the Federation, who many of them are in government, or have people that are in government, are not actually working on ending open grazing. It's one policy that is dealing with us, because we had felt by now we should have stopped open grazing. But you see that even with the creation of livestock ministry, we are still having the same crisis. So farmers across the Federation are not protected, in terms of bandits. You see Sokoto, most of the time you see communities paying to go to farm, and paying to harvest, and even paying to go to sell. At the point we had the problem of ginger and so on, because farmers could no longer go to farm. And remember, it is a chain reaction. When a farmer cannot feed his family, or cannot even have anything, and he's a young man, he couldn't go to farm, he couldn't harvest anything, and the man that did that is a young man like him, and he will join the criminals the next year. So you keep on increasing the number, because it's cheap, it's an incentive. So it's a very big problem for us. Then you talk about what climate change is dealing with these farmers. Unfortunately, again, the government is nowhere to be found. We know clearly that over the last 40 years, Lake Chad has lost its volume by over 80%. There was a policy to channel. That's why you talk about political life. There was a policy to put water from the sea, the ocean, down to Lake Chad to recharge, or from rivers that are surrounding to recharge the recharge, but it's nowhere to be found. And these are incentives that drive them, criminals, deprive people of money, and then drive them into criminality. So, anybody telling you that we're going to have food security is wasting his time, because I don't see, unfortunately, it's like we are pessimists, but we're not. It's over the years you look at the so-called policy, all gears that, the more they make the policy, the less you see the effectiveness of the policy. We're not saying that these policies are not workable. They are not rocket sciences. But the issue is, are the people that are making these policies, are they ready to implement the policy? I'll give you another example. Our Minister of Health told us that only 36 million naira was released to him over a year's budget on capital expenditure. You begin to wonder, a country of Nigeria, 36 million naira was released. Now, when you go deeper to look at budget performance over the years, you see that people are diverting monies to what will bring more cash to them. So these issues we are talking about that will reduce, incentive, that would deprive criminals or the recruiters of criminals, is not being worked out by government. Even when we saw conditional cash transfer, we saw that those in government will just fill up fictitious names and take back the money. It is so. It is worrisome. So those things are things that would have reduced the poverty level in the society, and which is the panacea to reducing criminality. But no. Now somebody says, you talked about drone, and I laughed. We don't have what it takes to manage drone. Let me be frank to you. If you know how much it takes to keep a drone on air, if you know what communication skill you need to keep a drone, if you know the dependency, you have to depend on another country that produce these weapons and drones, that produce guns, that want to sell their guns and drones, you know that will never stop. Why don't you go to things that are simple, things you can handle?
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Collier, quickly talk to us about the Forest Guard Initiative, which I think should have been in charge of our forest and farmland, so that some of the problems of headers and all of that will not be in place.
Well, thank you. I do not even know whether what we are saying are addressing the questions you are raising. You talked about agriculture, and I talked about forest guards. If you have forests, then forest guards will make sense. If you do not have forests, Then what are you guarding? In southwest of Nigeria, where we need in the First Republic, we have lumbering, we have a forestry. That's where these people are now. If you go to the forest, not for grazing, because forest is not for grazing. Animals that graze,
grasses.
Yes, but these are trees, and these are forests that if you enter, it will take you 5 hours before you see the sunshine. This is where they are, because they have lumbering, these rubber plantations, cashew plantations, cocoa plantations, ordinary forests for, wood production. These are the places, because the southwest, we are dependent on the woods. Remember, even the middle, what we call the Midwest, these are agricultural policies. Now, our law about land and about farming gave the authority of land ownership to the states. So what is federal government talking about federal government? Because we don't have land. We have Ministry of Water Resources. So what are they doing? What are the contexts of water resources? In water resources, the ministry, what is the minister? Now they also came with the blue economy and marine economy. Then if the people at the savannah area, that's the core north, do they have water? What is blue economy to them? What is marine economy to them? Then those are the coastal areas and the coastal projects. Okay, on a conclusive note. So you see, you see, from agriculture to what we are talking about, government that want to make impact on the people, which is the purpose of government. When they come, you will know. All these things is not a case of going to make policies and talk about it. All right, you deal with the core issues. You nip it in the board. Prevention, like my brother said, we have got to is better than cure.
All right, thank you so much. Our managing consultant, the former director, National Orientation Agency, Enugu State. Also a member of the National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okori. Thank you so much for coming.
It's my pleasure.
And thank you so much, Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Dr. Chikesi Obasi. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you also for being there. We have got to a point where we shall continue, but the next time will come. Thank you so much for being there. I am Chukwemeka Obasi, saying bye-bye.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power, awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV. As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal, inconsistent, and sometimes delayed due to fear of reprisal or lack of protection for informants. Experts recommend the establishment of structured community security councils at ward and local government levels, where traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth representatives, and security agencies meet regularly to share intelligence and assess risks. Similar models have been applied in countries such as Kenya and Ghana, where community policing frameworks have improved early warning systems and reduced rural crime rates. In Nigeria, there have been cases where early warning signals were reportedly ignored or not escalated in time. For instance, several rural attacks in Northwest were preceded by reports of suspicious gatherings or movement of armed groups, but lack of coordinated reporting channels limited rapid response. Traditional rulers are also encouraged to strengthen local vigilante coordination under lawful frameworks. In states like Anambra, the operation of community-based security outfits has shown how structured local intelligence networks can support formal policing when properly regulated and supervised. Religious leaders, on their part, are being called upon to actively counter radicalization narratives and inflammatory preaching. Security analysts warn that hate speech, extremist messaging, or politically charged sermons can escalate tensions, especially in already fragile communities. In conflict-prone areas such as Jos, Southern Kaduna, and parts of Taraba, interfaith dialogue platforms have proven effective in reducing tensions when religious leaders jointly condemn violence and promote coexistence. These platforms, experts say, must be institutionalized rather than activated only during crisis. Another critical gap identified is communication breakdown during emergencies. In several kidnapping incidents, traditional rulers were among the first to receive information from affected families, but lacked direct emergency response channels to escalate cases quickly to security agencies. Security professionals recommend dedicated liaison officers between traditional institutions, religious bodies, and security commands to ensure real-time information flow. This would reduce delays and improve coordinated response operations. Experts also emphasize the need for protection mechanisms for community informants. Without assurances of safety, residents and local leaders may hesitate to report criminal activity, especially in areas where armed groups operate with high mobility and local familiarity. Ultimately, Analysts argue that Nigeria's security architecture cannot rely solely on formal institutions. Instead, it must integrate traditional authority structures and religious leadership into a coordinated national security ecosystem. The expectation is clear. Traditional rulers must act as grassroots intelligence anchors, while religious leaders serve as moral stabilizers and peace mediators. Together, they form a critical first line of defense in communities where state presence is often limited. As insecurity continues to evolve, experts say strength of Nigeria's response will depend not only on weapons and uniforms, but also on trust, community intelligence, and the active participation of institutions closest to the people. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good afternoon with us. Here are the headlines. The federal government has nearly doubled the minimum monthly salary of Nigerian soldiers to 100,000 naira to improve troop welfare. Kidnappers holding 39 pupils and 7 teachers from Oyo State have threatened to execute the hostages if security forces advance on their position. Now the news in details. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wike has raised deep concerns over the persistently low number of youths from the southeast enlisting in the Nigerian Army. Speaking on Wednesday at a passing out parade in Ebonyi State, General Schreiber revealed that the recruitment quota allocated to the region has gone unveiled for several years, calling for trend completely unacceptable. The Army Chief issued a direct appeal to traditional rulers, parents and community leaders across the zone, urging them to inspire young men and women to step forward and take up what he described as an honorable calling of patriotism and national defense. The graduation of nearly 3,000 new soldiers at the Amasiri Edda Training Depot marks a major milestone in massive nationwide military build-up. These fresh troops form part of President Bola Tinubu's Strategic Force Expansion Initiative, which aims to inject 28,000 new personnel into the armed forces. The manpower surge is designed to aggressively scale up operations against terrorism, banditry, before the new soldiers deployed into the forest. Before the new soldiers deployed to their formation, General Schreiber hit them with a severe warning regarding the military's strict social media policy. The Army Chief slammed the growing trend of digital indiscretion among personnel, warning he made it clear that any soldier caught violating online code of conduct will immediately face disciplinary action, including a disgraceful dismiss from the service.
This thing is 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week, from decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back, and sorry for the shortage in verification. Nigerian soldiers have received a major financial boost, with their minimum salary nearly doubling to 100,000 naira. Defense Minister Christopher Musa revealed the change, noting that while the previous entry wage was just 49,000 naira, the new adjustment still falls short of meeting the military's massive operational needs. The pay bump comes at a time of severe strain for the armed forces, commenting on the recent abduction of school children in Oyo State. General Musa alleged that kidnappers are using the kids as a leverage to force the military into releasing captured bandit commanders. kidnappers. The minister pushed for a drastic change to the legal system, calling for introduction of death penalty for convicted kidnappers to serve as a strict deterrent. Meanwhile, the defense minister hit back at viral social media videos alleging that frontline troops are being fed substandard rations. Musa dismissed the online claims as a setup, accusing a specific officer of intentionally removing meats and side dishes from a meal before filming it to the manufacturer, a false scandal. The Bauchi state government is turning its students into environmental ambassadors by launching environment and climate change clubs across schools to fight back against aggressive desertification, intense heat waves, and devastating floods. Housing and Environment Commissioner Danlami Kawule officially launches the initiative at the Government Girls College in Bauchi, stating that while the government can write policies, it needs to win the hearts and minds of the younger generation to truly protect the environment, with local deforestation causing severe ecological harm. The government is also cracking down on illegal tree felling. Commissioner Kawule warned that cutting down any tree without explicit permission from the ministry is a crime, adding that anyone granted approval must plant 3 trees as a replacement. The ultimate goal, supported by a state policy of 1 man, 1 tree, aims to build a sustainable green world against the shifting weather patterns threatening the state's agriculture and livelihoods. The Cross River State Government has reaffirmed its pledge to deliver durable infrastructure following a targeted inspection of critical transport corridors in the Northern Senatorial District. Works and Infrastructure Commissioner Pius Edit led an emergency assessment of Aya Brigade along the Obu-Bekwara Road, identifying key structural defects and require immediate rehabilitation. Edit assured commuters and businesses that the affected section has been placed on high priority to guarantee safe and uninterrupted travel and protect the state's economic networks. However, the state government is facing immediate pushback in the central region, where a large group of local women took to the street to protest substandard construction. The Ekpecha Nkome women's group flooded Sweet Mother Street in Ikom, accusing the hired contractor of executing low-quality work by laying thin asphalt completely devoid of drainage channels or a proper stone base. Outraged community leaders are calling on Governor Basi Otu to immediately sack the contractor, warning that community refuses to accept poorly engineered projects meant only for social media photo ops. Medical services have groped to a halt at the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital in Kwara State after doctors downed tools in protest of a violent assault on their colleague. The strike was triggered on Wednesday when a grieving mother at the pediatric department lost control and physically attacked an unidentified doctor following the tragic loss of her child. The assaulted doctor is reportedly in critical condition, while the mother has been arrested and remains in police custody. The abrupt work stoppage left hundreds of outpatients stranded on Thursday morning, waiting endlessly for medical attention across various departments. Members of the Association of Resident Doctors marched in a peaceful protest through the hospital to condemn the assault, revealing this is the 3rd time a health worker has been attacked at the facility. Protesters warned that such inhumane treatment will only worsen the brain drain of local medical professionals fleeing the country. Hospital sources indicate the strike could last for 5 days, though consultants may step in to handle emergency cases until the doctors return to work on Monday. Residents of the Awoyi-Ketu local government council area in Lagos State could soon face 50,000 naira fine or up to 6 months in jail if they fail to place a waste bin in front of their homes. This tough penalty is part of a sweeping environmental bylaw amendment presented during a public stakeholders hearing on Thursday. Majority Leader Rahman Ademola declared that the new law aims to close loopholes in existing environmental regulations, making it a criminal offense to dump trash indiscriminately or engage in open defecation in public spaces and drainage channels. The local government plans to fast-track the legislation, with the council chairman expected to sign it into law by July 15th. To eliminate any excuses of ignorance, copies of the law will be heavily distributed across law markets, community associations and police stations, while an environmental task force will be deployed to aggressively enforce compliance. Council Chairman Adetola Aduni Abubakar, through her full support, Council Chairman Adetola Aduni Abubakar threw her full support behind the initiative, emphasizing that while building infrastructure remains a priority, enacting executable laws to clean up communities and boost public welfare is just vital for grassroots governance. And that's the news at 3, which comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a major recap of the major stories making the headlines. Kidnappers holding 39 pupils and 7 teachers from Oyo State have threatened to execute the hostages if security forces advance on their position. And coming up shortly, kidnappers holding 39 pupils and 7 teachers from Oyo State have threatened to execute the hostages if security forces advance on their position. We'll be back shortly.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Bandits holding dozens of school pupils and teachers hostage in Oyo State have threatened to kill all captives if security forces advance on their position. Defense Minister Christopher Musa made the chilling disclosure, explaining that criminal networks is using the children as human shields and bargaining chips. According to the minister, the kidnappers are desperately seeking leverage to force the military into releasing high-profile bandit commanders currently held in military custody. The tense standoff comes nearly 8 weeks after gunmen launched a coordinated raid on May 15, abducting 39 pupils and 7 teachers from the Baptist Nursery and Primary School alongside 2 other institutions in the Owerri local government area. General Musa noted that the military's rescue operations are being heavily complicated by the direct threats to the children's lives. Reacting to the ongoing national kidnapping wave, the defense minister threw his full weight behind introducing the death penalty for convicted kidnappers. Musa argued that Nigeria's current anti-kidnapping laws are far too soft, creating a lack of deterrence that emboldens criminal networks to strike vulnerable targets without fear of ultimate punishment. A fatal early morning auto crash has claimed 2 lives along the Owerri J4 highway corridor in Ogun State. The disaster occurred around 5 a.m. on Thursday when a Peugeot bus smashed into Mack truck at the Owerri junction, causing the front section of the bus to burst into flames. 2 male occupants were killed, while 2 other miraculously escaped the wreckage entirely unhurt. Federal Road Safety Corps spokesperson Afolabi Odunsi confirmed that the collision was triggered by a dangerous mix of speeding and route violation. Emergency responders and police units have evacuated the bodies to a local mortuary, while traffic was temporarily diverted to clear the charred wreckage. In light of the tragedy, Sector Commander Oludare Ogunjobi is issuing a stern warning to drivers, urging them to obey speed limits and avoid driving against traffic, especially during periods of low visibility and wet road conditions. Troops of the 17th Brigade and supporting hybrid forces have fought a potentially deadly attack on highway commuters in Katsina State, neutralizing 8 terrorists during a France-gun battle. The successful joint operation unfolded along the Kakumi-Guga Road in the Bakori local government area, acting on precise intelligence that gunmen loyal to notorious terrorist kingpin named Idi Abasu Aiki were advancing on motorcycles to ambush motorists. The military units rapidly mobilized and set up a counter-ambush along the attackers' route. The intense firefight ended with 8 of the assailants killed, while the remaining gunmen fled the scene under heavy fire. Following the encounter, troops swept the immediate area and successfully recovered 2 AK-47 rifles, along with 5 motorcycles abandoned by the fleeing gang. Operation Fasten Yama has since stepped up aggressively combat patrols and surveillance across the sector to protect nearby communities from retaliatory strikes and heavily restrict the movement of criminal factions across the wider northwest region. The Oyo State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects in connection with a deadly outbreak of civil unrest in the Ojo community of Ibadan. The violence, which began Tuesday night and spilled into Wednesday morning, has left at least 4 people dead and several others hospitalized with severe injuries. The suspects are currently being held at the State Criminal Investigation Department in Iyaganku as a full-scale investigation gets underway. The bloodshed was triggered by the contentious point-of-sale transaction involving a commercial tricycle rider. Witnesses report that a network failure prevented payment confirmation after the rider withdrew cash. Despite the rider leaving his vehicle, keys and phones at the collateral while promising not to flee, an altercation erupted and he was stabbed to death. The murder incited a wave of retaliatory violence among fellow motorcycle operators, which quickly escalated into dangerous communal clashes that forced local traders to shut down the popular Ojo Motor Park. Eyewitnesses alleged the chaos worsened on Wednesday morning when an unidentified armed man, reportedly dressed in a traditional jalobia and carrying an AK-47, incited crowds and fueled ethnic tensions. During the subsequent gunfire, an innocent boy purchasing food was shot and killed. Visiting the scene on behalf of Governor Sheyi Makinde, Deputy Governor Bayo Lawal condemned the violence, stating that criminality has no tribal identity. Lawal urged residents to stay calm and vacate the area to allow the military and police to maintain total control, promising that everyone responsible will face the full weight of the law. Commercial farmers in Cross River State are accusing the Bank of Agriculture completely abandoning its mandate, claiming that bureaucratic bottlenecks are locking genuine food producers out of vital credit networks. Agricultural leaders, including former State Farm Chairman Chief Ilem Nathaniel, say the bank's application process is intentionally frustrating, leaving farmers to queue for hours and go home in tears without seeing a dime. They warn that low agricultural output in the state is being driven directly by this severe lacking of financing, compounded by a failing road network that leaves harvested produce in rot. The outcry has exposed deep frustration within the local industry, with prominent commercial fish farmers labeling the government's agricultural financing program as total scam. They allege that the financial interventions are being funneled to political cronies who do not even own farmlands, while active producers are denied expansion loans. In response to the growing backlash, the State's Commissioner for Agriculture, Johnson Ebopo, says the government has set up specialized complaints units to bridge the gap and help smallholders bypass the gridlock to secure financial relief. Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi says he is settling in well under new Besiktas head coach Vincenzo Italiano, praising the manager's fluid tactical approach. Speaking from the club's pre-season camp in Slovakia, the 29-year-old midfielder revealed that Italiano has removed rigid positional restrictions, giving players the freedom to contribute across both ends of the pitch. Ndidi explained that rather than sticking strictly to a traditional number 8 role, he's been encouraged to actively help in defense and burst into the opponent's box during attacks. The tactical shift comes amidst intense summer transfer speculations linking the Nigerian star with a move away from Turkish powerhouse. Premier League clubs, including Manchester United and Hull City, alongside wealthy teams in Saudi Arabia, are reportedly monitoring his situation closely. However, Besiktas has made it clear that they will only sanction a transfer if a suitor matches the €8 million fee they pay to sign him for the Leicester City, with his contract running until 2028. Ndidi is expected to remain a vital anchor for the Black Eagles heading into the new campaign unless a top club tests into their resolve with a major bid. Finally, on the entertainment news, Nollywood personality and entrepreneur May Edochie has taken to social media to share an inspiring message about moving forward, declaring it is safest to never look back because of the past that has absolutely nothing to do with the new offer. Sharing a series of angelic breathtaking photographs with her followers, the mother of 4 urged her fans to fix their eyes firmly on the horizon, keep your hearts focused on purpose, and believe that the future will be brighter than ever. The powerful words of wisdom comes as May continues to experience a massive resurgence in both her life and career following her highly publicized divorce from actor Yul Edochie. Since the split, the serial entrepreneur has completely rebranded herself, successfully launching Queen May Beauty Cosmetics, bagging multiple lucrative endorsement deals, and even making her professional acting debut. Reflecting on her transition, May described her journey as one defined by grace, growth, and gratitude, providing she is still standing, smiling, and commanding global attention. And now to the end of the news, here are the main points again. The federal government has nearly doubled the minimum monthly salary of Nigerian soldiers to 100,000 naira to improve troop welfare. However, Defense Minister Christopher Musa acknowledged that despite the increase, the current defense budget remains inadequate to fully meet the military's operational needs. Meanwhile, Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Wide Shaibu expressed deep concern over the persistently unfailing recruitment quotas allocated to the southeast geopolitical zone. He has directly appealed to regional traditional rulers, parents, and community leaders to encourage the youth to join the armed forces. In the meantime, kidnappers holding 39 pupils and 7 children, 7 teachers from Oyo State have threatened to execute the hostages if security forces advance on their position. The bandits are using the school children as leverage to demand the release of high-profile commanders currently held in military custody. And that concludes the news at 3. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Honored that you are giving a speech to us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, MEPs. Well, I don't know. First, let me most sincerely show my gratitude and thank you for opportunity of being part of your section. It was a very good listening how discussions go on. The first question people wonder is, why am I here? I'm just here to be able to start a conversation because I found out that the European Union, or most countries of Europe and the Western world, actually have little knowledge about Nigeria and Africa in general. And because of it, in their decision, in their thinking, they rarely bring Africa into perspective. I said to them, it is time to rethink. Africa today is the last frontier of global development. It's the second biggest continent in terms of size in the world, the second biggest continent in terms of population. It's a continent that has the highest amount of natural resources. It's a continent that has vast uncultivated land, a continent with young population. 60% of African population today is young. But then it's a continent of mass poverty. Today, Europe, if I take Nigeria for example, Nigeria in terms of population is 50% of European Union population. You are about 450 million. We are over 240 million. So we over have 50% of your population. In terms of the land size, Nigeria, Europe is about 4-point-something million square kilometers. Nigeria is about a quarter of that. Just Nigeria. But when you come to in terms of wealth, while Europe have a per capita of over $40,000, Nigeria, which is over 50% of your population, our per capita is below about 2.5% of that of Europe. So you could see the potential, with all the resources, the potential for growth. The nearest continent to Africa, to Nigeria, is Europe. So if Africa today turns around, the biggest beneficiary will be Europe. If it collapses, the consequence will affect you more. And I believe that we have so many commonalities that we can work together and everything. And what is the problem of Africa? The problem of Africa remains leadership. To have a political leadership that is competent, that have the capacity, compassion, commitment, and character to be able to deal with issues of corruption, law and order, focus on investing in critical areas of development, which is health, education, and pulling people out of poverty. It was discussed here that we have issue of killings, which again, people can say is genocide, people can say is Muslim versus Christians and everything. Are there killings? Are there criminality? Are there kidnapping? Yes. But we have to look at the issues that are driving this. When you have a huge population, for example, Nigeria have over 100 million people living in multidimensional poverty. You have millions of out-of-school children, or those who didn't even go to school at all. With mass poverty and mass uneducated people, you have room for easy recruitment for all forms of criminality, which is what is now driving us of killings that we need to deal with. And now we're moving around, I'm moving around and saying, we need support. We need you to help us to overcome this and be able to create a clear developing environment that will also benefit you, because it's a huge market for you. It's a huge advantage in terms of resources and everything if Africa, especially Nigeria, is doing well. It's the most populous country in Africa. It's about 1/6 of African population is Nigeria. And it has all it takes to be a huge market that Europe, just like Africa, can have. And to turn around Africa, you must turn around Nigeria. Because it's a country that will drive the rest of Africa. To develop Africa, which will benefit you, you must start from Nigeria. So that's why I came to continue to start the conversation with you. Is not something, of course, I can take on tonight. It's something that I know that it requires several visits to be able to intimate you more on this commitment, on this trajectory that I want you to go down with us and be able to help us to turn around Africa, Nigeria in particular. So thank you for the opportunity of having a few minutes conversation with you. Maybe there'll be questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question, because after that we will also have a discussion about
time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, It is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance. It is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Ekene nge gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. Anyị abatakwa ọzọ dịka anyị si eme, ndị ada, ndị nne, ụmụ agbọghọ, ụmụ nwaanyị, ma ụmụ nwoke, ndị di anyị, ndị nna anyị na ndị ụmụ anyị. Anyị abịakwa ka anyị karịa dịka anyị si akarị, maka na nke taa ga-emetụta onye ọbụla, ịbụ nwoke, ịbụ nwaanyị, nweghị onye ọ ghalụ. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele, ọkwa na Aneke TV ka anyị bata ka anyị kpaa dịka anyị si akpa, akachacha ọ bụ na o nwee ihe na-echu anyị ụla. Na nke taa ihe na-echu anyị ụla bụ ọ bụla oyibo asị na GBV, gender based violence, mana ndị Igbo si nọ mmegide na-emegide mmadụ maka ụdị onye ahụ bụ ọ bụ nwoke ọ bụ nwaanyị, mmegide. Ị na-anya n'oge ugbu a ị na-ajụ onwe gị, mpụ na aghụghọ na arụ dịka ọ na-abawanyezi ụba, mana nke na-afụ ụfụ n'ahụ bụ mgbe mmadụ ga-eweli aka tie mmadụ ibie ka ọ na-eti anụmanụ ihe, ma ọ bụ nwoke o ma ọ bụ nwaanyị. Mana nke na-echu ụla bụ nke iti ụmụ nwaanyị ihe. Nwoke ha nye aka o tie nwunye tie ya dada ka a ga-asị na onwe ha mmadụ. Oge ụfọdụ nwaanyị na-etikwe, mana ọ fịara ahụ ịfụ nwaanyị tiri nwoke. Afụtụbeghị m ebe nwaanyị tiri nwoke ihe ọ daa naanị asị na nwaanyị tiri etigbuo ya, afụtụbeghị m ebe o mere. Mana ị na-anya n'oge ugbu a n'ụwa ihe dị otu a na-agagharị. Ọnya ka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ji wee sị ka anyị lebanye anya n'okwu a, mmegide mmadụ maka ụdị ya, maka onye ọ bụ nwoke ọ bụ nwaanyị. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ nọla na sonyela anyị, maka mgbe anyị ga-akpacha nke tata ị ga-ama ihe na-akpati ya, makwaziara ihe a ga-eme wee gbochie ya. Na nke taa ndị mụ na ha nọ bụ ọnụ na-ekwu, ndị na-ekwuchitelu ndị maka esi ekwu ka o wee dị mma. Site n'aka ekpe m bụ Evangelist Joy Ome. Evangelist Joy Ome onye bụ onye isi, onye na-ahazi wodio. Ama m ihe wodio anụnwa pụta, ọ ga-aka mma ka ijiri aka anyị kọwara anyị ihe wodio pụta. Evangelist Joy.
Wodio bụ Women for Decency International Outreach. O nwee ngalaba NGO, nwee ngalaba fellowship na-akụziri ụmụ nwaanyị etu esi ebi ndụ na-enye Chineke ekele.
Daalụ rinne ịkụziere ụmụ nwaanyị otu esi ebi ndụ na-enye Chineke ekele. Daalụ maka isonyere anyị na nke taa. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ na nke taa wee bụkwala ọnụ maka esi ekwu na-ekwuchitelu na-anụchitelu. Oge ụfọdụ ịkpọla ili na fon sị gị na ya nọ na mediation, ịkpọla ili na fon tata sị gị na o nwee ebe ha ji ikpe na-asị biko ili ọ bụ onye amị ka ọ bụ polisi ke nke ọ bụ ahụ ili. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata. Lili bụ onye na-enekọta, ọ ga-aka maka ijiri aka gị kọwaa gwa anyị onye bụ na ọrụ ị na-alụ.
Abụ m Oriakụ na Ọkpatakụ Lilian nke ọma gboo. Abụ m onye na-enye aka ịhụ na ọrụ na ngalaba Healthy Society Care and Development Initiative na-aga nke ọma. Abụkwa m onye na-arụ na Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development na ngalaba Social Welfare Department.
Daalụ rinne. Ọ dị ka ihe anyị na-eji pụta ata, ọ dị ka ọ dị n'obu aka gị dele gị n'ụkwụ. Ihe nji wee sị na ọ dị ka ọ dị n'obu aka gị ma dele gị n'ụkwụ bụ na ị na-alụ na Ministry of Gender, Women and Children, Social Development ha ncha niile. Lili ihe na-achọ ịjụ gị bụ anyị na-ekwu maka mmegide a na-emegide mmadụ maka ụdị ya, iti ihe, ime nke a, ọ bụghị naanị iti ihe, ọtụtụ ihe a na-afụ. Kwa mgbe ka a na-ekwu otego aka ibido okwu bi onwe ha mgbe anyị anaghị ekwu maka GBV, mana okwe ha akwụsị, ọ dị ka ọ na-abawanyezi abawanye. Na echiche nke gị ọ dị ka ọ na-abawanye?
Angie, daalụ, ajụjụ gị amaka. N'echiche nke m ọ na-abanyewe, ihe ndị si na ọ na-abanyewe dịka ka si ụlọ ọrụ wee bịaba ebe a kịta. Ikpe mkperụ na ebe m na-arụ ọrụ karịrị 3 ụbọchị taa. ma ndị nke si community ma mkpa afa maka na nwere ebe ọ nara eme ma ndị nke si community ma ndị nke di na nwunye ma ndị nke nwaanyị na nwoke ndị ka ndị na-eme friendship nwoke na nwaanyị otu aka esi ekpe mbọsị niile ọ na-abanye ma dị otu ọnụ iru na ọnụ dịkwu obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa tinyekwuru mgbe ego adịghị n'ezinụlọ mgbe nwaanyị enweghị aṅụrị mgbe nwoke enweghị udo na nsogbu dị ọ na-abanye rie nne abịa na GBV ọ bụ sọsọ iti nwaanyị ihe ma ọ bụ nwaanyị iti nwoke ihe enwelụ ma emotional dịka nke na-abụ nke na-eme dịka mkpali iwe enwelụ nke na-abụ ịkọ ọnụ a na-akpọ verbal abuse enwe sexual abuse GBV karịrị akarị anyị ịbịa n'obodo ka ihe na-emekọta n'ezinụlọ ọ dị nnukwu ifu di na nwunye ga-ebikata nwa ụmụ ofu ịbụa ịtọ ịnọ isii asị anaghịzị m anụ dị nke mkpere bifo bịa ebe onye chi m ise ụmụ nwoke ịtọ na ụmụ nwaanyị bụa ọ naghịzị m anụ afụrụ m nwunye m ka o si na họtelụ apụta nwa ji esi gị gba ije mgbe idurube nwunye mmadụ eziokwu onwe mgbe nwaanyị ma ọ bụ nwunye ma agbọghọbịa gị na-anọ maka na nwunye gị si na họtelụ pụta madam ọkwana si na họtelụ apụta ọ dị akwa mma o mana o nweghị ihe dịka kịta anyị hapụ ịchụpụ gị ya jee nwụta onye ọzọ makwa na ibutezi ya agha tinye onwe gị n'isi maka na ị ga na-azọkwa ụma nwoke ekweghịzi elekọta ụmụ nwaanyị ụmụ nke ọzọ anyị kpochiri tata si anọkwasị anyị develop kwa MOU memorandum of understanding ọ ga na-elekọta ụmụaka onye chụatara ụmụaka n'ụwa nwa nwoke mezie nwa nwoke fio na ya ekene si nwa nwoke na ịda anya ifu nna gị ga-ekene ikenekwa nna gị emukwa ụmụ gị ama nkene gị is reciprocal. You understand? Ọtụtụ ihe na-aga dị nnukwu abịa n'obodo efu ọgbaghara ebe niile okenye amazi nwata amazi okenye nwaanyị amazi na na-eruwe isi na na-abụ inu dị irube isi nwoke amazi na nwoke na-eti nwaanyị ihe bụ arụsị akwụkwọ nsọ si na nwoke na-eti nwaanyị ihe bụ infidel nwoke amazi ya nwata amazi na iruweru nna isi nwa gị eruweru gị isi nghọta ọ bụrụ amaghị ihe nke mmadụ ọgbaghara ebe niile n'obodo anyị ụbọchị taa ọ na-akanyenwe njọ anyị na-aghọta ọ na-akanyenwe ezigbo njọ.
Daalụ nne maka nkọwa anyị nyere anyị m ga-abịa ebe ịnọ Evangelist Joy Ome na-anya n'ọrụ na-alụ dịka isi wee kwuo na ịbụ prezident na wodio ọlụ ụlọ ọ dabanyekwa na nke a kachacha dịka Lili metụrụ aka nwaanyị amazi na ya ga-enye tie nsọpụrụ ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị adịghị erubezi isi di amahụ na ihe o mere na-echie n'iru maka mgbe ị na-elekọta ha ụmụ gị anya ụmụ nke ọ bụ na ị bụ nwa ikenehụ nna gị ịmụta ha ga-ekenekwe gị bụ nna na-elekọta ha nwa gị mgbe ị ga-aka nka onye ga-elekọta gị dịka ọlụ ụlọ na-alụ ọ dị gị ka ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme ihe ha kwesịrị ime igbochi ihe anyị na-afụ.
Thank you, Angie. Ụmụ nwaanyị na-agba n'ike ha mana site na ajụjụ m na-ajụ ụmụ nwaanyị na mkpesa ha na-ekpesalụ m oge ụfọdụ ihe na-ebute ọ na-eji adịka mebi nwaanyị a na-akpani nwoke to the extent of nwoke ahụ itibịa ihe bụ otu ihe si dị n'ụlọ oge ụfọdụ because from nchọpụta na-achọpụta ọ na-ebidokarị na mebi nwoke a na-ewetachazi ihe ka o si kwesị iweta and oge ụfọdụ ọ na-ebido kebe na mbidote marriage ọ na-ebido kebe mgbe ịda na ụmụazị abatawago na family ụmụazị a na-abatazi expenses a na-aligo ihe a na-akọlụ oge bụ from experience ka ha si gbakwala ọnọnwụ maka mgbe ụfọdụ iri ụgwọ akwụkwọ gị agbakwa eri ụgwọ akwụkwọ eji nọ ka anyị na-agbani ka agbaba ọ ga-adabacha so ifu ụfọdụ from ajụjụ m na-ajụ gasị ha ma ụfọdụ bịa kanseling ma ọ bụ kpọwa tibe nakwa ọ sị ha gị na di ya adịghịzi eweta ihe ka o si eweta bụ oge ụfọdụ ọ sị gị na di ya na ụmụnne na-akpakọzi aka ọnụ megidebezie nyanwa jiri ya kọba asịrị ma ihe bụ some of the reasons ụfọdụ ga-enye gị jirizie ya wee na-eme wenyitezi aka maka na ụmụazị abatago n'ụlọ ọ bụrụkwa ofu ego ahụ ị na-enye bụ mgbe nna ka ị ka na-enye m nkịta ụmụazị na-aga akwụkwọ a na-eri nri every morning na-eri n'afternoon ana ụmụazị amara ihe bụ na ego adịrọ ịpụọ jee efu ebe jezo ụmụazị a ga-enyegide ya nsogbu from morning till evening n'oge ụfọdụ ọ ga-eji bata bụli mgbe ụmụazị a na-abago piobata oge ụfọdụ nwaanyị a na-echezi ya wit iwe ọ na-abatazi ọgara ya n'akwa ha na-abụ anụbazi ọgụ kedu ihe imenu na ihe ha edebe ego n'ụlọ ụfọdụ n'ime ha adịghị achọlụgokwa m bịa kọkwalụ m sị m nekwa na nekwa in fact na ha adịghị anụzi na na-enwesị ya ọ gịnị bụ ihe na-ese ọkọ nke ka o nwesị ya ngwa na nwunye gị akọgolu m ihe dịbụ otu a ọ dị otu a dị otu a ọ sị m n'eziokwu na ọ dị otu a mana na o kwesịrị ịghọta ya na ihe adịghịzi ka ihe adịghịzi ịghọtago kịta ifu na ụmụ ya abịa na-ebute esemokwu a so o megide gị otu otu o nwere nke o megideziri nwunye ya nwa wee wepụ eziokwu na ire ọ fụrụ nwoke na-adị ọbịa na nwoke a na-amago na-emezi ya admire so ya nwa feluzie hei di m na-adewe ahụ na m adịrị eme ọfụma onye nke a na-afụ elu na m na-eme ọfụma o wee na-enyezi nwoke ahụ attention di ya ebulukwa bịakwa again na m nekwa na ọzụkwa ya na nwoke a bụzi ebe meanwhile nwunye ya dị same nwunye a gwagokwa m sịkwa m nekwa na nekwa na di ya fielu na ya nwa adịrị eme mana mụ nekwa na ndị dị otu a kịta na ha nsị hapụkwa ihe ahụ a na-akọ ebe ka ha nọ na-agosị m n'elu ihe na ọ pụta ọ na-acha nsị a ịgekwana ya ntị nakwana m afụgo m nwunye nwoke a nsị a na ịmakwa na nwunye nwoke a ka gị mma so n'ihe niile ọ na-aghọkwa ya gị otu see gị na di gị kịta nke nwere ị na-anata bụ anata n'aka di gị nwezikwa nke ya anata so o wee bụrụ ihe nna-achọ ịkọwa kịta bụ na o nwegasị ụmụ ihe na-ebute ya bụ ọgbaghara n'ezinụlọ mana ọ bụrụ na onye nke nwoke mmalụ jikọta onwe ya asị nna o nwekwana ihe na-eme mmadụ nna ihe na-eme mmadụ nna bụ na ị ga-adị mature in mind ọ bụrụ ihe niile ka ị ga-ewefere iwe oke aka pụọ gị ozugbo itiwe ụfọdụ nwoke ọbụla na-abụ nwunye mere a na-aka pụọ ya o zubere oke na nwoke ịbụ nna nwee ka anyị si eme o nwere ike ihe a na-ewute gị sinsi ịkpa na-ede gbachi nnọọ nkịtị nwoke ama mma na ị na-abụ elu so mbọsị ọ ga-ekwu o nwekwa ụjọ obere ihe ahụ ọ ga-ekwu ọnụ nwaanyị agba ka pọmpụ ihe niile adị ya n'obi ọgwụ ya ọ gwakọtazie bikos na ụmụ nwoke niile amara ekwu si ikwukọtazie ihe a ga-apụzi ya n'aka mana nwoke ọbụla kwesịrị ịmata na ihe a nwaanyị ahụ na-ekwu ọ bụrụ dịka mebi ọ bụrụ dịka na ha eti gị
mgbe na abịa n'ọfịs asị na otie m kọm nke mere o ji tie gị
nwe mgbe nwanne mana ihe nyozi dị mmadụ biko ọ bụkwa ihe ọsọkwa na ya kwuo ekwugbukwa ya ọ bụrụ ihe a ka so na mata ihe ọ bụla nwunye gị a na-ekwu nakwa malụ aka ihe eji soda woman ọ bụrụ bụ iti ya ihe inwepụ ụdị right ịbịa na-akụgbuti nwunye gị like that because na ịkụọ nwunye gị like that o nwere ike isi gị na nna anụjukwa m na ịnụrụ ya igori ego ọ bụrụ ya dịka property igoro na ịnwelezie ya final ọ ya human being yes o nwere choice isi gị kịta anụjukwa m ifule gị ime n'isi m ana m so na ọsị gị na ọna ụmụ ndị a abụọ sị ha na ọna mgbe ahụ ka anya ya asapụ ya ọgbaghalịbazịa mana ụlọ minishia dị ochie na anụgo ngị bụ na anụgo ngị ụfọdụ ya agwa etigide nwunye ya ihe nkwa mfe ka bụ my neighbor there no ya sị nwunye gị mgbuo gị nobody will ask me anything ị nwere mmadụ
maka na ewu ma ọkụkọ o ji ekote onwere ebe
o mbọsị wo meketezi ha one day mụ wee tapelu the woman wee si gbapụ so mgbe ọ gbapụ nwoke etichego na pụọ jeghe Richards uju ka ọ nata fee ebe ọkwakọ n'ọnụ ụzọ na-ebe akwa ọfụrụ nwunye ya pak ga-akpịa na ahụ ka bupụta na ngwongwo ya na rum nke m paka dị ma ama adịghị anyị na-eme sef dị usokwe na-achọ nwaanyị ma na bụrụ gbagbo zọkpọ ngwongwo nwe nwa na onwe ya muvo je na nke another friend je nọ n'ebe so mgbe di ya bịa jụọ m sị nwa ka ebe nwunye ya nọ nke She can go to hell. No, you are disgusting. Nanyala. Unye gine we ni we nwanye ozi debelu. Unye nke abuzi ejecha mana ifu nwanye nna wadi. Okay, feel oziana
muchago no umu no. Onwezi ka odi.
Amarokwa m ihe bi iwe. So but o megidezi mgbofu na nwanye anazi. Ona akwa m no jejezo. Muka aibadi ni na hola. Muka kwugerigide tierigide for 2 days. Maintain no lebia no. Muka alachapukwa je Lagos. Osim obuzo sim amam no manje Lagos. Ebe ka ona no pa na Lagos. Imago all the off was national see finish. Off go the woman finish. So say they go na no. If I get out but check it. We just Lagos na chance at least you go Lagos. But for you bata. Ona chomu me just say bata see ebe ko je. Ebe ko je say no pa. Ona na ke pastor. Me just say dajo.
Ke ha na dajo kwanu.
Yawe mba wo me chego ko na anya aho. Mana o me just yawa pa bi go reconcile. Okwusi akwa yi na eti aye because nje gwaji abana. Ifu nko obona na eti nyi aye. Hey, in short, you need God's intervention. And again, when you're